What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from me. Let's get straight into this video. Alrighty, guys, so let's get straight into it and put my banner up. Alrighty, so just so you guys can already tell, this is going to be a hot topics video. I will be talking about Tory Lanez and the whole Roc Nation situation. Then I'm gonna dig in a little bit into Amber Rose. I saw a clip of Amber Rose I really want to get into. I really want to talk about this controversial clip that came across my timeline where a boy was choked just because I guess he got into a whites only pool. So I have a series of things I do want to talk about, but before I do all of that, and I know for a fact I will possibly use explicit language, and I just might change my mind and use a couple of clips and stuff. So I'm gonna play my fair use disclaimer, and then we're gonna get straight into the tea. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allows is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, always constructive. Comment down below. News reporting, I guess that's what we doing. Teaching, hopefully y'all learn something. Scholarship, we ain't got no money. Education and research so you can get a nasty piece of degree, okay? Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay, what is going on, everybody? Okay, so first things first, y'all already know. I'm not gonna lie, I've been liking these lately. Well, I'm not gonna say as of lately. For the last couple months, I've been liking these. I've been wearing these instead of my do-rags and stuff. I think maybe because it's easy to put on. Okay, so hello everyone. How's everybody doing? How are you doing today, Nikki? How are you doing today, Tracy? So let's get straight into it. Okay, so we're gonna start with Tory Lanez and Roc Nation. So, like as everybody knows, Tory Lanez has been convicted and charged with and found guilty on all charges when it comes down to the shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. Whew. Now, that trial has been very controversial on both ends of the spectrum. He did it. He didn't do it. We have evidence. We don't have evidence. The witness is reliable. The witness aren't reliable. Megan lied. Tory lied. It's a lot going on. But what I will say is this. Hey, what's going on, everybody in the chat? And please thumbs up, please thumbs up this video, because you guess what, guys? Because you know, YouTube don't be doing their job outside of these walls of the Reckless Bureau. But however, if we do our job here, they'll do their job out there. Okay, so to make sure that the people that want to see me go live, the people that want to be notified, they can be notified, because YouTube just don't be doing it. So here's the thing. So that trial, that case has been extremely controversial, but I'm not really here to talk about the trial. I done did 10 days, 11 days, 12 days of that, because 2 days after that, I was still going to other people's panels, cussing them out. I'm not here to talk about that directly. I'm here to talk about right after the verdict came out. That's what I want to talk about. So I will be talking about Tory Lanez's father, aka, in my personal opinion, the false prophet. I will be talking about him because his speech was, like, to me, honestly, was some BS. It's the, let me see, can I even find that bad boy? Make sure y'all thumbs up, because honestly, I probably wasn't going to play it, like actually play it, but this is just, he irks my spirit. He really does. Let me see. Okay, this is it right here. Perfect. This is all covered by fair use, y'all. Okay, BT, we need no things coming up right here. Come on, let's go. Bam, right here.
You want to know exactly how I'm feeling? I just stood here in this Los Angeles County and witnessed the worst miscarriage of justice that this world has ever seen. You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. Alex Spiro, Desiree Perez, and the whole wicked system of Roc Nation, including you, Jay-Z. Yes. You who say you rose from the gutter, but you...
Okay, let me do. I will be pausing in between because I do actually want to play this whole clip, because, girl, it's you know what gets me? It's the delusion for me. No shade, it's a delusion for me. I think it's very convenient and very interesting how all of a sudden, when it comes down to Tory Lanez, and my thing is this: it's not even the fact that the Roc Nation narrative is even like something that's so far fetched. It's not like it's so far fetched. But here's the thing: it's the fact that people like his father, like it's people like his father, Tory Lanez's father, that irks my soul, irks my spirit, because it seemed like it's very convenient when the whole Roc Nation narrative was coming out. It seems very convenient and used as a scapegoat to completely absolve his son from responsibility in a situation that I can now here's the thing: I can understand if your son didn't have like nothing to do with it. Come on, notifications. I can see if his son had nothing to do with it. He played no part in it. But however, he was a willing and active participant in the situation. And even after the making the statement came forth, he was still an active participant in the situation. So a lot of the times when people bring up Roc Nation, once again, I can get with the narrative, but I always notice that they typically only use that narrative and able to try to kind of corner Tory Lanez out of any types of responsibility for quote unquote shooting the weapon. For those who don't believe he did, I believe he did. So it's just super convenient. But we're gonna continue because I'm gonna continue to let the false prophet speak.
Trained and forged the souls of young men, and you're still doing it. Amen.
Here we go. Oh, okay. He just said, this is going to be a long video, I can already tell. He literally said, taking the souls of young men, black young men. Once again, that's a dog whistle for all the mammies. That's a dog. Dang, this McFlurry is like not coming up. Like I need to, look, y'all look at this. My McFlurry is not like, come on, M&M's. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to slowly do it without making a mess. Okay, so like, people all in my background. Okay, so look, I think it's really convenient when that's a dog whistle. When he said something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing y'all, you guys are taking the souls of black men. Yes, I do agree. The government system is actually taking the souls of black men. But that's the wrong case here. I'm going to tell you the reason why that's the wrong case. That's the wrong case because, once again, it's very convenient for you to use this specific case of him actually being, and y'all know I hate this word with a passion, but I'm gonna use it for conversation purposes. Him being held accountable, that makes my skin crawl. Him being held, people holding his feet to the fire for something that he did. Now all of a sudden, you as a father want to actually come out and speak out and say things along the lines of, they're over here taking black men and they're doing this and yada, yada, yada. And you got your protesting, you got your fist up. Yes. But my question to you is this: where was that same rhetoric when your son punched August Alsina dead in the mouth? Where was that same rhetoric when he jumped up on Travis Scott? Where was that same rhetoric when he punched up on and intimidated Dax over allegedly making a diss track on him? Where was that same rhetoric when Tory Lanez and Dream Doll was going back and forth in rap? Where was that same it's really convenient, because I can understand if you were just saying and you had the same stance and you was holding your son accountable, and I can understand all of that, but it's really convenient when all of a sudden you want to pull that card. I just can't. I'm gonna let the false prophet continue.
The only independent witness in this courtroom is a man whose name is Sean Kelly. He came to court, and our attorneys, he would not even shake their hand after he went upstairs with Kathy Tar and Alex Bott.
They met on Saturday before. They
met with our witness. And then the man came back, and I sat in the hallway while he sat with Jody Little, the prosecutor's investigator, who acted so dumb, an intelligent woman who did not want, listen, I've seen so much evidence buried in this, and I know exactly what the public out here will say. Don't talk. You will say, I say this because I'm a father. See, I am a father of thousands around the world. I'm a father of my kids, also father to many, and I don't make.
Okay, so we're gonna stop it again. Now he said, I'm paraphrasing y'all. Now he said that he thinks he know what the puppet's gonna say, which we are. That you're saying that because you're a father. But he says that he's a father not only he's a father, but he's not only a father to his son or his children, he's also a father to millions, thousands, etc. because he's a pastor. My bad, a false prophet, in my personal opinion. And this is what I mean when I say a lot of the statements that people make hold context. We're not saying that you just coming out and sticking up for your son is wrong just because you did it and just because you're speaking up for your son. No, we're literally saying that you coming out and speaking up for your son is really convenient. It's really convenient. And that's going to be the buzzword of this live, at least in this segment of the live. It's really convenient. It's very convenient because you did not have that same energy when it came down to August Alsina. You did not. And then that's the thing. You say things along the lines of, oh, they're taking our black men and destroying our black men, when your son was an active participant in destroying other black men. And also in this case, a black woman. So you need to make it make sense. And let's also be very clear as well, too. Tory Lanez hasn't even been like sentenced yet. Now, to my knowledge, from what I heard, January 27th is when he's actually going to be sentenced. He hasn't even been sentenced yet. Do I believe he might get the whole 22 plus years? No, I don't. But from an educational perspective, your past plays a part. The other legal situations that you have been in play a part. Your track record plays a part. So he may not get the full 22 years, but he may be on the higher end of that spectrum, or they might show him grace and he might be on the lower end of that spectrum. So us just assuming that he's just going to get these 24, 25, 30 years. And you know the thing that gets me too, especially when I see people on panels or when I see the comment sections, it's like, these are the same people that before the verdict even came out, these are the same people that said things along the lines, I've been in the court system all this time. I've been in the court system. I had all these charges. Basically saying I've been there before, but since I've been there before, I know how this is going to play out. Apparently not. And I think that's the reason why a lot of times when you guys end up in the court system and you guys are actually in front of a judge trying to decide your fate, 9 times out of 10, you guys end up getting convicted because a lot of you guys aren't even educated on the freaking process or use critical thinking skills. And that is just what? No shade. Y'all make sure y'all thumbs up this video. I'm gonna play a little bit more, then I'm gonna continue because I got more to get into.
Stupid allegations because I got nothing better to do. You all have been bartering and trading the souls of young black and brown men in this country. And I'm calling on all the umbrellas. I'm calling on everybody in this country to begin to rise up. That's because right. Your sons have been done dirty.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Amen. Real talk. That's right. Real talk, bro.
Over.
Amen.
It's not over.
Real talk.
God does not lose.
Never.
And even though we have come to this juncture, trust me, you will see that our God does not fail.
This is not
I know
That's right.
that this is wickedness.
That's right.
This district attorney, Miss Kathy Todd, is the same one that witnessed or knew that 5 sheriff's deputies in LA County beat up a Spanish man with the last name Carrillo until the guy was beaten to a
Here we go again. Okay, so I'm just not gonna play the rest of it because, girl, I can already see myself getting fired up. But once again, I feel like maybe because I'm always in these conversations, I can understand and see when people are being very convenient, and also notice that they use certain language as trigger. They use triggering language that has certain words in it to trigger up real social issues and have people, and it activates the ignorance like MK Ultra. And the reason why I say that is because now, after your son done did everything he done did to Megan, August Alsina, Dax, Travis Scott. Honestly, I forgot the other guy he punched and ran off with. I can't remember that man's name. After he did all of those things, now all of a sudden the language goes to black men are being taken out, black men are being weaponized, black men. The triggering language, because as a society, melanated people, we know that black men are targeted within the society. We understand that, but I do not like it when people try to weaponize real social issues, social injustice issues, just for them to manipulate and ride off that plight. I'm not here for it. But another thing I do want to speak about too. Let me get back on to the show. So after all that ended up happening, people made this whole trend talking about you know what, from now on, all of my issues, and you're right, his ex and Dream Doll. And I said that earlier. I couldn't think of his ex and his Dream Doll. Okay, so it says there was a trend going around and where you just blame all of your issues on Roc Nation, no matter what it is. So people just started to, they started to respond. And this is courtesy of the Shade Room. It says, child, not y'all blaming Roc Nation for y'all problems. And I know that's completely right. Let's start to read some. And this is from Kim Barbie. It quotes and it says this code is still kicking my. I blame Roc Nation and their wicked hold on the people's immune system. Girl. Another person says, Roc Nation can't keep getting away with this. The fact that it's 10 degrees in every state don't seem strange to y'all? ? Another person says, I gotta pay rent next week. Roc Nation will not get away with this. Laughing emoji. Girl, it's the I'm about to say it like this. It's the being an idiot for me. No shade. Roc Nation is the real reason for all these flight delays. Shaking my. And here's the thing. My thing is this. Do you guys believe that Roc Nation, did Roc Nation really make them jurors? Really allow them jurors to decide your son's fate of being guilty? Now, I don't know how many people are actually on the jury. I think it's 12. All 12 people decided, you know what? You're guilty. Jay-Z can't even, first off, people don't even listen to Tidal enough. And you mean to tell me he can make everybody in the jury, and also some of these content creators as well, that's also in the court, think that Tory Lanez is guilty? I don't think so. Anyway, now I'm gonna continue. Now I'm gonna move on. Now, as well, it says Tory Lanez. Now, by the way, y'all, this is courtesy of the Jasmine brand. Now it says Tory Lanez petition for singer's guilty verdict to be overturned receives 24K signatures. Now here's the thing. Now I do know that no matter what, there are always going to be people who are for and against something. Always, especially when we have freedom of speech here. But I'm sorry, I'm over here. Dang, I can't get it out. I'm over here with my McFlurry. But it's just the fact that a lot of people are literally trying to get a man free when realistically, if he was free, he was going to terrorize your ass. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing to me. It's the weirdest thing. Oh, it's 50K now. President said now it's 50K. And I hope that I don't know if they really think that's really gonna work. Now, if it does, but good luck to them. But I highly doubt, and I could be wrong. I highly doubt that if that petition is quote unquote successful, that the court is gonna be like, yeah, let them free. They're gonna be like, girl, take that petition and shove it up your ass. That's what I think that's gonna happen. But I could be wrong. I'm not an expert. Now it says here, As you may know, on December 23rd, a jury found Tory Lanez born Daystar Peterson guilty on all counts of 3 felony charges: assault with a semi-automatic firearm, carrying a loaded and unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. For shooting Megan Thee Stallion in her feet back in 2020. Reportedly, the Canadian singer/rapper fired shots at the fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion as she walked away from an SUV they had been in the following party with Kylie's Jenner home. Girl, be completely honest, it's the memification that's very much active, and it's also the ain't shit ass niggas that's very much active. And once again, these niggas ain't shit. And once again, I'm not talking about the exception. I understand there's exceptions to the rule. I understand there's exceptions in life, but I'm talking about the rule. These niggas keep showing y'all they ain't shit. And I don't know at what point are you guys going to understand that and get that? Everybody has their own moment when they have an epiphany or a revelation. I need for y'all to hurry and get to that conclusion quick, because if not, you will be sadly mistaken and you will be disappointed. Now, let's talk about the memification. Let's be clear. When it comes down to the memification, I was literally on a panel with I'm gonna say NeoX, and this woman and I were talking about the case. This was the day after. I was like, I'm not gonna go live about it. I'm kind of tired about it. Cool. But I was like, you know what? NeoX was live, and I was like, I like her. We're cool. Let me just join her live. And so she asked me to come up and do the live. So I was like, okay, cool. I got you, girl. I got you. Cool. I went up there, was talking to that lady, not Neo, another person on the panel. I went up there talking to her. I'm telling you, I lost nothing but brain cells. I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's because, once again, everything that we talk about, every comment that is stated has context. Everything has context. And the thing about it that irks my spirit is that a lot of people are not listening, actively listening. So a lot of times when I'm asking these asking certain questions, or even specifically on that panel, when I was explaining how the case went, certain things that I noticed, all those things. First off, when she was talking, I didn't interrupt her at first. And so I waited till she was done. I said, cool. Then I went to go speak. When I was speaking, I had my notes, because remember, I did a live yesterday about it. So I already had my notes. So I'm going down, all the different things, yada, yada. First off, she interrupts me. She's like, hold up. And she wanted to challenge some of the things that I said. And so here's my thing that gets me. The thing that irks my spirit, it irks my spirit when I'm literally explaining certain things to in its entirety. And also, it's the fact that after I got interrupted, she asked me a question, but the question was literally something that I literally just answered. And that's how I know she wasn't listening. And then not only that, it's the fact that she was like, this government system is really taking our black men, and And here's my thing. I don't know, because they think they be talking to a dumbass. I don't know. But here's the thing. It's like, yes, that is true. I understand that. I get that. But let's be very clear. There two things can be true at the same time. Like, yes, the government system can be taking quote unquote black men and disrespecting them, but let's also be very clear as well. I don't think that's the case in this situation. Like that I don't think that's the case in this situation. And I was literally trying to break it down to and keep in mind too, to my understanding, I could be making an assumption. I gotta use that word because a lot of people thought when Sean Kelly literally said, I believe, which means AKA I assume that it was Kelsey, but I know, or I saw that it was actually Tory. So I'm making an assumption. From what I understand, the context of her conversation and the way she was speaking, it sounded like she was from the black conscious community. And here's my thing that gets me with that community. No shade. I'm just gonna have to say it. A lot of people within that community, even though they're labeled as conscious, they're not woke. They're very much still in hibernation. They're very much still asleep. Because if you are supposed to be black and conscious, then you also need to know and also understand all of these social dynamics and social issues of power systems that act as social forces in the way that, come on, vocabulary, in the way that that tells us how to operate within society. So yeah, you need to understand all of these things in depth. No shade. And she didn't. Because everything I said did like this. And then she also said something along the lines of this, that she understands law, you know, certain words that's used. And it's very convenient and it's very interesting that she said that, because it's a lot of things that I said that if you would have held on to the context of things, they would have made sense. But it didn't. It most definitely did not. But let me continue. Now it says here, Megan Thee Stallion, it says fans and critics flood rappers' comment section following Tory Lanez guilty verdict. And it says, I quote, she sacrificed her mama and sent an innocent black man to jail. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Oh, it's nothing but women I see so far. Come on, memification. Okay, let me see. All right, no, wait, I spoke too soon. Let's see, because they might come in with some sense. Let's see. One black woman says, we stand with Megan. Okay. Another black woman says, we just here to disrupt the obvious and embarrassing misogyny. Why? Filling up your timeline. You deserve none of this, and I hope you take time to heal from this terrible experience. We love you always, real hot girl. Shh. Now, another black woman says, ignore the hate comments. I really hope everything turns out good again for you. Now it says here, Megan, cheers to you, baby girl. It's all over. I hope you you heal and find peace. I am in support of you and your journey. And here's the thing, girl. No. Let me play this. Let me put this up. Is it this one? Right. And you already know what I'm about to talk about. Now, let me see. Okay, here we go. Someone else says, how does it feel to put in? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now, this is where okay, so this is the page where I'm gonna lose my IQ is gonna drop, my hairline is gonna recede, a lot of dumb is about to happen. Okay, brace myself. One black man said this: how does it feel to put an innocent black male friend behind bars for possibly 22 years because you couldn't keep your legs closed? So it's not the fact that he shot the gun. So it's not the fact that Kelsey said he did it. It's not the fact that Megan said he did it. It's not the fact that Tory said that Kelsey didn't do it. And to be completely honest, out of the suspects, it was either him or Kelsey, and he ruled her out. So it wasn't that, but it was just because Megan didn't keep her legs closed. And this is what I mean with shaming the victim. And this is what I mean when I say these niggas ain't shit. No shade. Now another person says, another woman or man, I don't know, it's a man, says Jay, whatever. It says, you won't be getting my support. When were you ever going to support? Like, let's just call a spade a spade. And this is something I'm going to talk about later on in the Amber Rose situation, is that when do you guys ever support? Like, let's just call a spade a spade. If they're not really shaking their behind, when do you guys really support? Because a lot of times, and this is something I've seen with Deb Anthony, Waka Flocka's mama. She talked about how nowadays women are just about stripping when they're rapping and da-da-da. But here's the thing. He's like, it was crazy. But here's the thing. It's like, y'all do know, and I know this is different, like this is different, but I'm going to bring it all together. But y'all do know that there are female rappers that don't talk about sex. You do know there are female rappers that are conscious. You do know, and even then, and people don't support those female rappers. Let's just call a spade a spade. So you can't complain about certain female rappers being pushed to the forefront, but yet you do not make a executive decision, a conscious decision to support those that do not speak on certain things. And also as well too, if you want to be complete, and this is when I say the misogyny wall, the misogyny is really very much present, because yes, we can talk about female rappers always talking about sex, but let's also go to the male rappers as well. All they talk about is guns, violence. They do the exact same thing, just a different, even then it's not even different because they do talk about their dicks. And to be completely honest, female rappers are, I'm not gonna lie, are held to a much higher standard than the male rappers. No shade. It's the hypocrisy for me. And the thing about it is that men say things along the lines of, you're not getting my support, but you don't support them anyway. You don't support them anyway. And this is what I mean when men talk about and say things along the lines of protection. Y'all don't even have the emotional intelligence for the most part. There's always exceptions. I'm talking about the rule. Y'all don't even have the emotional intelligence to even compute protection on an emotional level and on a spiritual level. Y'all literally talk about physical protection. But yet this woman is the complete victim of a case. And the first thing y'all do is literally sitting up here and demonizing this woman over a guy that will literally terrorize y'all. And he has a history of doing so. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Another person says, oh, come on, black woman. She says, she sacrificed, here we go. She sacrificed her mama and sent an innocent black man to jail. Shaking my head. Anybody standing with her is clearly lost. No, baby, you're clearly lost. And the reason why I say you're clearly lost is because of the simple fact. And let me just do this, because this is what really irks me. And I've been having this stance for different things. Y'all make sure y'all thumbs up this video. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Let me get a little bit of this McFlurry. It's over here melting this. Thumbs up. I think it's really disrespectful. Certain things I don't say. No shade. Certain things I do not say. I think it's really disrespectful for a lot of people to just assume that just because her mother had passed away, and to my knowledge now, I heard her mother was already sick, but her mother passed away, and people had the nerve to say out of their mouths that she sacrificed her mom. The nerve of people. And these are the same people that thought they were smart enough to understand the court system, especially understanding and knowing that a lot of their uncles, aunties, mamas, daddies, if they're present, have been through the court system. You would think that they would be very much educated on the court system and knowing how it operates. But yet, every single person that literally said that Tory Lanez was going to get off, they got it wrong. They got it wrong. It was a mistake. Wrong guess. But now you want to go into a conspiracy theory that's not fully, I'm gonna make sure I say this right. That's not fully supported or proven to be true, like the Illuminati. Not saying that's true or not. That has not been fully proven to be concrete. Not saying that it's not. And you mean to tell me all of a sudden you know the ins and outs of the Illuminati, but yet y'all are the same ones literally in person in the court system, in person with law enforcement, and have experience with law enforcement, either that's working for them or the other side of the spectrum, and y'all can't get that right. But then yet y'all want to get into conversations about conspiracy theories and the Illuminati and Rock Nation, all these different other things, and then yet have the nerve to call y'all subconscious, but yet y'all still inside of this hibernation type of state. Go get help. Now I'm gonna continue. Another black woman says, that's really messed up to have him get locked up in front of his son / family 2 days before Christmas. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Like, whose fault is that? Once again, he can possibly be facing 20 years plus because y'all was drunk. So the what? Shaking my head. Whatever it is in the dark will come to light. Here's the thing. I need for people to stop being stop being idiots. Stop being dumb. Like, I know it's hard for a lot of people, but stop being stupid. Let's be clear. When it comes down to one of the big issues in these social issues, one of the biggest issues in this social injustice climate and being woke is that black women have, and by the way, I'm about to talk in general, black women have the capacity to look at all black men as in their sons, their brothers, their uncles. They're able to have that empathy, the empathy for all black men, no matter what. But however, on the flip side of the coin, black men, in order for them to have the empathy, the emotional intelligence to be able to showcase that to another Black woman. It literally has to be their sister. It literally has to be their mother. It literally has to be a relative or somebody that they know. Other than that, they do not give a, and I keep telling y'all this, these ain't, no shade. No shade. Another person says, never listen to your music again. We don't give up. We really don't give up. Let me continue. Now we got people like Kodak Black that wanted to say something, girl. Oh, girl, these bitches are fucking stupid. Let's see what the hell he had to say.
Right, homie. For real, bro. And Tory Lanez a good nigga, bro. And it's like, if I'm gonna come out and say, if I'm gonna come out and do some shit like, man, damn, bro, like this shit fucking with a nigga like my Christmas Eve, homie. Like this shit fucking with my Christmas Eve, cause everybody's shit on, it ain't even for a nigga to speak on, but it's like, niggas ain't finna talk about that. Niggas finna act like this shit ain't even happening. Now, I don't know, but I wasn't in the courtroom. But at the same time, it's like, if there's some fucked up shit going on, homie, niggas ain't gonna win to say nothing. Cause this whole politics bullshit. And then all this Jay-Z shit, homie. But, bro, I don't like that shit, man, bit, fam. For real, bro. Damn, I'll send him to jail for Christmas, man. That's fucked up, homie. That shit is sad, bro. To a point, like, a nigga, good nigga, homie. And then Tory Lanez, this shit ain't right, homie. For real, bro. And Tory Lanez a good nigga, bro. And it's like, if I'm gonna come out and say, if I'm gonna come out and do some shit like, man, damn, bro, like this shit fucking with a nigga, like, my good nigga, bro. And then, I mean, you knowing how good of a man that is, that shit for me, homie, cause I'm a good nigga. We got a kindred spirit. Tory the type of nigga, homie. Dog, my man, and stop and pray on some shit like, man, you know what, bitch? Let me pray with you right quick. Oh, I like that shit like that. Oh, but I had a dream about you. Oh, this was on my heart to tell you, bro. Da 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 da. All type of shit, you feel me? Like, let me go on. And now, I'm a God-fearing nigga. Nah. If my boy, if my dog, if my nigga, if my brother actually did that shit, homie, you know, God gonna see it through to where he get the justifiable like punishment he feel like he deserves that. You know what I'm saying? Cause, you know, man, good nigga, bro. And then, I mean, you knowing how good of a man that is, that shit for me, homie, cause I'm a good nigga. We got a kindred spirit. I'm against niggas who hit bitches. I'm against niggas who hit females, who hit women. I'm against that shit. Cause I love my women. You know, I got a lot of women in my family. You know? I love the shit out of my mama, so I can't stand for a nigga. I know a few niggas who hit on girls. I'm like, weak as fuck. I can't stand for no shit like that. I'm against that shit. Period. Totally. I won't never put my hands on women, homie. Because I know what I do to niggas. I know what I do to niggas. Y'all know what I do to these niggas out here, man. So it's like, I ain't finna even know, a bitch can't even stand up to me. So I ain't even gonna put my hands on no female or do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So if it, like, I'm against that. So I'm against that. I ain't saying, oh, free a nigga, or no, I don't respect women rights or no crazy shit. But I don't like that shit. I mean, this shit.
Okay, so before I even proceed, first and foremost, there was back in high school, there was a teacher, and I'm gonna be honest, when I first got this teacher, nobody in the class couldn't stand her behind. But after some time, when it was time for her to retire, we kind of like, the class and the teacher, we started to see eye to eye. Like, you know, we was like, you know what, we here. And I remember there's a saying that she always said, and it always stuck with me. And plus I say this on this platform all the time, and also on Conscious TV's platform as well. It's something called consider the source. And so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to consider the source. We're going to consider that Kodak Black is also the same person that's a colorist. But then yet in this video, say things along the lines of, you know, I'm a God-fearing man, I'm a godly man. But yet, and this goes back to what I said on Conscious TV's platform, like people, for one, these people really do have a false idea of themselves. They really do have a false idea of themselves, and it's very much sick. Kodak Black, you cannot literally say something along the lines of I'm a godly man, but yet your ideas, your philosophy is rooted in bigotry, aka colorism. So you're literally saying something along the lines of Tory Lanez is a good man. But my question to you, was he a good... I have to keep going out, and this is only the first subject. I've been 40 minutes on this subject. Tory Lanez is a good man. He shot Megan Thee Stallion. He's a good man. He punched August Alsina in the mouth for not shaking his hand. He's a good man. He ran up on Dax. He's a good man. Him and Dream Doll was going back and forth. He's a good man. Him and Travis Scott ended up getting into it. He's a good man. His ex that was accusing him of domestic violence. He's a good man. He violated his probation, his restraining order. He's a good man. He was on house arrest, aka probation as well. And these are the protectors in the community. I'm going to continue.
Oh.
And that's another thing. I'm sorry. That's another thing too. This is what irks my spirit. Having empathy for a man just because he got locked up before Christmas. But the thing is that gets me is that it's very convenient. Once again, that's going to be the buzzword of this live. It's very convenient for a lot of people to have empathy for Tory Lanez for quote unquote getting locked up before Christmas just because it's Christmas. But yet the lack of empathy when it comes down to Megan Thee Stallion. And then not only that, he said something, he contradicted himself. He literally said something along the lines of, you know, I don't respect people that hit women, hit females. And then he says, I'm paraphrasing y'all. And then he said something along the lines of, you know, if he really did that, then you know that he should get the appropriate punishment. But then later on, he said something along the lines of, you know, he's a good man. Make it make sense. And then it goes back to what I said. As many times as a lot of these people literally have ran into the law, have been on the other side of the spectrum or the coin, as in you're actually facing the judge, you would think you guys would have more information on the judicial system. This is really sick. Y'all thumbs up this video. So let's continue to listen to him and his low IQ.
Fucking motherfucking yeah, like shit, like them people was drunk. I mean, them people was drunk. Whatever escapade transpired, them people was drunk. I mean, and when people talking like they done caught this female like and a few lies and shit. They done caught the female in a few lies and shit. They done caught this woman in a few lies, like. Okay, so that shit shouldn't be like admissible in court, homie. In court, bro. And then how the fuck you find a nigga guilty for shooting this bitch when ain't no evidence behind it? Y'all talking about bitch had gun residue on film and another person, like, and ain't nobody that came through and say, like, oh yeah, he did it. And then the shit like.
This is Kodak Black, sorry. Here's the thing. Once again, we're caught on, first and foremost, this case has nothing to do with Megan Thee Stallion versus Tory Lanez. This is the state of California versus Tory Lanez. Once again, this is how I know a lot of times people aren't even educated. Keep in mind, I'm not even that educated when it comes down to the court system. But you know what I do? And this is a powerful point. You know what I do? I listen to people who are educated on the court system. And you know what I do? I shut up and I listen. So this is not even Megan Thee Stallion versus Tory Lanez. To be completely honest, she wasn't even going to press charges or even go forward with anything. One. Correction, this is the state of California versus Tory Lanez. Yes, Megan did lie. Yes, she told us why she lied. And then not only that, we need for a lot of other people to use critical thinking skills on why she lied about the other things. One, she lied about being intimate with Tory Lanez. Why did she lie about, first off, why did she lie about being shot? She told us that. She literally said something, I'm paraphrasing y'all. She said she stepped on glass. And she told us that she lied. But yet the critical thinking skills of the general public is very much down, and it's in its deficiency state, to the point that y'all don't understand that that's the reason why she lied. She said the whole thing with George Floyd, which had a lot of other melanated people shook, which is crazy to me how a lot of times now it seems like all of a sudden people are just so, they have amnesia about the state of where black people were, melanated people were. You know, I'm trying to get a habit of saying black, melanated people were when it came down to them encountering law enforcement. All of a sudden having that context just slips everybody's mind. And it doesn't play a part of why she lied, or she lied about this, she lied about that. Then her being intimate with Tory Lanez. Reason being, now this is where the critical thinking skills come into effect. Actually, before we get into that, the bullets and bullet fragments. Yo, she didn't get shot, she got hit with fragments. I don't give a damn what the fuck she got hit with, because let's be very clear. If you point a weapon at me and then you discharge that bad boy 5 times and a bullet comes out, it doesn't hit me directly, but it hits something and it breaks apart into fragments, and those fragments hit both of my feet. I don't give a damn if it was shrapnel or not. I was shot, because guess what? That weapon never should have been raised. Critical thinking. And also that is a tactic of deflection. 3, she lied about, quote unquote, being intimate with Tory Lanez. Why would she lie about that? Well, maybe that's the ego death that Megan had to face, because she also has to come to the realization that the same guy I slept with is the same guy that shot me. Y'all do know how embarrassing it is, right? Yeah, that exists. And then not only that, why did she lie? Why did her and Kelsey lie about the fight that they had? Well, for one, people are already trying to make it seem like they're fighting over Tory Lanez, which that wasn't the case, because Kelsey cleared that up and Megan cleared that up without even knowing. They literally said something. Well, Kelsey most definitely said while she was in her September interview, that, you know, when it came down to the situation, you know, we got back in the car, and, you know, the dude I was talking to at the time, I put him on speakerphone so he can listen. So that right there lets you know she didn't give up about Tory. Megan didn't really give up about Tory, because if Kelsey didn't care about Tory, why would Megan give up about Tory? If she the side piece, if Megan's the side piece, why would she give up about Tory? So obviously it wasn't even about that, but we also know how people like to manipulate the narrative. That's why she lied. And then on top of that, we've literally seen in these cases how let's just say, even if she did tell the truth, people are going to demonize her. And also, I wish I had my psychology book, because I actually want to read this. Actually, I'm going to read it, because I actually was minding my business like I always do. And what ended up happening is that I ended up coming across a page in my psychology book, and it talked about victim shaming. So I'm going to read that. I want to read that. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs Please make sure you guys thumbs up this video. Please, please, please. If we do our job in here, YouTube can do their job out there, okay? And make sure that everybody's notified and come to this live and recommend this live. Please, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. So let me get my psychology book, because actually I felt like it was meant for me to find it, because it was like I was randomly going through pages, and as soon as I went through the pages, all of a sudden it, boop, boop, it popped right up. Let me see, can I find it? I think I'm close though. Let me see, where you at? Because I got to get into this, because it says something along the lines about victim shaming, and I think it's really much. Oh, I found a quote in here this is something I always talk about. And the quote here is talking about psychotherapy. It says the unconscious determines behavior. And so a lot of times when a lot of these people start getting into their anti-blackness, they start getting into the they're blaming women and blaming men and blaming all those things. They don't understand. This is what I hear, and this is what I analyze when I hear people speak. They're unconscious, the stuff they're not willing to say, but however they do want to grab from that power system. No shade. So a lot of the times when a lot of people are speaking, I may just go and say what it is. So a lot of times when people may speak, I'll be like, yeah, you're homophobic. And a lot of times people be like, what are you talking about? That has nothing to do with anything. But let's just call a spade a spade. That's what it's rooted in. I'm not gonna go down and try to sugarcoat it. Now, where is this bad boy? Because I really do want to get to this whole victim shaming thing, because baby, I'm telling you, it was literally meant for me to find it. Let me see, can I find it? I'm gonna skim through it. Baby girl. Okay, I think I'm close though. Yeah, I'm close to it somewhere. Positive anti. What's that? Okay, I thought I almost had it. Oh, let me. Well, as that goes, I'm gonna let it continue.
Trump, man, and when people talking like they done caught this female like in a few lies and shit. They done caught the female in a few lies and shit. They done caught this woman in a few lies. Like, okay, so that shit should be like.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm glad. I thank God you got me, because I almost definitely forgot to say that. Tory Lanez lied too. Once again, if you're gonna get onto these platforms and actually speak, be more educated on the subject matter, please.
Another person, like, that shit don't sit well with me, homie. For real, I don't give a fuck who, homie. Like, that shit don't sit well with me, bro. For real, homie. That shit don't sit well with me, homie. For real, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, only God forbid that someone actually get their feet held to the fire about something they actually did. Oh my God. Yeah, it wouldn't sit well with you. Where the heck is this? Because I need to find it. Hold up. I need to find it. Baby. Y'all make sure your thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Where the bad boy at? Dang. Because it was like so crazy, because it literally popped up and it was like, oh, victim shaming. I was like, oh, It just popped up out of nowhere. I was like, come on, book telling me everything. What's this? Oh, this even talks about, girl, I'm finding all the stuff out of, I already talked about, but still, it's from a psychology aspect. Come on. Psychoanalysis. Where is it? Where? Hatred of parents. Come on. Where you at, girl? Trying to find this stuff is hard. I'm gonna continue. Let me see. Okay. Let me see what some of the comments say. Hey, Neo. Oh, Neo, I was just talking about your panel. I was literally just talking about your panel the other day, of how some people just don't believe that Tory Lanez did anything, girl. I'm like, y'all are just so lost. It makes no sense at all. And the critical thinking is very much at a bare minimum. Let me see, can I find it? Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Girl, what the hell is this shit at? Oh, you laughing because you already know? Because I was like, y'all are really sitting there. I was like, y'all literally are sitting up here and not using y'all critical thinking. It was the craziest stuff to me. It really was. Let me see. Where is that V? Now, I do remember like the brunt of it. Let me see. Hopefully it comes up. And it's not. Oh, girl, I gotta find it. But yeah, I do remember the I can't think of it right now. I do remember I could paraphrase it. Basically, it talked about how people typically want a safe idea, people want an idea of them being safe, but typically we like to victim shame because people do not want to risk their whole idea of them being safe in this world. Something along them lines. I'm paraphrasing. I wish I could find the actual full thing. Baby girl. And by the way, I will drop the link so we can talk about this BS because, girl, this don't irk my soul. Okay. Okay, girl. Where the hell you? Okay, I'm close to it. Okay, I remember this. I'm close. Yes, this close right here. Come on. You around here somewhere. Gender, memory, story. Yep, it's coming. Come on. You around here somewhere. Because I remember all of this. Baby. Or are you not? Girl, this is crazy. Check the glossary ended. I've been trying to, but every time I do it, it's not coming up. Pissing me off. Okay, I'm just have to look for that shit later. You wanna know what's the crazy thing about it? I bet as soon as I get off live, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I found it. 236. Was it 236? I do remember 230 something. Let me see. 236. That's gender studies. What the hell? Whatever. I can't find it. So we're gonna move on. I'm gonna continue looking for it, but then when I look for it, I'm gonna jump right back. So yeah, Tory Lanez. I mean, not Tory Lanez. I'm calling them all Tory Lanez. Kodak Black. Be quiet. Shush. Get more educated on subjects than speak. That's the reason why you get in trouble when it comes down to colorism, the colorism that you have in your heart. That's the reason why you get in trouble when people think it's weird the way that you operate with your own mother. Please be quiet. Next case. Now, we're going to talk about Akon. Now, it says here, this is the courtesy of the Jasmine brand. It says, Akon defends Nick Cannon's unique family dynamics, says entertainers shouldn't worry about attending every recital for his multiple kids because that's a white man's thing. Here we go. These niggas keep getting stupider and stupider. I swear to God. Hold up. Where you at?
And he's spreading off his seed.
100%. I agree with him 1,000%.
Oh, no.
That's how life is supposed to be.
No.
Why not?
Because
he's rich.
No, but this is...
No,
See,
hold on.
wait.
Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
He's rich. He's responsible.
Is he?
Yes, he takes care of every one of those children.
But this is the
And the baby mothers with it. And they hurt for nothing and they live comfortably.
No, but what about the kids, though?
What about them?
Because this is what I mean about men, right? You guys think that just having kids and giving money is enough. But what about the time? No.
He's there for every one of them.
How? There's no way that you can...
Are you serious, Nick? He's there for every single one of those kids.
There's no way that you can have...
Yes, it is. I got 9. And I'm there for every one of mine.
So every single time you're at every single recital.
No, that's a white man's thing. Who gives a fuck about a recital? My job, no, seriously. My job is to listen. My job is to.
Oh, I'm telling you, they keep showing y'all these ain't
single recital.
Now, how is it that instead of you addressing that? You know, I just might not have enough time on my hands to be there fully for my children. I don't know why men think that just because you're there for your child and like they have this idea, like they have this money, the money aspect, the money perspective when it comes down to taking care of children. They have that on lock. You have to be there for your child. He's rich, he's this, but it's also called being there emotionally and physically for your children. I'm sorry. If your children are not under one household, or at least 2 or even 3 different households, there is no way. He has 12 children, to my understanding. Nick Cannon has 12 or 11 children. I know at least 10. There's no way you better take care of all those children and treat them all the same. Somebody is going to feel left out. And to be completely honest, not too long ago, I don't know if I actually went through this story or not. I think I did, but not too long ago, I even reported that Mariah Carey, basically, well, a close source said that Mariah Carey wants Nick Cannon to spend more time with his children. And let's not forget, Nick Cannon came out recently and said that, because remember, Nick Cannon actually had a child that ended up passing. And he said that one of his regrets was him not spending as much time with his children because of one child had passed. So he gave him the opportunity to reflect. These ain't okay, so I'm gonna continue.
Raise my kids.
No, but this is
Hold on.
Go
to be
on.
responsible.
Yeah.
To be understanding. To protect their mother. To give hand with their father and assist with family planning, and to be responsible adults.
Okay, but what
My
about
child need to be doing all that extra stuff, that all
But
these
what about-
holidays and recitals and all
Nobody
that. Now,
is,
guess
though.
what? While I'm taking care of my responsibility to make sure the family has a roof over their head and food, if I have the time to do that and show love, yes, I will do that. But my responsibility is to make sure that they grow up responsible, strong, and become a real, input to society.
Yeah, but you're not then if you're not around them enough to give them
That's
emotion.
false. That's not true. Because communication allows me to be there every day. That's
Yes.
what a FaceTime phone is for.
No, but that's not the same as
It
if
is
you
the
had
same.
no.
It's-
Okay, y'all, I found it. Period. Okay, so for y'all that don't know, I've been looking for this one section in this book about victim blaming, and so I really want to talk about this. So it says here, now y'all, I'm probably gonna butcher these people's names. These people's names are in different languages, so y'all bear with me, okay? So it says victim blaming. Now the quote here says this: "We believe people get what they deserve." Now I'm gonna get into the subheader. It says victim blaming. In a 1965 study, Lerner found that students who were told that a fellow student had won the lottery rationalized this event by believing that the winner must have worked harder than his peers. Okay, let's get into it. It seems that belief in a just world allows people to adjust the facts of a situation. This can be especially damaging when applied to the way we might view victims of crime or abuse. Here we go. And in sexual assault cases, for example, it is often suggested that the female victim was what? Asking for it because she wore a short skirt or was flirtatious, effectively absolving the perpetrator of responsibility and placing it in the hands of the victim. And what did we see the whole time when it came down to Megan Thee Stallion? Oh, she never should have did this. She never should have did that. All of that. By blaming the victim, outsiders also protect their own sense of safety. It says here, Lerner, girl, I probably butchered his name. Lerner did emphasize, however, that belief in a just world does not always lead to victim blaming. The seeming innocence, attractiveness, status, and degree of similarity of the victim to those assessing them can affect whether or not people are held responsible for their misfortune. Now it says here, Lerner's hypothesis became the foundation of important research into social justice. It also sparked debate over the effects of a just world approach to life. Does it help people stand up to difficulties? It may instead stimulate the feeling that any wrongdoing, however minor or intentional, leads to disaster. Which it says, a belief that Australian psychologist Dorothy Rowe has suggested can lead to increased susceptibility to depression. So here's the thing, is that people have this, and it says here in the first one, right here, because our Loki here read it. It says here, people are most comfortable when they have a sense of control over their lives. And with them having that sense of control over their lives, they also have this idea of safety. So since they have this idea of safety, I'm in control of my life. I'm safe in this world because I have control over my life. But then when situations happen like domestic violence, or when situations happen like sexual assault, or when situations happen like Megan Thee Stallion, that really all in all, it comes to the point to where we have to understand that some situations we do not have control over. And instead of people actually embracing that, we might be vulnerable, but instead people want to protect this sense of safety or this sense of I have control over my life. So instead of actually addressing the problem to its core and head on, they rather blame the victim just to protect that idea. That's all I want to say out of that. Now let's get back to Akon and his bullshit. Okay, let's just say this. Okay, Akon, you so full of it. Once again, people have this idea. Oh, I'm over here glitching. Get it together. Come on. There we go. Come on, retrograde. But here's the thing. People have this idea that if come on, Eminem, that shit good. If I take care of my children financially, that's all that matters. If I take care of my children and give them money and make money, that's all that matters. But here's the thing. There are people that are financially stable, but also they're not there for their children spiritually. Case in point, T.I. T.I. has money. Now, I don't know if he's like rich, but to my understanding, he's not broke. Tiny, they have money. They're not broke. Their son comes from money. He's not broke, but spiritually, he's damaged. So y'all, people really believe that just because you're there for your child financially, all the different perspectives and aspects segments don't even count. These niggas, and they keep telling y'all that. Y'all need to just listen to them. Akon, and on top of it, he was and also this is actually his second. I thought about this is his second time for me. This is the second time I heard Akon come out and say something that's like, because the first time I heard him in support of Kanye West, but I let it slide. This is the second time, Akon. We're gonna see what you give. And the thing about it is like it's the deflection for me, because even when she said that, what about being there for your child's recital? I don't care about that. That's the white man's thing. So you being there for your child in support of your child is the white man's thing. Okay, got you. But I'm gonna continue. Now, actually, it says here, I found while I was getting ready for this show, I found something else. It says, an African father, that's all I'm gonna say, because girl, I can't even pronunciate that. An African father of 102 says he's done expanding his family due to high cost of living. And here's the thing: there is no way possible that you're able to attend to all 102 children. Well, as many children that he has, because I'm pretty sure the 102 probably consist of the wives too. There's no way possible you can attend to all children and wives or concubines, mistresses, whatever in that family. That's one man. But we're going to continue. Now it says here, this is the courtesy of the Shade Room. It says, Joseph Mersa Marley, grandson of Bob Marley, passes away at 31. Oh, he was only 31. Okay, it says the reggae artist was found unresponsive in a car. Let's keep his family in our prayers. Well, I do want to send condolences to the family. Oh, yes, right here. Yeah. Yep. Now it says here, Akon is a person and he is following through with his plans for Senegal. I don't like him, but I give him credit for that part. Yes. And here's the thing, like, and this is what I mean when I say that. Come on, M&M's. Took the words right out of my mouth. Trifling. Here's the thing. It's very interesting to me that a lot of times people want to go into these ideas that are Afrocentric, polygamy or having multiple children, multiple wives. Cool. I'm not against that. But I do believe that in order for those things to work, because people talk about our ancestors used to do that. Yes, that's right. Our ancestors used to do that. But the thing about it is that, like, let's be very clear. Like, yes, our ancestors used to do that, but let's be very clear. I think the idea that men have about women is so dehumanizing to the point to where I do not believe our ancestors looked at women the way that we look at women nowadays today. So if you want these ideas to work, there's a lot of unpacking that us as men and women have to do to be able to get into these Afrocentric ideas and make them work effectively. And that's all I'm gonna leave there. But yes, yeah, so when Bob Marley, I want to send condolences to him and the family. Girl, now here we go. Let's move on. Oop, as Amber Rose gets into a heated argument with Murda Mook over men calling women. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Why is it disgusting? Because you're a hater. Men are haters that women make money and go get booked for $2,000 because they're fucking pretty.
No.
Don't hate the bitch, hate the consumer. Am I wrong?
But he's saying it from an observatory.
Yeah,
But you're observing a bitch making money because she's pretty and twerking.
Wait. Hold on.
Let the bitch twerk and make her fucking money.
Check this out, though. Check this out. Look.
Am I tripping?
Check this out.
Where's the bitch
Now, what
at?
what about when you did that? What about the girl when she did that, right?
So
and got the 2,000, right? For 3 months, right?
So?
But then she was gonna get 10 million from this company, but then seen her do that shit and said, nah, it's over now.
Why is that your
What about
business? Why is that your business? Stay out of women's
because
business.
that's hurting. No.
Hurting who?
Herself.
It ain't you. Mind your business.
It's hurting herself, though.
But
You get it?
stop policing women's
No,
bodies.
think about that.
Stop.
It would. So,
Listen
look,
to me.
It's not about no body.
No,
It's not about policing a
stop
body.
policing
You're doing
women's
these terms,
bodies.
Gabby,
If she
and I
wants to
don't know all of
twerk
them.
and make $2,000,
So
worry
would you
about
not? What if you
yourself.
giving her advice? What if you know she can make 10 million? She about to, right?
I ain't no shit, man.
No, look. All right, I got a question. If you knew a woman was gonna make 10 million 3 months from then, if
Who
she
the
didn't
fuck
do
knows
this,
that? Who knows the future? A fortune teller?
women.
I'm so glad that Amber Rose clocked him on that. How would you know if you knew that she made 2,000? Keep in mind, women who do OnlyFans make way more than that. They show us their pockets. That's one. Two, you talk about you make 2,000, but I know that what if she makes 10 million, but she didn't do that because a company seen her do it. It's always these hypotheticals. I just think it's very interesting, and I'm really glad that she clocked him on it because you're not a fortune teller. You can't say, like, here's my thing. I just think it's interesting how a lot of times men specifically, literally, they condemn, and I'm about to use strong language, fuck it. They condemn hoes, they condemn strippers, they condemn prostitutes, porn stars, slut culture, whore culture. But yet, they embrace, engage, and fund their lifestyles. So then when you guys get in these conversations trying to condemn women for doing their thing that they want to do, not like doing something that they want to do, you want to shame them. And this goes to another conversation. And this is another example of how men love to come at the women, but yet do not come at other men. Like Amber Rose said, why are you getting mad at the store, but yet you're not getting mad at the consumers? Why are you getting mad at the woman instead of the men that actually pay? Because it always goes back to the root. They never want to talk about the root. And so Amber Rose actually said this as well in the comment section. I'm happy to say that at Murda Mook has not used any derogatory labels towards women since this day. One man at a time. Keep fighting the good fight, ladies. And she got this going on. Let me read some of these comments, girl. Oh. The one says, Bobby Lytes says, I love her. We're going to get into Bobby Lytes later, but Bobby Lytes says, I love her. Another person says, and I quote, don't hate the bitch, hate the consumer. which is my fucking point. Another one says, go Amber. Another person says, she's right though. That's not your business. Men are the consumers for this. They love it. And that's the hypocrisy of it all. Same way how they talk about, I don't want no slut and no hoe. And then you want to marry the person, the virgin, or the person that's not quote unquote a slut and a hoe. But then yet you go cheat on the virgin and your wife for what? The slut and the hoe. So I need for y'all to make it make sense. It's not making sense to me. So yeah, let me see. I'm gonna read like one more. Okay, I'm gonna read these two because look like okay, we're gonna see. I think what he is saying is why do you have to ruin yourself to make money? And the process of women making money this way that Amber Rose is describing, oftentimes they ruin themselves for the future. What you do now, there are consequences to be answered later on down the line. And he is saying, what the hell is he? And all he is saying is, do you have to do that now and ruin your later on down the line? How you gonna repeat both of the things again? Once again, that has nothing to do with you. And the thing is, I think it's very interesting how we literally take this, like in this conversation, people make comments like this, but yet in Tory Lanez conversation, that comment is nowhere to be found. No shade. I'm going to continue. And I'm going to read the last one, and then I'm going to go to the next one. It says here, I see both sides, but he's coming from a place of guidance and not bashing. And this is what I mean when people need to actually read the room. If you actually read the room and understand that the level of misogyny around, like literally, like, let me go. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm going to read this. And I'm going to go back to the freaking video because it just hit me. I see both sides, but he's coming from a place of guidance and not bashing. Amber isn't seeing his side. She just wants to be right and isn't listening to what he's saying, trying to school her on. Yes, Amber, we hear you. People shouldn't care about what other people do, but that's not the world we live in, and businesses don't want people who are raunchy and twerking for 2K associated with the company or businesses that they are trying to work with paying them millions. Here's the thing. Y'all do know that there are businesses that are actually in the entertainment business. You know, there are businesses that's into the entertainment of adults. Not everything around the world does not operate around children. Everything around the world does not operate around purity. Like, you get what I'm saying? There are different sectors in this world. And let me go back because I just thought about. Hold up. I'm gonna have to clock them real quick. Now I'm gonna read this comment again. It was something that I seen, and I had to go and refer and make sure I checked it out. Now, do they not ruin themselves by engaging themselves in street culture and antics? Girl, bye. Exactly. Girl, bye. And another thing, I clocked something else. Where's she at? Where you at, Heifer? Right here. I see both sides. That's what she said. And then she says this, but he's coming from a place of guidance and not bashing. This is another reason why you have to consider the source. In this video where Amber Rose is sitting, keep in mind, this seems like a podcast type of thing. So with that being said, let's be very clear. If Amber Rose is the guest, it's pretty safe for me to assume that the people that were in the background of this video were hired by the men or whose podcast or place that is actually located. So with that being said, I literally see women in the background wearing thongs, wearing fishnets, and wearing all type of explicit clothing. And this is what I mean when I say that consider the source. And this is what I mean when they say they want to shame whores and sluts, but yet you literally employ whores and sluts. And then she had the nerve, her dumb ass had the nerve talking about he's coming from a place of guidance and not bashing. Meanwhile, he's employing women to exploit themselves. What? There's literally women in the background wearing thongs. And I'm pretty sure they did not come with Amber Rose. So what are you talking about? Oh, people are stupid. That is stupid. But anyway, more of the story ain't. That's really what it comes down to. And they need to make it make sense. How are you gonna sit up there talk about he's guiding, not bashing? Meanwhile, his employment is the woman he's criticizing. If that's the case, you would have hired a Michelle Obama to be on your podcast. You would have hired some respectable women to be on your podcast, but yet you hired hoes and sluts to be in the background, like Wild and Out girls. That doesn't make any sense. Exactly. I was thinking the same. It was actually located at a strip club, sir. You literally have your interview / podcast inside of a strip club, but yet you're talking about they shouldn't have to exploit their bodies, but yet you're in a location where they make money to exploit their bodies. If that's the case, you could have had that conversation inside of a church, and then people probably would have took you more serious. It's just the comedy of it all. Okay, let's move on, because girl. All right, it says here. Now this is brought to you by the Shade Room, Hollywood Unlocked. It says boy gets choked by white man at South African resort after being told the public pool was reserved for white people only. I'm gonna continue this too. It says authorities. Now it says here and it continues. Now this is brought to you by the Shade Room. Oh Lord, that McFlurry got my throat getting sticky now. Now it says here, authorities are investigating South African resort attack as an assault case instead of attempted termination. Because girl, that literally almost came out. So there's this video of these black boys, well, melanated people, melanated boys going inside of a pool. I'm gonna bring it up. See, can I actually no, because it's too much drama, because I don't want to get in trouble. These boys look like one of them looks 11. The other one looks probably like 13. There is a group of white men literally choking the boy like this, both hands. The other boy comes and jumps in trying to protect the boy and get the white man off of him. These are grown men. They're like 40s, probably 30s or 40s. I'm pretty sure they're 40s. Grown men on teenage little boys. And so one man's literally choking with two hands. The boy's literally grabbing the older man off of him, the one that's choking the other boy. Then there's this big heavyset guy trying to grab the other boy that's getting the white man off the other boy, choking him. And he's threatening to punch the guy. Then there's another white man on the other side of the fence, the boy that's actually being choked out. He's grabbing him by his hair and yanking. Because now this is what we mean. And I don't know why. I don't know what the hell is going on with the colonizers. They think they can just go anywhere and just colonize and just rule anything. First and foremost, don't get me wrong. I understand there's white people in Africa, because I know it's a continent, not a country. It's a continent, which means that they're everywhere. But y'all don't have the right to be saying y'all literally try to go everywhere and colonize everything. I hope all their asses go the fuck down. I hope they take them all, throw their ass in jail. And I do understand that, a lot of times we try to throw people in jail just because we don't have a hell to put them in. But since they can't go to hell, put their ass in jail. Put their heads in there. Yeah, that was a whole lot of, I was like shocked, because I was like, they are really yanking on this boy had to be like 12. And then not only that, and I just seen it. Not only that, the boy, the white man, he jumped in the pool with one of with the 14-year-old. I'm assuming he's 14, the 14-year-old. And not only that, he got the boy in the headlock and trying to put the boy underwater. You done lost your mind. And my thing is, where are the parents? Where are the parents? There should be no reason at all why there's a 13-year-old, I'm a 14-year-old and 11, 12-year-old out to this pool by themselves, and there's no guidance at all. I don't know. But I hope lock all their asses up. That's just the end of the case. Lock all their asses up. Now, this is what they had to say, talking about the family allegedly attacked by white men on Christmas Day. Girl, we're going to get into it.
And the management came and intervened, called the police. The police came and opened up a criminal case against the three of them. And as things stand now, the case is being investigated. Because
Investigating.
initially we had expected that it would be attempted murder, as the video shows. However,
Oh, okay, girl. Just, forget all that. Lock all their asses up. That next case. Anyway, we're gonna move on. So now we're gonna talk about Bobby Lytes. And after this, I will be dropping the link. Actually, I'm gonna drop it now. Baby girl, what's your name? Let me drop this bad boy now. Let me drop the link. Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Ooh, girl, it's getting hot in my room now. Once again, every single time I get on this live, it's always quiet beforehand, but then as soon as I get on this live, all of a sudden, everybody want to start talking. Ugh. Okay, so Bobby Lytes. Bobby Lytes is once again under fire. Oh, girl, he irks my soul. So, Bobby Lytes. So, just so you guys are aware, somebody called Shekinah Gucci under fire for its controversial Harry Styles ad as singer poses in teddy bear shirt next to a child-sized mattress. Now I'm gonna try to edit out some of these words. So Bobby Lytes decided to actually make a statement. The statement said, and I quote, "You don't see no celebrity or rich person screaming in a rage, cancel Gucci next. It's all the broke inches who never stepped foot in Gucci in outrage. If you don't want to work hard enough to afford luxury, say that. JK, but seriously, y'all reaching now." And this is what we mean when a lot of people are literally they literally sold their souls for designer. And it's crazy because Bobby, like, you're the same person that said you said something similar when it happened to Balenciaga. Like, you said something very similar when it happened to Balenciaga. You came out defending Balenciaga, saying that people shouldn't throw away their stuff, and essentially, I'm paraphrasing, this shouldn't be on a protest. Why not? If as much as people talk about they care about the children, why not? Why shouldn't they go to protest? But this is what happens when you want to show your value in luxury items. But and my thing is, I'm gonna be honest, I really don't give up about that. It's the fact that you're willing to do it you're willing to show your value, showcase your value in luxury items to the point to where your morals or your ethical values go completely out the window. Now that's a problem. That's the issue. And it's the fact that you have pick me behind people like Bobby Lytes that come out and try to defend something that's dead behind wrong. Literally, there is a picture of Harry Styles. He has this teddy bear stuff on, and then he has the mattress, the kid-sized mattress next to it. And knowing and understanding the state that the coach is in, specifically after Balenciaga, the whole Balenciaga thing happened. So I don't know. He ain't ish. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link. That's really all I really have to say, to be completely honest. Oh, hey, Branson, she came right on up. Ooh. Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. All right, let me have it. What you think? What you got to say? What's going on?
Are we talking about Harry's
All
Balenciaga
of it.
or okay? With Balenciaga, there's so much stuff. Oh my freaking goodness. Like I went on a message board, I went on Reddit, I went on Lipstick Alley, and they had so much stuff. It's not just the teddy bears. It's not just the little court case file they had with the child P. They had a whole bunch of other stuff from campaigns from before where they were where they had people who were accused of child P and child P, child R, child A. Did you catch that? Okay. They had names of all of these people in the backgrounds, and it dated back to 2015. So it's not just this recent one. So yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
And you know what gets me too is always the people like Bobby Lytes that literally like just about essentially sell their souls just for luxury items. And that's how we know that a lot of people are literally are broke, or at least once was broke, because they're willing to sell their souls and their morals. And I know that changes upon every person, but their ethics when it comes down to humanity, just for a brand or just for luxury items.
But also, if you think about it, remember when Kim was first trying to get into the Met Gala and Anna Wintour had I'm not sure if you can pull it up right now so that people can see it, but Anna Wintour said, "No, Kim, you cannot come to the Met Gala." And then Kanye was like, "No, you gonna let my girl in the Met Gala. You gonna let my girl in the Met Gala." And that's the only reason she even got this status. So now that Kanye is down and she's no longer attached to him, now she's trying to, like, I don't know, change everything around. Because if you remember, like, Anna, Ron- Anna Wintour is has invited her and pushed her up, but that's only because Kanye said so. Because at the beginning, Anna Wintour said, "You can't come to my gala, girl. You can't." And the only reason she was let in is because Kanye had a fit. Are you pulling it up right now?
Oh no! I'm over here glitching and stuff because you know it's Mercury retrograde over here. Just saying.
It's still retrograde. When is it over?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold up.
When,
No, it's over here glitching. I'm telling you,
when it's
when Mercury
over?
retrograde happened, I don't put nothing up on my computer because it always glitches. It always messes stuff up. That's why I haven't done it.
But can you look it up to verify what I'm saying though?
Oh.
Because I don't want to be like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you want me to look at what exactly?
When Anna Wintour said Kim Kardashian is not allowed in the Met Gala, and then all of a sudden she was allowed because Kanye had a fit.
Kim K. Met Gala.
Not allowed. Make sure you put up Kim K, Anna Wintour, not allowed.
This happened in 2014, 2013.
I'm not sure what year it was, but I know that Anna Wintour was like, she can't come to my party, no. And then Kanye had a fit.
Okay, continue without accepting. Okay, let me read this. I'm gonna attempt to bring it up. We're gonna see. Share screen. Oh Lord. Let me see. Bam. Now it says stories. Now this is from Garcia. Girl, I probably butchered that. Stories of Met Gala's past. Anna Wintour reportedly banned Kim Kardashian from attending for years.
Yeah,
This is
she was
Kim
like,
K.
no. She said, no, you cannot come. You're trashy. That's going to ruin our brand. You can't
That
come.
says
And then
here.
Kanye had a fit.
Now it says here in 2014, Kim K fronted her first ever Vogue cover with her husband Kanye West, no less. Oh, girl! The cover reveal was documented on Keeping Up with the Kardashians, where the reality star sisters Courtney and Khloe pretended not to care about the Kardashians, viewed as the biggest accomplishment on her working life. In the end, the family framed the cover and gifted it to Kardashian. It was a whole affair. But we wonder if the now 38-year-old ever knew Anna Wintour actually refused to invite her to the Met Gala. And it says here, and I quote, as fashion lore goes, Wintour resisted Kardashians' attendance for years, refusing to accept reality shows into the exclusive realm of the A-list. Report E! News, the Keeping Up star made it in on the technicality when Kanye West performed in 2013. You can never well deny the headliner his plus one, and her sheer presence there elevated her past her really reality beginnings. Girl, oh, she was pregnant. Now it says here in April 2014, Radar Online. Hold on, let me check this real quick. I'm not on the page. Okay, I want to make sure. Yeah, Radar Online reported Kardashian was forbidden from attending the Met Ball by the event's co-chair Wintour. Anna hates Kim, a source told the publication. Why would she be invited to the event? It is all the biggest stars in the world, and Kim doesn't fit that bill at all. The Met Gala is $25,000 a ticket, but Kim can't even buy her way in. Anna Wintour does. Oh, one hair there. Oh, girl. Now it says grain of salt with these quotes. It would all appear water under the bridge now. Anyway, Kardashian and her sisters have gala staples for years. Even arriving in the convent. Girl, okay, I lost my spot.
That's why she's so gung
There we
ho
go. I
about.
found it. I found it. Now it says here one juicy little piece of information that is actually true is how Wintour snubbed supermodel Coco Rocha in 2017 after years of attending the event. Rocha, okay, y'all, I'm about to butcher her name. I don't want to call her Rocha, but I'm gonna call her Rocha because I think that's how you say it. Rocha told the New York Post she didn't receive an invite. Why? I don't know. She said you have to ask Anna that. A rep from Vogue said they do not comment on the guest list. The Met Gala began in 1846. Oh, girl, we got so much going on over here. But yeah, that's basically what it is. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so literally Anna didn't want her there. The only reason she was allowed even in the fashion houses was because of Kanye. And now that Kanye is ousted and she's no longer connected to Kanye, she's trying to play the fence with Balenciaga because that's the only fashion house she has left because literally Kanye was the only reason she was even getting these deals. Like literally. Where you go?
Okay, no, I'm
Okay.
back because we have a lot going on over here. As I'm pretty sure you guys can hear. Oh, that's what happens when we got everybody at the house. Let me see. Oh, sorry.
We understand. You ain't gotta mute.
No, I'm gonna mute because I probably was saying all types of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. But yeah, that's what I read there. Oh Lord. Oh. So what did you say while I was gone? Because I almost definitely did not hear none of that.
No, I was I was literally saying that that Anna Wintour was refusing her. The whole fashion, all of the fashion houses were refusing her. That's why she's kind of playing the fence with
Mhm,
Balenciaga because the only reason she got into the fashion houses was Kanye, and now that she's no longer connected to Kanye, and on top
mhm,
of that, Kanye is being disgraced.
mhm,
That's why she's holding on so tight to Balenciaga, even though they have Child's P,
mhm.
bad press.
Oh, those. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. But okay, so how do you feel about Akon and his stance when it comes down to children, and that's the white man's thing about going to recitals, and he take care of his children's financially, and his whole stance. So it's like, so how do you feel about that exactly?
I think that that's BS. But I also think that that is. I don't want to say this,
Oh
but I
Lord.
am. It's 'cause it's a part of me. I'm half of that of African culture.
Hmm.
That's African culture. They believe that the men just provide and leave and create a whole bunch of different families. And as long as they provide, then they're good. But at the same time, okay, oh Lord, I don't, at the same time, I would prefer, Lord, I don't want to get
Say
tan. Okay,
it.
I'm half Ethiopian, okay?
Hmm.
So, um, our culture believes that the men, as long as they provide, then then they're good. And the bad thing about it is they're not there emotionally. My dad fortunately was, because he, you know, married my mom to get his green card. That's a whole nother story. Uh, but fortunately is that they do actually stick to that promise. So, Lord, promise you won't be offended.
I won't be offended. What happened?
I Okay, so when it comes to African men, they are shit fathers when it comes to raising you up, but they're great fathers when it comes to paying you out. So, um, if I had to like choose, just uh, never mind. Go ahead. You go ahead. I'm not.
Go say it, because I think I'm gonna say it. Say it.
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Um, my sister has a um my sister's uh, my niece's father is an American black man, and he doesn't he's not there emotionally or financially. And I believe that people who, and although African fathers are shitty, they take pride in financially providing. So what I was saying is that um, African fathers they're shitty fathers, but they will also financially provide, because it's kind of an embarrassment for them to not financially provide, because that's what they believe with being a father, is financially providing. But my sister's um my niece's father, who is American, they don't believe in providing emotionally or financially. So if I had to choose, I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't want to offend anyone.
Well, since you're not gonna answer, I'm gonna answer that. They're both shitty. No shade. Reason being, I'm just gonna be honest. The reason being is because, like, at least in my case, what I've noticed with a lot of my friends that come from Africa or come from Haiti, Jamaica, like the thing I've noticed, because yes, you are right when it comes down to other fathers that come from different nations. Yes, financially, yes, they do take care of their household. Yes, financially, they do take care of the financial needs and responsibilities. But on the
Yeah, but
flip
they're
side
shitty.
of it, from what I've seen, that's not everybody's case. From what I've seen is that since they have the ability to um take care of the financial means of the family, they also have the power to manipulate the children. Now, what I mean by that is this, because I actually had experience with my friend where she was in school and she was like, going to school, and she wanted to, I forgot exactly what her major was, like what she wanted her major to be. But since her father was actually paying for her classes, they wanted her to become a nurse. She didn't want to become a nurse, but they were making her become a nurse. And basically the stimulations was the rules were, you go to school, you're going to become a nurse, and if you're not going to become a nurse, I'm not paying for your classes. I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to do that. So to me, they're both shit, because the thing, and this goes back to what I mean when I say your
I
psychology.
agree.
So for me, like this goes back to the psychology. Where the mind goes, the body's going to follow. Like there's no, and that's what it just so happened in my psychology book. It literally said the unconscious determines behavior. So if you're not fully healed or done the internal work or made the conscious decision to unpack what's up here, there is no way possible, at least in my personal opinion, I could be wrong, there's no way possible that you're going to operate effectively. That's just no shade. So I think that when it comes down to the concept of taking care of your responsibilities financially, you need to be there emotionally for your children. And that is just no shade.
No, I completely agree with that. I completely agree that. But I'm just saying that if you had two choices, right? And one of your choices was an African father who would pay for any dream that you had, but not really be there, or if you had a different kind of father who wouldn't pay for anything, bragged about not paying for anything, and didn't support you emotionally. I'm just saying, like, which one would you pick?
Neither. You know what I'm gonna pick? We're gonna make a third option. It's called get emotional intelligence on both of them motherfuckers. No
Yeah,
shade.
that's true too.
Because the thing about it is that, like, and I think that's the conversation that we're having now when it comes down to men in general. The conversation in general is that what you guys are bringing is not enough, and it's not enough for the children. It's not enough for the spouse, and it's also not enough for yourselves either. That's the reason why, like someone said like Knockout said on the other panel that we had about black men versus black women versus gay black men, that whole thing. That's like he even said himself, that's the reason why black men are terminating themselves. So obviously it's not enough.
Oh no, I don't want to get into the suicide topic, but
no, but that's the thing, it's not enough. So the thing about it is that I'm not taking either or. You gonna get it together. Because the thing is that you asking for help, we're giving you the answers. Get some emotional intelligence. Learn what you're like. Stop. And this is the thing. People have this idea, these stupid ideas about these gender roles, and it does not make sense. It completely strips people away from the humanity. You are a human. These are your children. Mm-hmm.
I completely agree with that, but I will, and you know my views on stuff. I've been in your chats, I've been on the panels with you before, but what I'm saying is that there's so many ain't shit fathers out here that I appreciate mine. Like, Lord, okay. My sister has my niece has an American black dad. Me and my sisters have an Ethiopian black dad. So my Ethiopian black dad, and all they take pride in financially providing their shit at the emotional and the day to day and all that stuff. But I would choose my dad over, and I'm biased. I'm biased simply because that's my niece and she's super cute and she's super sweet and I don't like, but her American dad doesn't do either or. Like, you have to do financial and emotional. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't do either or. But when it comes to Ethiopians, they don't do emotional. They don't do that, but they at least do financial. And I'm really thankful for my dad for providing for me so that I could be where I am today, even though we're not emotionally close.
So
I still can provide for myself.
Okay, so I have a question for you then. So when it comes down to, and what's going on, everybody in the chat, y'all make sure y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. And please make sure you guys hit the link so we can have a conversation. I want to pick at people's minds. Let me know what you think. We're like, what frequency are you on? Just let me know. Okay, so I have a question. So do you believe that, because also in the context of the conversation as well is that Nick Cannon,
Oh Lord.
Akon was in agreement when it came down to Nick Cannon being able to spread his seed. Let me say this as well. That's also a patriarchal language within itself. Us as men, we don't have seeds. I'm sorry, we don't have seeds. We have fertilizer. Women, females, they hold the seed. That's the egg. We have fertilizers, but yet that's a patriarchal language within itself. It's just that, do you believe that a lot of men that hold the idea of I must provide, I must do this, I must do that, do you think that they believe that since they provide and they do their part, that gives them the right to spread their seed throughout the nation?
Oh no, I completely do not agree with that. But I'm just saying, if I had to choose between my dad and my niece's dad, I would choose my dad because my dad paid for my college and got me my career, so I ain't gotta struggle. My niece's dad don't do emotional, he don't do financial, and um a lot of my friends also have children with fathers who don't do emotional or financial. I'm just saying that if I had to choose between the dad who did um, no emotional, no financial, or a dad who did just financial, I'm gonna choose the dad who did just financial. All right, okay.
Okay. So Neo X, hey.
Hey, peace, Reckless. Just showing you some love. Thank you for
What's
coming on my
going
show the
on?
other
How are
day.
you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for coming, Presley. Thank you for coming on my show too. And I still apologize for the way Jay treated you on Presley. You didn't deserve that. I don't know what his problem was.
Hey. Hey,
Hey
Conscious.
y'all. Hey Conscious. Hey
Hey,
Neo.
hey.
Hey. So,
Hey,
okay. So right now we're talking about Akon. Akon's in support of the way that Nick Cannon operates within society, about him having multiple children, and basically, essentially, if he's taking care of those children financially, he should not have to worry about showing up to the children recitals because that's a white man's thing. And so, if basically the concept I'm talking about is that, okay, essentially to its root, what it sounds like he says, as long as, I'm paraphrasing y'all, as long as I'm taking care of the financial needs, who cares about the emotional needs that the children have?
No, that's
What
not
you
what I
talking
was
about?
saying. That's not what I
Hmm?
was saying, Reckless.
No,
I
no, I'm
said
not
if I
saying you. I'm
had
talking
the
about Akon.
choice. Okay.
No, I'm talking about Akon. Because, okay, so yes, what I was referring to, I was referring to Akon, and what Akon essentially was saying in its core, to the core. I know, don't get me wrong. I know he's talking all pretty on the surface, but I'm talking about to the root, to his core. To his core, he basically means that's a white man's thing. And so, with that being said, as long as I take care of the kids financially, I don't have to worry about going to every recital.
But
it-
that's what I was saying. Akon is African, okay? That's what I was
Mhm.
saying. Like African dads believe in financial, not emotional. So that's what I was saying. Like if I had to choose, that's all I was saying.
so Africans don't believe in raising their children, like being involved, and like I'm
Nope.
confused. I'm
Nope. They
confused.
no, they
So
do
did
not.
Akon?
They do
No,
not. They
you
do
so
they
A.
don't. They don't. No.
All right. All right, so Akon literally said that it's a white man's thing to raise your children and spend time with them.
That's basically what it
No.
said. I was like,
That's what I'm
Like,
saying. That's what I'm saying. African dads only believe in providing financially, not emotionally. That's it. That's yeah. You right.
well, it makes sense. Like when a white man makes these black Americans force them to provide for their children financially, they still won't even show up to recitals and basketball games and any of that. Bro, this is sad. I didn't know Akon said that. Like you, ever
I played
since he got that damn hairline, ever since he got that damn weave, he been tripping. He been tripping ever since he got that damn chill pad on his damn head. Damn.
yeah, he said that. I played the clip. I was like, and the thing that, like,
Dream
I
Doll
know
said that
I
his
know
little
for a
man
fact I
weave
come
rubbed
off
off
like
on
a
her
man
thighs.
hater.
So
I know I do. But this is what I mean when I say these ain't, because the reason being is because they say stuff and I'm like, are y'all not listening to yourselves? Like, do you guys don't even like hear yourselves back and actually be like, you know what? I don't think I never should have said that. But it's the fact that they like so bold and they say this stuff, and it's like,
well, I think they feel like they have to stick together because you remember how Jay was acting on my panel, like, oh, me disagreeing with him, it was a shot at all black men. So sometimes I feel like sometimes that they just agree just to make it seem like they unified, but I with the whole Nick Cannon thing, I kind of like, is that me or Presley making it? Oh, okay. With the whole Nick Cannon thing, I've been trying to like watch him because I grew up watching Nick Cannon. It is what it is, all that or whatever. So he always been a little corny to me, but he's somebody that we all love. So when he found out he had lupus and all that stuff, I genuinely thought like Nick Cannon was gonna die, like pass away early, not live long. So I thought that's probably why he kind of went into the mental state of having all these children and trying to be woke. You remember he tried the whole Professor Griff thing, tried to bring him on and try to be on this conscious type Nick Cannon. I just feel like brother probably just got some bad teaching and and I don't know, I thought him just randomly just started having children. I thought it was like maybe he was having a mental crisis or something like that. Because he almost died again the last time he was in the hospital. His kidneys began to fail.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy. So Conscious.
Hi.
What's your opinion on this?
So when it comes to Nick Cannon, I personally believe that his decision to have this harem full of newborn babies is definitely out of selfishness. And I feel like his motivation on a psychological level to have all these children is he was either, for one, giving himself reasons to live and to fight, and thought that by having kids would strengthen his will and help him to will himself through illness or will himself from dying, or he thought that by having kids, spirit, God, the universe, life wouldn't let him die, because how cruel would that be for a father who is this needed to be taken away from this earth? So I feel like he's definitely dealing with a lot of things on a psychological level, and that's why most of his baby mamas, including the baby mama of Mariah Carey, is all complaining about his lack of a presence, including himself. Speaking about his regret over the child that passed away, and he wish he would have had more. So even Nick knows he don't have time for these kids. He's literally articulated and said it. So him having these kids is not about these kids. It's not about no Wakanda Forever shit. It's not about no Black African patriarchal structure. Those are all convenient narratives to coat something that is happening within his psychology that either he don't understand or he's intentionally withholding and refusing to actually deal with. As it relates to Akon, prime example of the side effect. Like, Akon is a big ass a product of the symptom, and I'm not surprised that he said the things that he said, because Black men, once again, are holding on to patriarchy for dear life, and anything they can use to avoid vulnerability and to avoid having a thriving empathy, because empathy scares people who never had it. Like, if you weren't cultivated to use your heart, if you weren't cultivated to navigate feelings and to navigate love and to navigate these things that really bring us to our knees and that put butterflies in our stomach, if you weren't taught how to embrace that without fear, because one of the things that the ego does as soon as we realize we love anything, whether it's children, whether it's our spouse, whether it's our community, whether it's our friend, is our ego immediately goes into self-preservation mode and tries to scoot away from that sense of feeling exposed. Vulnerability makes people feel exposed. And when you haven't had the proper tutor and you haven't had somebody to really guide you through that, particularly men under a patriarchy who are conditioned to be very emotionally stoic, they are scared of these feelings. This is why even when it comes to marriage, women have to drag men down several flights of stairs to the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, across the Nile River, take them up into a plane, drop their ass off, and then baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy damn Daughter before they finally will walk their ass down that aisle. And even then, they get cold feet. Even then, they are bound to not show the hell up. Men really struggle with this heart thing. And so the definition of a man for Akon being everything aside from one that has emotions and one that actually does the love thing is not surprising to me. Men have to wake up. And what's interesting about Kevin Samuels is that because he also yielded to a very strong patriarchal construct, even he couldn't be honest about his health issues. Even he couldn't be honest about the fact that he was alone and dealt with loneliness. Even he had to wear the masquerade. He had to wear the mask of the patriarchal man while dying in silence. And this is largely contributing to why Black men's health are going down the tube, why they don't go to the doctor. It's all because they cannot deal emotionally. I refuse to go get checked. I refuse to go see about this pain in my heart, this pain in my chest, this fire in my bones, because I am scared and I've never been taught to navigate fear. Fear is connected to emotions for a lot of men. So all these things are connected to the emotional realm, and it contributes to why men die in silence, why Black men, the suicidal ideation of Black men has gone up 3 fucking times. It's quadrupled over the past decade.
Yep.
And also, Conscious, did I interrupt? I just wanted to add on to what Conscious was saying.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to add on, while he was saying like the suicidal rates and all that stuff. I was just saying that it's generally because there's like this weird competition. Like it's so freaking weird. But yeah, everybody else go ahead. I have I have a view on Nick Cannon that I wanted to get out, but I'll wait.
It's killing Black men because Black men do not know how to fucking speak like women do. Women come together in these sister circles and come together and do these red table talks, and they get into the root of their suffering. The reason why emotions are very necessary for life is because emotions are energy. Energy is directly connected to our spiritual well-being. Everything starts within the spirit. Everything starts within the energy of self. And if you are disconnected from your feelings, essentially you're disconnected from your life force. And it's just ironic that the people who try not to deal in feelings and try to navigate away from feelings and try to live us outside of feelings are the ones who are dying faster and quicker than anybody else. And it's really the masculine entities of this planet that are doing that, the human ones at that. So men have to speak. They have to realize that their emotions are just as necessary as their mental capacity, as their physical capacity, that their emotions are their premium gas like there is for the rest of us. They need to realize that a lot of their issues are also connected to the emotional castration that they perpetuate. Niggas out here cheating on their wives all because they're making up sexually what they don't have emotionally.
Say it again.
They
Say it
still
again.
have to
Say people in the
feed
back.
that void. That void has to be feed. Men trying to bang and smash every woman, whether he's the spoken for a man or not, it's all about filling a void, a void, a void, a void, a void. That void is that heart. That heart is not beating, and that heart is necessary. And on a subconscious and unconscious level, men are living the results of having a low heart rate. And all of their mess is the result of that. Them killing each other over Nikes and sweaters and stepping on each other's shoes and street corners that don't even belong to them, their willingness to jump out of the window and perpetuate violence, all this shit is connected to a lack of emotional intelligence. Everything goes back to the fact that men are emotionally castrated. And if they do not deal with this and be honest about this, this is going to be something that is going to continue to kill off men, particularly and specifically Black men.
Not conscious, not conscious. Hold on, Presley. Conscious. Now you see why I want to send your ass back to school so you can get that doctor degree. Do you see why I want to send you back to school so you can get that doctorate degree and help our community out? Because you said a word right there, brother, when you said that empathy scares those who never had it. They have no idea, you know, what it is to empathize or to show love. Like, they see it as a sign of weakness. You know, like, even when you remember Jay said he had to be hard, like he couldn't walk away from a fight. And I told him, like, pride is what gets you killed. Like, sometimes you gotta set your emotions aside and do what you gotta do so you can survive to get back to your family. Sometimes you gotta apply that emotional intelligence. You know, what is your ego? What is your pride? Is it worth your life? And I just feel...
I'm sorry.
Hold on, y'all. Just 10 more seconds. I just really feel like this is why panels like this is necessary. This is why we need to reach out to our brothers and sisters, especially like the younger men, and tell them, like, hey, it's okay that to seek guidance outside of what we call the norm. What y'all call, it's a word y'all keep saying on y'all panel. Not patriarchy. What it is when a masculine man teaches young men how to become men if they don't listen to, what's the word?
Mentor? I don't know.
No, not
like child rearing.
No, it's a word when when masculine men teach young boys how to be men, and if they don't act masculine, they'll tell them they're not men. It's
hegemonic masculinity. Talking about that.
Say it again, Reckless.
Talking about hegemonic masculinity. Talking about that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the word I heard y'all when y'all broke that down. What that means?
Masculinity. Is that what you
No,
said?
it's not toxic. It's what Reckless said. So
okay,
all right, y'all, I'm done. I'm right. All right, y'all, I'm done. Sorry, but I just had to let Conscious know why I'm going to send his ass back to school when I get my money.
I want to add.
Wait. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're gonna now we get some people up here. I'm gonna go with C Woody. Then I'm gonna get Yella up in here. Then I'm gonna get Forever, and then we're gonna go back to you, Presley. We're gonna do that.
All right.
I want to add on top of what Conscious is saying, because I see it. So I totally agree, but I also see another layer to it. Yes, I feel like men are the way they are because of lack of emotion, but I also think they are the way they are and they lack emotion because that's what they're allowed to be, and that's what they have been taught to be and indoctrined to be. Everything, like, because there is one part that I disagree with. So I don't think older women to young girls have that emotional intelligence, that emotional maturity passed along to them. I think women develop that as we get older, like as we start to get girlfriends and friends, then we start, exploring our emotions with one another. And this is just from my experience and the experience of those I've been exposed to as a child, right? I don't see many mothers. I think I see I'm going to try to find the best way to put this. So especially in the Black community, it seems like we have a strict guise of what parents are supposed to be, right? Like children are supposed to be spoken to. Like you're not supposed to speak to adults and you're not supposed to be involved in adult conversations and stuff like that. I agree to a certain extent. But we also taken away some emotions that's supposed to be passed along to our children because we put them in like a child's place, and like we talk to them, not emotionally talk to them, like we just kind of like, I don't even know how to express it, like direct language towards them and not have like a dialogue with children, because
do you think it
children are
has to
supposed
do
to
with
listen
jealousy
to
and resentment?
What's that?
Do you think it has to do with jealousy and resentment?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I
for
didn't
sure.
have this growing up, so why
Yeah,
should
and
you?
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I say women, we develop that emotional maturity and that ability to communicate once we get friends, because it really doesn't come from like our mothers and grandmothers and aunts, because they're talking to us because they think a parental figure is, I'm telling you what to do, you're supposed to listen, don't question anything, you're a child, stay in the child's place, stuff like that. And they do that same stuff to their sons who don't get that emotional love that they need and that affirmation that they need as a child. And then once men grow up, they don't formulate that amongst one another. Because when they sitting around in barber shops and stuff like that, I don't know what type of goofy shit they talking about, but apparently they're not talking about true raw emotions. They're not growing emotionally, they're not maturing emotionally. Women, we get to a point where we start to do that, when we start to get girlfriends and we start to get in relationships and we start to confide in our girlfriends. That's when we start to mature emotionally and stuff like that. But men just seem like they never go through that phase, so they just stuck emotionally. And then as a society, we tell them it's okay for them to be that way. Like how many of us, I'm sure every person that's listening right now has heard, oh well, men and boys are naturally more or less mature than girls and women. No, they're not. We allow them to be less mature, right? Because we tell them that from the beginning. Oh, you just mature. Women mature faster, girls mature faster. Why? Because as young girls, we are made to mature faster, even from the type of toys that we get issued as babies. We get baby dolls. They're like, we already getting indoctrinated with how to take care of babies. We get cooking sets. You know what I'm saying? We get the little plastic groceries and stuff like that. Where little boys, they don't get that same um I don't know, it's like some type of relative
Programming.
connection to adulthood, right? They don't get that, they don't kind of get groomed to be what an adult male should be like. They shit. If that's the case, they should be playing with baby dolls and cookware sets too. Like you need to go. You eventually going you gonna have to learn to cook for yourself. You're gonna have a child and have to raise that child. But society just kind of allows them to be that way. Like we were talking about Akon. Like that's not just African men that think financially providing for a child is raising your child. That seemed to be all men. Like that seemed to be most cultures of men. Like as long as they're paying the bills or whatever, man, I'm almost 40 now, and there's so many people that just don't have an emotional connection to their fathers, or they're just now developing an emotional connection to their fathers. And I think that's why a lot of men in these old folks' homes and they dying alone and stuff like that, because they kids, once their kids go off and start to grow up and have their own kids, shit, they're not emotionally connected to their dad because all he did was provide the money. It's just sad that for black men, they not doing either. They not doing the emotional part, the financial part, the no part. You know what I'm saying? Like they
Can I
just
throw something in there real quick?
go ahead.
I'm so sorry, and I know that I'm supposed to wait. I'm so sorry again, but I just wanted you to continue on your point um about how we're raised differently. Do you agree with the fact that um black men are loved and black women are raised?
Yeah, I think in a weird sense, our parents feel like they're loving us all, right? Like they're supposed, and I don't even see how they feel that way, but our culture and society tells them it's okay to be the type of parents they are. That's why parents say, I did the best that I could. No, you didn't. Some days you may have did the best that you could, but you can't tell me you was doing the best that you could every day, 7 days a week. Like, no. Um, and another point Conscious was making about men and boys not getting empathy, I think they get more empathy than young black girls. I just don't think they look at it that way. I think that's just another thing that they feel like that's the way it should be because that's the way it's always been. Like because young black boys are very coddled. They get empathized and sympathized way more than young black girls, but they don't see it that way. And
So let me
I think
insert
that's
because I want
another
to be.
reason. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me correct that. It's not about what they receive. I'm talking about the way that boys are actually socialized.
Yeah.
They're not
Yep.
socialized to be empathetic. The patriarchal construct does not allow boys to embrace their feelings. Even talking about the way that girls are cultivated, the foundation for females' empathy to thrive literally starts at childhood.
Mhm.
When you were talking about giving the doll babies and the easy bake ovens and the teacup parties and the little princess, all of that is teaching young females that they are an asset to community and teaching them community organizing and building skills. Right from the jump, they are taught how to empathize with others beyond themselves.
Mhm.
Whether that's projected into their teddy bears, whether that's projected into their Barbie dolls, whether that's projected into their imaginary friends, that they immediately come into a culture and they inherit this responsibility, or their heart is, they're given permission to experience from their heart. Men definitely are the recipients of that empathy, which is why that empathy, which is where we get like the disproportionate sexist dynamic at, where men benefit from women being that way and women ultimately suffer as a result of being that way. But
Right. And I don't disagree with you at all. That's why I was trying to word what I was saying so it don't sound like I was disagreeing. I'm trying to like add another layer to it if possible. Because and that's where I was going with my point. Like young black boys receive so much empathy that they just think that that's the way women are supposed to treat them. So when they don't receive that from a woman, or they don't receive that the same type of empathy they receive from the female figures in their family from a woman that they're dating, or just a woman that they might work
I have
with
a
or come in
question.
contact with, they get angry. Like, why aren't you treating me this
So I have a
way?
question
Like,
then,
go ahead.
because I hear that statement a lot, and so I know, I'm pretty sure that statement's about to get challenged. I'm pretty sure. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure if I'm looking at this panel, it's probably gonna get challenged. I'm pretty sure. But can you when it comes down to men being coddled, what are some examples, explicit examples that you guys can think of? Because I think I noticed that theory is about to get challenged. So what are some examples that you can think of that demonstrates men being coddled, but however women aren't given that same opportunity or that same grace?
Ooh,
And
I can
I
answer that.
think that they don't see it as coddling because it's just the way that our society treats them, especially our community. Okay, for instance, young black girls get chastised more than them, and that's why we see them as being coddled. Like if me as a young black girl, I'm playing with a bunch of boys, it's gonna be like, oh, she fast, like get her away from them boys, like what is she doing? But if a little young black boy go play with a group of girls, he not gonna get met with that same hostility. It's going to be more like, hey, get him away from them girls because we don't want him to become feminine. You know what I'm saying? That's a different type of energy than, oh, it's something wrong with her for playing with boys. She's fast, right? It's with boys, we don't want something to become wrong with him. Or if a girl is acting out, let's just say like being a normal kid, 5, 6, 7, she's acting out. It's like, oh my God, what's wrong with her? In our community for young black boys, it's like, oh, he's just being a boy. Boys are rough and tough. But if someone sees a behavior that they feel like a young black girl is being rough and tough, then it's, oh my God, look at her, she's being rough and tough, like she's being masculine. It's like, it's just things that they're allowed to get away with because of societal training as young kids, that young black girls, they just can't be free kids. Like they can't go play in the mud and the dirt and climb trees and be free to be a kid, because they have to act, they young kids, but they already have to act ladylike. But for young boys, it's just kind of like, as long as they're not doing anything that's considered feminine, it's like, well, go ahead, just let him be him. You know what I'm saying? Like we even say things like, oh, look at, if it's an attractive young black boy, oh, he's going to be a heartbreaker. Like we're already telling him that it's okay to go out there and break hearts and stuff like that. Like
And also,
Go ahead.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I don't. And literally, I'm not interrupting. I just
Well, okay,
wanted to like
wait.
not get
Okay,
away from the point.
wait. Because
I,
after you're done, I'm gonna go to Yella because I have to get through everybody else on this panel. I'm gonna go to
okay.
Yella, then Forever, then Red Clark. After
Okay.
you get done, Presley.
Okay. I'm so sorry, but I just wanted to expand on her point because I know that the point probably wouldn't be brought up again. That's why I
Mhm.
kind of interjected. But also, to your question, um, when young girls get pregnant and they ask for help, it's like, oh, well, you shouldn't have been sleeping around. Take care of your baby. But if there's a young black man who needs help with their baby, then all of the women in the community will be like, oh my God, I need to help
Yep.
this young man with this baby. But it's like, if a girl is like, I need help, I need a babysitter, it's like, shouldn't open
You
your
shouldn't have that
legs,
baby.
girl. You shouldn't have had
Right.
that baby. But if it's a man, then all of the women, all ages, no matter what, are going to come around and help him take care of that baby.
And
So
that
I,
that
I I
that
just
brings
wanted
up
to
the
add on to
point of
that.
like doing chores. Like we can even talk about doing chores. Like young girls are expected to cook, clean, and do chores when the young boys in the family probably aren't gonna be expected. You know what I'm saying? They could get to go outside and play while the little young girl gotta help their mom in the kitchen, help take care of the other kids, help clean up, stuff like that. But I don't see young black boys have and I guess because it's not a lot of black men around doing certain things, but I don't see young black boys uh being made to go help cut the grass or go help fix the car or go help do some
I
carpentry
wasn't
work or
doing it.
whatever.
I wasn't doing it. And you ain't finna have me out there no cutting no grass or fixing on the motherfucking car, okay? Yella, what you got to say? What you got to say? See, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see. It's either gonna be you or Red Clark. That's gonna make this panel go into uproar. We're gonna
And
see.
Yella is so full of fucking shit. He won't even hit my fucking panel no more. But he'll have his ass in my goddamn live chat. But he'll be over here all up in the goddamn comment section, and then have the nerve to hit the goddamn link. And it wouldn't even. And he wouldn't even know a goddamn reckless if it wasn't for a goddamn CTV.
I'm mad. I ain't even said nothing. I done got thrown under the bus already. See how I get treated. Oh, man, it's the patriarchy. That's the patriarchy right there, for real. But now, what's up though? What's up? Believe it or not, I'm not gonna really challenge nothing nobody has said so far, because that's kind of like for men, we gotta understand that those are experiences and those are perspectives that we probably would never be able to really see. Even though, like, as much as we want to understand, like, for everybody's perspective, like, I would just accept it right now and not really challenge it. More or less, when I'm up here is kind of actually agree with the emotional part for me. So it's more or less like we damned if we do and we damned if we don't when it comes to, our emotions, right? And that's kind of how we've been raised. It's like, if you're overly emotional, you're not really viewed as like a man or something like that, or you're not really viewed in a way that's comfortable for everybody around you, because then that kind of comes off as unstable, or even in like a relationship dynamic. I get it, as much as ladies be like, yeah, we want a man who can open up and be emotionally vulnerable and all that. Please, like, caveat that with the limit of how much you want that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because there are levels of emotional vulnerability from your man that you might not be able to accept. It might change your view, your point of view on it. You know what I'm saying? You might see your man cry at a point in time where that might change how you attracted to him. You might not think it is. I've seen it happen.
You know what? I think
That's
it's
what
what
y'all
y'all
think.
being emotional about is what gets to us and I'm speaking for me and the women I've come in contact with, is what y'all being emotional about. I don't see too many women looking down on a man if he's crying about his childhood, like if he was,
Yeah, but see, that's the
touched.
point though. That's the point. there shouldn't be necessarily a policing of emotions. If it's bad enough to make me cry, it's bad enough to make me cry.
Here's why I say that, because here's the difference. If you crying about, man, you know, I grew up hard, I was beat, I was abused, I was unloved, and you crying about that, that's cool. But you can't be out there cheating, mistreating me as a woman, and then when I say
I'm not talking about
listen.
that. I'm not. No, let's keep it in line,
Wait,
because
wait.
if I'm sitting here crying, wait a minute, hold on, that's kind of conflating what
I
I'm
just want
saying.
to ask you. Okay, you
If
give
I'm
some
sitting here
examples.
crying,
Can you give some examples?
I mean, okay. Say your man come in the house and he ain't dealing with no childhood trauma. He ain't cheating on you. He ain't doing all that other fuck shit. He just stressed out about his position in the world. He might just be down on himself just because that's how that's how the brain works. We require men to be so stoic, like Conscious was saying. We require men to be so stoic and be so emotionally in check that a man can't have a day where he's just having a bad day. Like, women will literally have a bad day, go in their car and cry. Or they will be able to cry. They will be able to cry in front of their partner, be vulnerable to that level in front of their partner, because they're having a bad day, because they're not feeling sexy, because they're not feeling value. You know what I'm saying? They're just not feeling it. So if you're sitting up and telling me that a man it's got to be parameters to why the man is showing that level of emotion, that's kind of why you don't get to see that level of emotion, because you get to police where that emotional state comes from.
But do you think that when men call women emotional when they come home and they express themselves to them, and men call them emotional or saying that they're, crazy or going off the rails, do you think that that plays a part in how they set up parameters for your emotions as well?
Yeah, I ain't really understand that question. I'm gonna be straight up with you. It came from way everybody. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you can ask it again, I probably would understand it. But it was just like a.
Can we all just agree that toxic ass fucking women need to shut the hell up and permit men to do and have the same access to their feelings? But can we also establish that there are two types of women in the world: those who are aware enough to know that and to give and to co-sign men's vulnerability and access to emotions, and then there are literally other women who have internalized patriarchy and internalized toxic masculinity their damn selves, who perpetuate that stoicness. But yeah, I totally agree that men need to totally have access to their feelings. And I was saying on, I think your panel, Reckless, the other time that we had this conversation, that as a male growing up in the Black community, there isn't a single fucking emotion that I ever witnessed women have that I didn't experience myself. The only difference is I wasn't taught to personify those feelings. I wasn't taught to actually bring voice to those feelings, but I had the same feelings, whether those were feelings of rejection, whether those were feelings of alienation, whether those were feelings of insecurity, whether those were feelings of fear, whatever the fuck the feelings were, that as a male, I naturally experienced my emotional spectrum as well. But I was taught that I was an when it comes to boys.
Yep, that's true. But Yellow, this is what I was trying to express. I feel like Black men, and I'm not gonna say Black men. Men use emotions as a tool of manipulation. That's what I was trying to get at. It's like y'all want to express your emotions when it's, oh, if I show a little bit of emotion here, I can, use this to manipulate when things not going right or not in my favor. So I think that, and let's be very clear, like Conscious said, there's two different type of women. That's the women that's totally involved in a patriarchy. So yes, when men show emotion, they like toughen up. What are you doing? Yeah, don't mess with them. Throw them out the window. Leave them alone. But for the normal average woman that I've been privy to in my life, men usually try to use their emotions as a tool of manipulation. It's like y'all want to get emotional when you're trying to get out of some shit. Then you want to break down and cry when you know, we
But you
talking about
dead
some
ass
stuff.
wrong.
Right, you dead ass wrong, and now I've been going through all this stuff, and it's like, well, you could have been expressed this to
Come on,
me.
Ike Turner.
Bringing their kids to court.
Okay.
Now that we
But
into
Okay.
it, and I'm calling
Okay.
you out on
Hold
some
on.
shit. Now
Okay.
you want to show your emotions instead of
So
go ahead.
So okay.
I like this.
From what I hear a lot in these conversations, and from certain perspectives I hear, is that women have a mastery or almost an ability to dial in to their emotions, right?
Yeah, and just to answer
Hold on,
your
wait,
question.
because hold on, because I want to get it to a point, really, like because it's to the point to where I'm trying to say this. Anybody who's a master of it also anybody who considers a group of people a master of a certain thing has to realize that there are people within it who would abuse it too. So I get what you're saying, as in a man would get caught cheating and he'll break down crying like, baby, I'm sorry, please take me back. I'm sorry. I know you caught me with my pants around my ankles and rock hard dick with a condom hanging off. I get it, baby, I'm sorry. But at the same time, women abuse their emotional privilege on a regular basis.
Question you asked me?
On a regular basis. So I get it, but we can't just say it like, oh, black men just throw their emotional weight around and they use it. People use their emotions as a factor. Okay, we didn't seen folks break down crying when you know damn well one of your friends. We can sit right here. Everybody know damn well one of your friends then came to you crying about some shit you know damn well that she brought on herself, but you like, oh girl, so she looking for some sympathy. She playing on your emotions the same way we didn't sat back as men and then heard our boy lying to us about some shit.
You asked me to re-ask my question. So whenever, let me know when you want me to do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got you, Yoli.
So to re-ask my question, I was saying that because before all of the men break down to manipulate, which wasn't the point I was making. I was saying that women are able to express their emotions, and I said that men would be able to express their emotions as well if they didn't come down on women for expressing their emotions. A lot of the times you guys say men are logical, okay, and women are emotional, okay. And so whenever women come and express their emotions, or not even just women, just all people, whenever somebody expresses their emotions, because y'all quick to come down on other men too for expressing their emotions. And so when we express our emotions, you guys come down on us so bad that when you express your emotions, there are a lot of people who you have downed for being open, take the opportunity to be like, oh, you said I was soft. You said I was emotional. You said you're logic and I'm emotional. Well, you know what? F you. F your emotions. You are logic, right? And that's what I was saying.
Okay. And
So what's the
I
solution?
get it.
Because everybody
I
is going
get
to have
it.
a bunch of anecdotal ass experiences
That's kind of what I'm
validate
saying,
they.
CTV. That's kind of what I was trying to
Can
say,
I?
because it comes down to, I just want to ask a pressing thing, and I'm gonna go ahead and fall back. Where we as a people tend to fuck up is that we want to make all of our actions the responses to the they. My thing is this: if you know how the relationship, and this ain't you, this is anybody who want to make it work. If you know you want your relationship to work, and you know that your man should be allowed to be vulnerable in front of you, if he isn't allowing you to be vulnerable in front of him, then you shouldn't be dealing with him. Because when he come back, I'm being straight up with you. If you shouldn't be with him. Because you shouldn't be letting outside influences in what they say and how y'all say this. You shouldn't let that influence how you treat your partner, because if your partner isn't giving you that, then in turn you're projecting something on him that he doesn't deserve. So if your man is allowing you to be emotionally vulnerable, there should be no barrier to you allowing him to be equally emotional. I think if we get away from worrying about what they say and worry about what we want, then we would be a lot better. Just be with a man who's emotionally available, at least to the point to where he'll bring you some ice cream and let you cry or some shit.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Something like that.
I completely agree with that. I was just talking about in general. I I I completely agree with that, and I am living that in that space right now. So I completely agree with you on that. I was just talking about in general as far as the discussion.
I mean,
isn't it also safe to say too that like men kind of being immature in the emotionality is the result of not being properly cultivated? Because I was just thinking to myself, like, if a boy is trying to ride a bike and he's being taught to ride a bike and then he falls off, what the masculine identifying energy is going to tell that boy is to get up, get back on it, and do it again. Fine. I may do that as a boy. I may do the doing part. Well, get up and do. But every time I fall, if you're not going to teach me emotional intelligence, when I fall off that fucking bike, don't chastise me and reprimand me for beating the fuck out that bike for throwing me off of it. Don't chastise me for throwing the bike up against the fucking wall and being a sore loser when I lose a basketball game, because you're literally alienating the emotional part. You are teaching me to be good at the doing part, but you're not teaching me how to navigate the feelings that come from, once again, failure, etc., or whatever it is. And then when I'm going ham, then you rather taunt that and mock that rather than understand that men need to be taught that emotional intelligence just as much as women do. And this is why men are terrible in arguments. This is why men will more so yield to their fist to resolve conflict than to use their words and to use their perspective. All of that comes out of being handicapped in that way. So I think, of course, men are going to like be glitched up in a matrix where they're being taught away from their emotions, and they're not going to know when to effectively utilize that or when to access that. But it has that toxic umbrella that all of us are under, has both men and women doing the moonwalk and operating ass backwards.
No shade.
Yep. CTV, you know what I had to learn?
I don't
How
think
I
I
had
am.
to I had to learn how to emotionally mature. Excuse me. So I had to learn like the yin and the yang. Your first reaction is always going to be emotional to something. I think when I have a 7-year-old, well, he's 8 now. I'm trying to teach him the yin and the yang of emotions so he can have that maturity. Is that your first reaction is going to be emotional. Sometimes you have to calm down and let your logic kick in. Like you said, if you fall off the bike and you're hurt and you're mad, yes, emotions, that's always going to be your first reaction. It's natural. We're just a ball of emotions. But then you have to step back and be like, okay, logically, why am I mad? How can I fix this? What can I do the next time? Because we also can't, like you said, we also can't allow him to think throwing the bike is the right response. You can't meet every emotion with anger. You can't confuse every emotion with anger. You know what I'm saying? Like we get sad, we want to lash out with anger. We confused, we want to lash out with anger. We're a little embarrassed, we lash out with anger. We're a little insecure, we lash out. Like everything can't be a lashing out with anger. Like you have to be like, okay, this is emotion. What's going on here? Let me think about it. And I don't think any of us, like, we love to play this, oh, it's black men, it's black women thing. We're raised in the same community, so we're going through the same thing. Like I said, I think the difference between young black girls and young black boys is at a certain point, women or young girls that's turning into women, we start confiding in one another and Black men don't seem to do that, and that's where you get that self-deletion and them feeling like they don't have community or places to express themselves because they don't express themselves amongst each other as friends. Like sometimes I be wondering what y'all talking about all day. Just sports and
Sex,
asses and
fucking,
sex,
coochie, sports,
right?
cars,
All the
money,
time. Not all
girls,
the time.
hoes.
Not all the time. It's like 70% of the time.
Come on, 30%.
So it's the
Okay.
emotional part, the 30%.
30% of the time, we actually talk about some real shit. I'll be telling y'all underestimate men sometimes. Like y'all be right a lot of the times, but give us credit on like what we really do be trying to do, right?
Okay.
Because I understand
we'll
what
give you that 30.
I understand what you're saying as with children, right? And how boys like, because I like what you're doing, like reinforcing like the logic within your son. I think the issue is that men don't tend to get that emotional reinforcement once we become adults, right?
But that's an environment that you guys created, though. You have to take responsibility for that.
That's true.
I mean, I'm gonna be straight up with you. Nobody alive right now created none of this. We all just living in a system that is long before us. So none of us, not even you, none of the issues I have with women, Presley, you created, right? We all just living in the system.
So maybe a better word is upholding.
Perpetuated. Yes, you perpetuated.
There you go, Conscious.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So let me get some more people up in here. Let me go to Forever, then we're gonna go to Red Clark, and then we're gonna go to Neo X. Because okay, so here's the thing, y'all. The way I kind of run the panels is that I kind of get people's initial thoughts, and then after that, it's a free for all. The only rule is after everybody goes, if you see somebody talking, if they can't hear you come to chime in, just bow out gracefully. That's it. So Forever, what you got to say? What's going on?
Good evening, people. Good evening, panel. Armadillo.
Hello,
What's going on,
hello.
Reckless? Love you. Pastor
Hey.
TV. What's going on, y'all? I see the collect your plate information scrolling along the bottom, so you know I gotta say what I gotta say. Y'all make sure y'all tap that collect your plate. I hope it come back to you double. My initial thoughts for the whole situation, or for everything that we're talking about, I don't truly initially disagree with anything that anybody on the panel has said. I think everybody comes from a place of anecdotal experience, a place of societal experience, and their own personal worldview. So I totally get it from everybody's perspective. I do want to chime in on the responsibility that the community has on teaching young boys that they can't cry. Just doubling back on what CTV was saying, like, you can't really be mad if I throw this bike when you're telling me I can't cry. It's one thing to teach somebody what to do after the fact of crying, but there's a whole other situation that's involved when you tell them that they can't experience the emotion that they're experiencing, but they have to create logic from it. And that's something that's being lost in society and in the community. We're really quick to tell a boy how to physically respond to something, but we don't teach them how to emotionally respond to something. And anger is not always the first emotion. If I fall off of a bike and I hit my knee and scrape my knee, my first emotion is not I'm mad at that bike. My first emotion is my knee hurt.
Right.
And people don't go and address, baby, your knee hurt. Let me fix your knee before they say, stop all that crying. Come on, let's get this cleaned up. What you crying for? Or what's said in the Black community that I hate to hear said to boys a lot is stop all that whining.
Yeah, that's
or what did you do to cause your knee to get scraped?
You fell off a bike. We've got through that part already. You fell off a bike. That's why your knee hurt. So it's nobody's fault, but that doesn't mean that you don't get to cry. There's a terrible misconception on how emotions, and even apparently with adults, that says that there's only that, like, and I'm agreeing with Yella that there's a policing of emotions.
Yes.
All pain is not anger induced. All pain should not be silenced. And I agree with the other young lady that was saying that a lot of people, and I'm saying a lot of people because I cannot speak to that. I don't raise my children like that. I'm big on emotional maturity and doing what's necessary to help them to understand how to maneuver through themselves before they try to maneuver through other people. But that's just me. Society does not necessarily teach that. Society tells you to identify your emotions through how you respond to those emotions. We are not teaching people to identify the emotions so that they can properly respond. There's a lot of shunning going on, and there's a lot of condemning that goes on with boys. Oh, you crying, you act like a girl. Because apparently they think that girls just cry all the time, when really we're one of the most strongest conglomerates in the community.
Yep.
So the teachings, it all really goes back to the teachings. And we as women can't exclude ourselves for how young boys are raised when we talk about single parent households. Because a lot of times women also perpetuate that men are protector, provider, protector, providers, and that's what they're there for. Protector, provider, procreate.
Mm-hmm.
And we limit them to that box of such. And anything outside of that is not attractive to a lot of women. But men are emotional beings, just like children are little people. They are not property. They're not subject to be directed and scolded and whatnot, what have you. They are little people like we are little people, or like we were once little people. So you can't ever say that there wasn't a time when you were a child and you were crying and somebody told you hush your mouth and you didn't feel the silencing behind that.
Yep.
And that goes both ways for men and women. Too often times we're not teaching our children, which is what gives these young girls this patriarchal and toxic, this toxicity inside of them. It comes from those same households that tell a little boy he can't cry, tells a little girl that she can't go play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Tells a little girl that she can't go and tumble because she's a girl. Tells a little girl she can't wear jogging pants. You need to, or like Reckless was saying, you can't go climb a tree. You a girl, you got a skirt on, get down.
Yep.
So as a society, we really need to address how we're labeling emotions, how we're identifying our emotions, as opposed to simply how we respond to them. I feel like we take way too much time talking about how people respond to their emotions and not really identifying the fact that people don't know how to identify their emotions. A lot of people don't know the difference between pain and rage.
Ooh, yep.
Sorry, y'all, but I'm sorry. When it comes
Good.
to little girls climbing trees and playing basketball, um, tomboys are respected way more than little boys with sugar in their tank. Our society worships masculinity. It
More
doesn't
sugar.
matter who it comes from, men or women. Okay, if there's a little girl who's a tomboy, it's she's like, oh, she's a tomboy, she's a tomboy, she's a tomboy. They don't get bullied like that. Tomboys don't get bullied. So I don't get
I don't
that
agree
part.
with that. That wasn't my
I don't agree with
experience.
that either.
Yeah, I don't agree
Yeah,
with
I'm
that at all.
definitely gonna disagree with that.
Tomboy,
we
I'm
we
sorry. I'm
definitely
sorry.
There
got
are
we
plenty of little girls, and there's even
I
movies with
definitely
little
got
girls being
bullied.
snatched out of trees. Like, it's a part of our world view. It's put into movies and television show where the girls are snatched out of trees
Yep.
and snatched off of basketball courts.
I
And
don't
even when
agree.
it come to love and basketball, the Sanaa Lathan was told the entirety of her life, I thought it was a phase. When you
Right.
gonna clean up? When you gonna go get your hair done? Make her look pretty for the little boys.
Boys,
That is
right.
definitely something I cannot
Okay,
agree with.
like literally,
No, hey
that's
Presley,
like
they just telling you like an experience because I grew up all my life a tomboy, and they're not lying. That's truly what happens. I used to
I
have to
know.
get beat into. I used to have to get beat into a dress, snatched out of the trees. Like they used to complain if I try to sign up for sports like basketball, baseball, and then the little boys used to pick on me by calling me a little boy because I was actually stronger than they asses and outrunning their asses. But they not lying to. This is a true experience that do happen to tomboys.
I
So I
know that
mean,
it's a true. I'm sorry. I know that it's a true experience, but the experience between tomboys and little boys who are feminine is like saying, uh, basically like like a mixed girl being like, oh, I don't know if I'm black or white, and then a dark skinned girl being treated like shit. Like it's just it's two different things. It's on
Yeah,
two different
definitely.
levels.
They definitely two different things. Just real quick, so
I'm
we
just
can let Red,
all
so we
right.
can let Red
I'm
go
gonna shut
next.
up. I'm gonna
Just
shut
like,
up.
no, just real quick. So, the only thing I'm gonna tell you, regardless if it's tomboy or little boys that's acting like little girls acting effeminate, anytime you go outside of the social norm behavior of what little
Yep.
boys or little girls supposed to act, you're gonna get bullied. So
Yep.
there's like no who got bullied the most. It's not like that. If you act outside that social norm, you become a target.
You're
And
But
hope
literally, I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry. I'm
You're
sorry.
other.
But
Hold on, Presley.
literally,
Let me
Tom.
finish my point so
Real
we
quick.
can get to Red.
Okay,
Yeah.
Because
literally, tomboys talking about them being bullied over feminine boys being bullied is like light skinned girls saying, "Oh, they call me light skin, they call me white girl,"
no, sis,
over
that's
the
not the
little dark.
same.
that
That's
Yeah,
it's
that's
colorism.
not the
false
same.
equivalency.
Yes,
Those
it is.
That's
two are
false
nothing
equivalency,
like.
Presley. Presley,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
a
sorry. I
very,
just
very
can't let
false
you rock with that. You
equivalency.
know, I love you, Presley. I love you, Presley, but I can't let you rock with that. That's not the same at all.
That's a false
Okay.
equivalency.
Sorry.
And to back
Tomboy bullying is
that
a
up, Presley.
privileged
Hold on,
Wait,
hold
wait,
bullying.
on,
wait, 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 wait,
Presley.
wait. Okay, so wait. We're gonna let Forever, and then we're gonna go to Red Clark because he's been waiting for a long time.
To back that point up, tomboys typically hang around a lot of boys, correct? We can all agree with that. The tomboys
Mm-hmm.
typically
Yep.
hang around other boys.
Yep.
Weren't we
Yes.
just discussing how when girls hang around a lot of boys, they're deemed fast?
Yep.
So we can't we that there's a false equivalency. They may be treated
But
in
forever.
two
They
yes.
call y'all lesbian,
Like,
not fast.
Hold on,
No,
Presley.
you get called
Because
fast too.
I was going to say that too. That the only time that an exception is made is if that girl completely assimilates to masculinity, and then
Yes.
she's no longer even looked at as a girl anymore.
Except for by the parents that's trying to get her to act
Yeah,
like a
except
little
for by the
girl and beat
parents.
her into the dress and whatnot, what have you. Which is what I was getting ready to say. Like there's still you get treated differently, and like the other young lady was saying, the boys will let you come and play with them, and while you playing with them, they're gonna bully you. Oh, you're strong behind. Oh, you act like a boy. Okay, little boy. So it's just a different type. It doesn't mean that there's a more or a less. There's just a different type.
Mutation.
As a different, exactly, it manifests itself in different ways. But as the young lady was saying, when you act outside of that cultural norm, and that's the last half of my piece, another part of what I'm saying as it relates to that emotional maturity is teaching gender roles.
Yes.
When we teach the gender roles is when that's where the beginning of the lack of empathy comes in that Conscious was talking about. So in breaking these cycles, a lot of the gender roles and the patriarchal standards that are already preset, like Yella was saying, this stuff has been pre-existing long before us. A lot of these standards that have been set, the minute we start perpetuating those, we start tearing into the humanity of what we are all basically set up with that masculine and that feminine energy. If we don't learn to balance it, you will inevitably have more of one and more of other, more of one than the other, which will create an imbalance, not just within that person, but within their very atmosphere of their home, and in turn their community, and in turn society. So that was
I
my
know y'all.
piece.
Can I add
I
something in
know y'all said that
Reckless?
that
I
might
know that Red
seem.
Clark wants to go, but can I just insert something real quick?
Yes, real quick.
I understand where Presley is coming from. I think the better way to frame it, and even I have to be honest, as
I'm
a gay man
literally
myself,
light skinned. I know how this goes.
even though I'm a gay man, I have to be honest as somebody who exists within the community too. It's not a struggle Olympics situation. I'm not going to say that masculine women don't get bullied, because as everybody said here, anytime you deviate outside of whatever is considered norm, there's going to be pushback, period. But I also have seen in my own lived experience that
lesbian women are tomboys.
There's definitely more acceptance of masculine identifying women than there are of feminine identifying men. I grew up with tom girls who ran the streets with us, rode bikes, wrestled with us, and all. I know for a fact, and this tom girl, she was allowed to be in her jeans and to have dirt on her shirt, and she didn't have to keep herself up to the feminine standard of woman, but I know damn well if the role was reversed and I was a effeminate identifying male, that I would not have gotten away with growing my hair long, being effeminate, and always being in female spaces and playing with doll babies and double dutching without it getting very fucking interesting. And I also remember like a lot of the girls, a lot of the female athletes in school were kind of more on the masculine side. They received a lot less fuck shit than a lot of the openly effeminate gay men did. Like, it's almost like the community went absolutely out of their way collectively to always shun like any effeminate identifying black man. And there was definitely spaces that we were not allowed to be in, spaces that I oftentimes saw my lesbian peers access, spaces and social circles that I oftentimes saw masculine black women being able to access that were kept from gay black men. Mm-hmm. And matter of fact, there were oftentimes spaces within heterosexual male community where lesbian women or masculine identifying women could access that we couldn't even access as males ourselves, just because of our femininity. And there's always been this notion in the black community that, well, I'll just leave it at that. But I have been able to see those observations myself. I'm not going to say that queer people of all kinds don't end up on the cross, because all of us do, whether it's lesbian women, trans men, queer men. But I think that when it comes to privilege, it is levels to the shit, and it is a relative game. And I will say that black masculine identifying women, whether they are hetero or same gender loving, are more acceptable in this community, relatively speaking, to effeminate black men.
I agree.
And that's all I was saying, because I'm a different color than my sister, okay, and we're a year apart, and so I grew up with that, and so that's why I compared tomboys and feminine little boys, tomboys that are girls and feminine little boys, to light skin and dark skin, okay, because me and my sister grew up, we're a year apart, okay, we have the same parents, but I'm a different color than she is, and so although I did get bullied, I didn't get bullied as bad as her, okay? So yeah, the white people, I was able to hang around more white people, and those white people did bully me. But guess what? When those white people bullied me, I could go to the black people, and they love and uplift me. And I knew that. I'm aware of my privilege. Like, I'm literally aware of my privilege. So that's why. And my sister couldn't go, like, whenever we had like sleepovers, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll bring my little sister too. When she came, they were like, uh, uh, like, I knew they didn't like me already because I was black. When my sister is a different complexion than me, because whenever my little sister, they were like, "Oh wait, I
treated
didn't
her
like
differently.
you." Yeah, I didn't like you, but this, what is that? And like I literally noticed that, like literally, in I was 7 when I first recognized that. When my white friends, I knew they didn't like me, but I'm like, okay, then my little sister, and they still treated me different than they treated her. They were just like, ugh, when my sister came in. And that's why I was comparing tomboys and feminine, tomboys who are girls and feminine boys who are boys, to light skin and dark skin, because I noticed the difference. That's
Difference
all
in
I
the
was
way,
saying.
true difference in the way that we accept them.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
I can get with that.
definitely get that, and I can definitely agree with everybody's point of view based on what they have personally seen, which is where I get my point of view, and where the other young lady gets her point of view as being a tomboy, and where I get my point of view. Like in my family, I had a accepting family, so I didn't see my uncle is a feminine black man, and he has been feminine his entire life, and they protected him and shielded him. So I didn't get to see that there was as much of a difference, because I've also known family members who wouldn't dare let their daughter put on a pair of pants. Wouldn't dare. Wintertime, you got on 2 pairs of stockings, baby. Ain't no such thing as you going out in no Timberlands and no sagging jeans talking about you finna go hang out with these boys. And in the same respect, my uncle was allowed to bring his gay friends around. I was able to be raised around a conglomerate of people. So I've been able to see it from both sides, which is what makes me say, like, I don't want to have a struggle Olympics or try to say that there's a more or less, because it really just depends on the community that you grow up with and the parents that you have. That makes all of the difference in the world on whether or not you're going to be accepted and how society is going to be made to respect you.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
true.
compartmentalization of the sexism and the homophobia, because I had a very openly gay uncle too. But ironically, as much as my mom and my dad loved my Uncle Frank, they weren't ready to give me the same acceptance that they toted around when it came to him. And we literally went to his house parties. We went to his cookouts. He also was able to have his lover around, etc. But that same acceptance and openness was not extended to me when it was time for me to be the new gay generation in the family.
Exactly. So it's just about where you are.
Wait. Let me squeeze Red Clark in here. Red Clark, what you got to say?
What's up, everybody, man?
What's going on?
Hey, Red.
Coolin', man. Hey, what are we talking? Like, what am I talking about?
It's okay.
Am I talking about colorism? Am I talking about?
Oh no.
Relationship of
No, we're talking about the way that in the community how Black men don't express their emotions, and then also talked about the way that the community restricts Black men of their emotions. So growing up, were you even allowed to express your emotions?
Well, interestingly enough, I grew up in a single parent household. My mom has 3 kids. And I'm the oldest of the 3 kids. And I have a sister who is, I think, 2 years younger than me. So growing up, I've always had to be, quote unquote, the man of the house. We hear that. So, as a young child, being known as having to be the man of the house, I can say it does put certain preconceived notions that a child shouldn't have, I could say. But like I also say, I grew up around a lot of more women. So like my grandmas are very instrumental in my life. I grew up with a feminine uncle as well, aunts. So when I had to be the man of the house, I was the man of the house. But when I went to my grandma, I was, she gave me that emotional awareness, I could say. So, and also growing up with a sister that's 2 years younger than me, we not so far apart. So when she would get an easy bake oven, I'm there with the easy bake oven as well, playing with her. When she would get the cooking set, I'm playing with the cooking set with her. When she get the baby dolls, I'm watching her play with the baby dolls and interacting with her baby dolls. When she's playing with her Barbie talking townhouse, I have my wrestling man interacting with them as if it's a social thing. And we grew up playing together, and it was so I got a balance of how to be emotional when I needed to be emotional, but I can also speak on as well. When men grow up in friendships or whatever, I feel like we do more so of a bond than building a relationship in a deeper connection way. Because we'll come over, play the game with each other, or we'll joke on each other, or we'll talk about sports. We'll talk about things like that. Whereas women, I grew up watching my sister and her friends, they would talk about like that. They would girl chat or gossip or talk about different things and paint each other nails, do each other hair. They're more, they're getting more intimacy,
Mhm.
and that builds relationship. And also to speak on the bike thing,
Mhm.
yes, I would say the parent, let's say the father in that situation would say, get up, try again, get up, try again, to the point that he is upset that this child isn't getting this, versus what building a relationship with said thing, even building a relationship with said emotion. So you have to build a relationship with the emotion of anger, build a relationship with the emotion of grief, sorrow, happiness, stress, so you can communicate with this child. Okay, you fell off the bike, you hit your knee, this is why your knee is hurting. And no, don't throw the bike. The bike is your friend. Building a relationship with said thing, so you know how to, be more connected. And I can say, men, we grow up being, not connected, as Yellow was speaking on, in the sense of, if I can't show my emotion, like, what's too much emotion? What's too less emotion?
So I have
Well,
a
fuck it.
question.
I'm not gonna show no emotion.
So I have a question for you.
What's up?
Since you are a heterosexual male, right, and you have, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say you've been dating and had girlfriends, etc. Have you ever had experiences where you may have showed emotion and you were shunned for it, or you ever showed emotion and your partner had like a certain reaction to you showing certain emotions?
Mm, I can say, in the sense of my partners, in
Mhm.
which, not not apparent. If so, it was very like covert. It wasn't very like so. It wasn't no
So,
like, like, stop crying type shit. It was probably more so not not thinking that it was as serious as it was, type vibe.
so basically like dismissive.
Yeah, more so of a
Okay.
dismissive type vibe. But that could just be my my perception of that at that time. But yeah, like that. If anything, it was that. So I've never had a woman, overtly doing that. And thinking back to that, I don't even I don't even recall. I'm probably a product of what we're talking about, because I don't even recall showing emotion like that around women
Have you
that I
judged
date.
men for have you judged men for things that you were scared of being judged for?
Like what?
Like you're saying, like I didn't want to express this emotion. I didn't want to express this emotion because I was scared of being judged for it. Have you judged other men for those emotions that you were scared of showing
That I was scared of showing to.
to the world, to anybody?
um like, no. If anything, I would probably speak on the way certain emotions are expressed. I feel like it's certain ways to express certain emotions, and that goes with building a relationship with the emotion.
Oh no,
Anger is
I'm
a
not.
good emotion, but how a person expresses anger, I'll probably speak on that. So if a person is sad, I'll and say, like, people that go and record themselves on the internet with the phone in their face and crying on the internet. I'm not crying. I wouldn't say nothing about them being sad, but it's just the fact of you going on the internet and crying. So, like,
Oh
I
no, I'm
wouldn't.
not talking about present day. I'm not talking about present day, and I'm not talking about romantic relationships. You were just speaking about like when you were young and you were afraid to express emotions because you were afraid that you would be judged for it. So what I'm saying is, did you ever judge other little boys or men depending on your age that you stated that from? Did you ever judge those little boys or those men for emotions that you were afraid to express because you were afraid to be judged for them? Did you contribute in that?
I don't I don't recall me doing any of those things that you stated.
So if you saw a little boy or a man, depending on your age, crying, would you judge them for it?
No.
Okay.
Gave
So
his
so
answer.
I wrote okay.
Gave his answer. Okay. So let's kind of switch gears a little bit. Let's just go from because we'll like be quite honest, like we were kind of in neutral. Let's actually let's go to drive. So I know in the genesis of this live, I was talking about, guys. Now I know everybody gonna be like, oh, we gotta talk about this again, but whatever. I was talking about Tory Lanez and the whole situation happened with Tory Lanez. But I do want to say this. I'm not really here to talk about Tory Lanez as in the trial directly. I was just about talking about Tory Lanez and the false prophet, aka his mother, his father. Hey Breeze, how are you doing? So earlier I was talking about when it came down to his father, how it seemed like when it came down to Tory Lanez actually receiving consequences for whatever he has done in the past, or in the sense of when it came down to Megan Thee Stallion, for me personally, it seemed like it was really convenient for his father to hold on to this Roc Nation narrative. What are your thoughts? I'm gonna start off with Neo X. Let me get you up in here, and I know because we was talking about your panel, and I had to go at it with this woman.
Yeah, that was funny. Oh, I'm glad you switched the subject because y'all know I'm friends with men. I never really dated them.
Mm-hmm.
And my funky ass ex-husband was the worst communicator ever, and he had no fucking emotions. So I'm glad I ain't really have to speak on that. He was a horrible, horrible communicator. But yeah, you know how I feel about the Tory Lanez and his false prophet father. I just feel like I think he had to make the verdict of the trial, the outcome of the trial, spectacle. And reason why I said that, because I don't know if y'all remember Tory Lanez tweet, his last tweet, when he was like, the way he tweeted, he made it seem like he knew that he was gonna get off. And he even said something in that tweet. He even said something in that tweet that y'all gonna the seat of God I serve, y'all not gonna question me again, or anybody who speaks against me in judgment should be condemned. Like, you could tell he was trying to like push this faith and hope that, like, letting everybody know that, hey, I spoke this into existence, I'm going to get off in this trial. So when he lost the trial, everybody was like, so which God was you praying to, Tory? Because you lost, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're going to jail, nigga. You're going to jail. But his dad had to make this shit into a spectacle. And you remember I mentioned this on my show, that I was so pissed off at his father. Instead of just calling it what it is, he had to make it into a conspiracy. Roc Nation, they mad because Tory went to sign with them, even though Tory been around 10 fucking years. You get what I'm saying? Like, how many people?
I gotta be honest, no shade, because I even said this in the beginning of the live. I just think it's because I see a reoccurring theme. It's just that I guess I'm gonna have to be that person. It's just that the thing that I think is very much a reoccurring theme is that whenever Black men end up in trouble or whatever, it's always a conspiracy that follows right after. But whenever everybody else gets in trouble, that's queer people, that's women, we don't get that same conspiracy theory. So I'll be like, y'all just real convenient. No shade, no shade. Now, don't get me wrong. I could understand if this was something that's like he was completely innocent. He was not an active participant. And plus his history, it was like everything. It was just, I'd be like, you know what? You're right. That's messed up. but he was a very much active participant. He most definitely was beating up on people even before and after Megan Thee Stallion. And then on top of that, the evidence, it was like, girl, there's no way y'all can try to pull that card. And a lot of times I feel like it's just like they do that at, like, they say they pull out talking points as dog whistles to activate the MK Ultra, aka the memification, and also the ain't bullshit ass niggas, like, to activate them up. I have to be honest, because like I was like, nah, y'all know y'all dead behind wrong. And then the little girl was his sister, talking about ruin my brother's reputation. I'm like,
yeah, you remember I said that poor baby don't even know what the hell's going on. But just to call out his father, you remember he said like he's the father to many sons, and you remember how he was pulling his, letting people know he's a pastor and stuff. And I was like, bro, you did a horrible job raising your own son. He came out to be a devil. You know what I'm saying? Like, you name your son Daystar. He doesn't even follow the basic principles of being a Christian. The only time he want to call out God is when he in trouble and stuff like that. Like, who are you leading? Like, should we even trust you as a spiritual leader? Because even the person who you raised in your own home doesn't even subscribe to the biblical narrative correctly. It's like false teachings, false prophets. Like, I even said his father, what did his father say that pissed me the fuck off? When he said that this was the most injustice thing that ever happened in the black community. You remember when he said that? And I was like, yes, he did. Yeah, he did. And I was like, do he remember Trayvon Martin? Do he remember that? You know what I'm saying? Like, your son is not a victim. Your son was a menace. The shit just finally caught up to him, and he got what he deserved. I mean, at the end of the day, there is no conspiracy. Tory Lanez been around 10 fucking years. Megan just hurt his feelings by telling him that he ain't hot. He ain't popping like he used to be, and he just couldn't accept it. But I just don't see the benefit. Why would Megan? You remember I said this on my show. Like, I don't see the benefit of Megan lying, because it kind of hurt her career with the whole. If this is a conspiracy, they try to say it was to boost her career, but it actually hurt her career. It divided the internet. It divided, black people, male versus female. Like, I just don't see the benefit of her lying on him. So that's why when the dad did that bullshit, I was just so annoyed, because I was like, no, you was a crappy father. You're not a good pastor. God let you down. The God humbled your son, and he's going to humble you too and expose you as a false prophet. Like, who are you pastoring? Like, your son is horrible.
And
then you name your child Daystar. Like, what the fuck is Daystar? We know what that shit means. The light bearer, Lucifer. We know what that means. You name your son Satan, bro. But you know the Bible. You serve, what God is you serving?
It means Jesus and whatever that religion is. Christian, I forgot.
That's even worse, because you named after the savior of the world, a person who his main lesson in the life that he told us is love one another. You feel what I'm saying? But your son beating on black women, beating on rappers that can rap better than him, swinging on gay guys, shooting. Like, come on, he wound up being a menace to society. His father just did a crappy job.
And Reckless, did you see the tweet that I posted from Megan? I put it in the private chat.
I showed that a while ago. Yeah, talking about when Megan was saying stuff along the lines of, when the truth came out, remember y'all sided with a person that shot a female. Those are her words, not mine.
That tweet just makes me smile. I'm sorry.
So let me get Breeze up in here. Let me get Yella up in here. So we're gonna go Breeze, Yella, C Woody, Red Clark, and then Conscious. We're gonna do that.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
So what are your thoughts on the false prophet?
The dad, I'm assuming we're all referring to.
Yes.
Yeah, I just think that obviously Tory learned how to be performative through his dad. And we know what we can kind of see and tie the knots or whatever where Tory comes from. But honestly, I kind of entered this to talk to the gender thing, but I know we moved past that. So I kind of want to get a little bit more info from everybody else. And I know everyone else has kind of been waiting silently. So I'll answer this at the end, if that's okay. Because I want to hear everyone else's perspective on Tory's dad.
what you talking
Yeah. All righty.
All
Yeah.
I know with Tory's dad, you can't trust any man who wear his chain outside the collar on the turtleneck. You can't trust him. That's all I got.
Yes.
And Tori's dad looked like Tori dressed up in the Santa suit.
So Yellow, let me yeah, it was Yellow. Let me get you up in here. Okay, so what has been your thoughts when it came down to Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion trial, and also with the false prophet giving out this conspiracy theory that Roc Nation has something to do with his son going away?
All right, I'm trying to make this quick. Tory Lanez is weird. Kelsey's weird. Meg Thee Stallion weird. Tory Lanez daddy's weird. Tory Lanez daddy's suits be weird as hell too. Tory Lanez mama weird. Her lace front weird. Their driver is weird. It's a couple weird people sitting there. Basically, I don't have no comment on this weird ass circus of buffoonery and stupidness. I'm glad it's over with. That's what I say.
Well, he said what he said. See, Woody?
All right, now y'all ain't gonna like what I got to say, but this is my opinion.
I told you, it's gonna be somebody that's gonna turn this kind of upside down. Okay.
Look, this is a product of what our community has let run rampant in the community. That's a lack of accountability in these fucking conspiracy theories. Like, because anytime any black person don't get their way, gets in trouble, or the odds aren't in their favor, it's always somebody else's fault. It's the white man's fault. It's the system's fault. It's their fault. It's racism. Is this, that, and the third. Now, granted, sometimes that stuff is very well true, but a lot of times we let just anybody use excuses to use excuses for not getting their way or for their life not being a certain way. Like, yes, racism, systemic racism, prejudice, bias is huge in America, but that's not always the case. And I feel like all Tory's dad did was pull that same card we let anybody in the black community pull. Like, oh, my son didn't win the case. It's them fault over there. It's the system fault. It's the judge fault. It's Roc Nation fault. It's everybody's fault but Tory's fault. Tory is a grown man with kids. His ass should have been at home with his kids instead of being out in the street being a menace. And he would have never been in the situation to begin with. It would have never been no who shot the gun situation had he been sitting down somewhere attending to his kids. But yeah, that's my thoughts on his dad. His dad just pulling the same old card that a lot of black people pull. Oh, it's the system fault. It's the man's fault. It's this person's fault. It's that person's fault. Instead of taking some self-accountability in the situation sometimes.
I think that has more to do with misogyny, simply because he was just so shocked that the court system favored a woman that he had to blame a man. Like, it's not just, oh, Megan won, or not Megan won, because it was the people against Tory Lanez, but it seemed like he was just like, wait, what? Like, I knew we were going to win this because, hello, women complaining about violence and actually getting justice? What is that? No, 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 no. That's Jay-Z's fault. That's Roc Nation's fault. It felt like misogyny to me, to be honest.
Let me see. Red Clark. Well, I'm gonna ask you a slightly different question because you've been up here for the Tory Lanez conversation. And plus I know that you actually liked his music and stuff. So let me say this. So when let me stay focused. All right. So when it came down to Tory Lanez and the false prophet getting upset, claiming that Roc Nation did this, Roc Nation did that. First thing, what were your thoughts on him making that, coming up with that conspiracy theory, letting that conspiracy theory go out to the public? And then not only that, if you agree or disagree with that statement, what do you think he should have done in that moment?
All right. Well,
if you disagree with it.
well, I would say me just being tuned in to the whole thing since it happened, being that I was an avid fan of Tory, so when it happened, this was around the time, they say like they had the Rock Nation brunch where all the celebrities be boom boom. That's where actually Kelsey met, and Kelsey and Tory and Meg met. So that's the first time I heard like Rock Nation. Okay, boom. So the incident happened, boom boom boom, and then I hear Rock Nation again when Tory say Rock Nation called him and said, "Don't make any statements once the incident happened." This the second time I'm hearing about Rock Nation. Me, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this Rock Nation shit. This is my first two times hearing about it in this regard. You see what I'm saying? So that that is my relevancy. If it could, that's me hearing Rock Nation before this time of his dad bringing it up. You see what I'm saying? So like, I don't know the correlation of that. Maybe because at the time he didn't want to sign, and also for Meg, for anybody to be like he wasn't popping at the time. This when like quarantine radio and shit was going on. He was probably the most. That's how Meg actually got wanted to be on she was being a clout demon for that. So for her to insult him at the time was like, I'm bigger than you. So you insult. So, but that's that. But I just don't know what the Rock Nation stuff is. It could be not. I don't know. But I feel like also him and his daddy just started to build a relationship, like not long ago. So also I feel like his daddy feel like, damn, the cash cow is going to jail. I don't got no cash, So it could have been a hint of that. He could have been genuinely upset, feeling like.
Okay, wait. So so I have a question then. Okay, so since it sounds like you kind of just like, okay, forget that Rock Nation stuff. I'm paraphrasing. Forget that Rock Nation stuff. Okay, so in that instance of his father coming out of the courtroom, what do you think should have been his appropriate response in that instance? If the whole Rock Nation stuff was BS or whatever.
Well, even if Rock Nation stuff was real, and even if he wanted to come at a different way, I just feel like he should have been more composed with his emotion at the time, being that it was a very rampant. It was a very like highly emotional time for everybody that was around. The kids was there, so for you to make a spectacle. See, this is a time when I felt like it's okay to be stoic within your emotion.
Yep.
When it's a might of chaos, you have to be that order in front of everybody and stand 10 toes on whatever it is and say we're gonna be all right. And for the sake and the name of the family. If Tory got us out here looking crazy, the least thing I can do is not make us look more crazy and stand on 10 toes and be like, we're gonna be all right. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like he could have approached it in that type of manner versus making a bigger spectacle of what it is. You see what I'm saying? He just was the clown to end the circus. We can't say we didn't get our money's worth these two weeks of this damn trial. So, it's a whole lot. It's a hodgepodge, but I just feel like he should have approached it in a different way.
I agree with everything he just said 100% down to the last word. But I just want to back it up real quick. You said Tory Lanez's father didn't even raise him?
Like,
no, he did not, girl.
Interesting. And he on the internet hollering saying that he's a father to thousands.
Like he didn't they just not started getting cool around the time when that I think it was on Conscious thing when we were talking about the his daddy going to Kenya or whatever. Like that was a few years ago. Tory mom died when he was younger. That's when he was with his, dad. Then he moved out of his dad, went stay with his grandmother. His grandmother kicked him out, and he be on his own.
Mm-hmm.
He
And
was
I ain't
homeless.
trying to accuse his bad behavior, but it seemed like he had no guidance.
Yeah.
I just want to give y'all the timeline so y'all could discuss. I'm not interrupting. Um, Tory Lanez's mother actually died when he was 13, and while his mother was raising him from newborn to 13, his dad wasn't there. When his mother died, the courts gave him to his dad. His dad only kept him for 2 months, and then his dad gave him to his grandma and ran away. So he made his mother a single mother, and he made his own mama a single grandma. And when his own mom, the single grandma, got tired, I guess she wasn't, I don't know, but Tory got into a bunch of trouble,
Yeah, she got tired of
and
him.
he got into a bunch of trouble. So when Tory was 16, she kicked him out the house. And then when Tory tried to go back to his dad, he said, nah, nah. And then Tory ended up becoming homeless. And he said himself he slept with white women to get by. And then he got a job. So that's what happened.
At Denny's.
Yeah. Yeah, his dad full of shit, bro. So now you only came back into this man's life when he became a celebrity, making
When it got
millions.
money.
Exactly.
And now you up here acting like a damn clown, like Red Clark said at the end of this circus, to make all this shit a spectacle. This is your son's life. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't no movie. Like this man finna go to prison for probably a long time, depending if the judge want to throw the book at him or not.
That
But yeah,
probably
now
was good though.
he's full of shit. Now that I know he ain't even raised him, I was clowning him just thinking that he was a bad pastor. You couldn't even keep your son in line. But now I know Tory's a bad kid because your ass wasn't even fucking there.
That's
So
yeah. That's
the God that you said was gonna be there for him didn't help him out, and you wasn't even fucking there when that man needed you. Like
I mean, I
now
guess,
his
I
like
guess
dad,
the
I
guy
might
he
do
was
a
praying
whole
for.
nother video going in on his cheap collared ass chain outside the collar. I can't, man. I
I
don't like
mean,
his
I
dad,
guess the
bro.
guy he was praying to did his job because he wasn't there, and the guy that he was praying to wasn't there the day Tory got convicted.
now we
Yeah,
see why
I'm just
Tory
saying
act the
only,
way
and
he
I ain't
Yeah,
act.
even
I
trying
feel you
to.
though. I feel you though. I'm just, just being like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I ain't even trying to like mock God or anything like that. I'm just mocking the situation because Tory put
yeah.
in his tweet that we gonna see the God he served.
Yeah, and that's
And
that's why Tory that's why Tory act the way he act. He always lashing out, and that's probably why his dad lashed out because I'm sure he feel guilty. Like you're the
Yeah.
reason why he in the streets acting the way he acting. Anytime Tory feel slightly disrespected, he go ape shit.
and
Like he go
yeah,
from 0 to 100
no
real
control.
quick. No self control at all.
Mhm.
So I'm sure as a father he feel guilty. Now he lashing out, blaming Rock Nation. And somebody in the comments made a very good point. It's crazy
Mm-hmm.
that he jumped all the way to Rock Nation and didn't say nothing about Kelsey. He didn't say
Mm.
nothing about, oh,
Right.
well, she had the gun. Maybe she did it. He know it's a conspiracy and F the judge and Rock Nation set him up. So
Yeah,
everybody controlling Tory's reactions and emotions, huh? Tory
yeah,
ain't gonna have no accountability in this.
he even tried to blame the white guy, Kels, who pretty much testified that he did see Tory shooting. He even tried to blame him that Rock Nation got to him because he wouldn't shake the defense
You know what's
attorney's
funny?
hand.
You know what's
And
So
funny?
also,
You know what's funny? The funny thing is that literally in that 5 minute clip, it literally represented exactly what I spoke about a couple of probably like an hour ago, where it said that, well, someone else said it here too, where they every time a black man gets in trouble, that most definitely he did it, but he's trying to get out of it or trying to get I get be in the good graces when it comes down to the general public is always the white man. And who did he blame? The prosecutors. It's always the legal system. Oh, this legal system isn't it's all about injustice. This is the most injustice thing that we've seen so far. It's always about the industry. We're gonna get Roc Nation. Da, da, da. It's always about the woman. Oh, what about Kelsey? Kelsey did it, and Megan, you lied. You put all of those cards within the 4 or 5 minutes after that trial. I guess, girl, these niggas ain't shit. I keep trying to tell y'all that. Y'all need to, girl, these niggas ain't shit. No shade.
I asked some of the guys on my panel that which one y'all think is more logical, that Tory just finally got what was coming to him, or Roc Nation sat down and said, okay, we gonna plan this. First, we gonna send Megan to Kylie Jenner's Kylie house, the little white girl Kylie. We gonna send her there, right? And then Tory, we gonna send Tory. Then we gonna make Megan get mad, and when Megan get mad, we gonna get her in the car. And then Chelsea, you plant the gun on Tory. Like, do you really think it went down like that? I was like,
sprinkle some GSR on him,
right?
Just to make him look a little bit more guilty.
And then we're gonna put a white British man in the neighborhood. We're gonna have him on the roof.
Put them in the sun. Put them in the neighborhood.
We're gonna have him on the roof, and we're gonna have him testify that the little guy shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, which one make more sense?
Throw some glass in her feet, make sure it sticks, so she can go to the hospital and have surgery.
And we're gonna get the worst police that we can find, who don't know how to do an investigation. They don't know how to tag a bag of evidence, take a picture, or nothing. We just gonna hire. Like, come on, bro.
I'm gonna be honest. When Neo, when it came to your panel, I was trying my best not to cuss that lady out because I was like, it's one of her supporters, one of Neo's supporters. I don't want to do this, but I'm sorry. That mamification was activated. It was activated. It was in full alert. The MK Ultra was very much beginning, and it was starting up because I was like, she was like, yeah,
I don't know.
They are attacked by the system, and you do know black women almost definitely don't get justice. So the same way you can say that, I can say this. Like, they be irking my soul. Would you better say, Neil?
I'm trying to get on.
Then Miss Barbara's reaction. When I say I saw the different side of Miss Barbara when she found out the verdict. Like
a different side. Girl,
the demon came out of man, the devil came out of that lady for real. She was like, if you black bees and y'all ugly, and that's why and now y'all just trying to take this. I was like, damn, Miss Barbara, for real?
Well, I'm not like Dr. Conscious, my beautiful goddess. Y'all know I love me some Conscious, but I'm not like Dr. Conscious, but I am a little bit more patient with people on my panel, except for like the last guy who came on there. But with the sister you talking about on Reckless, she's older. So I kind of like was trying to hope y'all caught that she's like way, like she's older. I don't want to call her old, like elderly, but she's way older. So she's not really in tune on how to get proper information. I mean, you can tell that she was just regurgitating talking points from YouTube blogs, because you remember everything she said was incorrect, down to the they found the bullet on Kelsey and Jesse.
Like, fuck her.
I don't recall that part, but if she did, like I told you personally, I apologize to my panel. I don't know why they were acting like that. They usually are more, respectful. We have fun over there, but they usually don't. I don't know why Jay attacked you, but anyway, but yeah, if you notice on Reckless, like you notice that I did just kept correcting her anytime she just said anything that was misinformation. And then you remember she humbled herself once she realized that she just couldn't win. She humbled herself and said, I'm gonna go back and do some more research. But she was just regurgitating talking points. Yeah, but she's old, so I was just patient with. I ain't want to go in on her too bad.
I know, and literally when I first got on here, I literally, whenever she would go off, I would be like, Miss Barbara, hey, Miss Barbara, and then she caught me on another stream, and then we saw each other, and I thought that her picture wasn't her picture, and then Conscious, like, he blew it up, and he was like, no, that's her. But
Miss Barbara.
Yeah,
that's her.
Yeah, and then Conscious said that no, that's her. But then but now she be calling me immigrant, and she be calling me immigrant and light skin and Puerto Rican, and trying to insult me, and it's like anyway.
I be wondering because I'm like, I've never seen a picture of you, so I don't know when she's ever got a chance to see you. I see Red Clark is about to say something, and then I also want to get Conscious in here as well.
But no, like I was just gonna say, yeah, like the whole thing. If we still talking about, we still talking about his daddy, right?
Yes, the
Yeah.
false
So,
prophet.
so like the whole thing is, the whole thing is like it's all so that a product of everything we just named, like having, like I think Neo said it, no guidance, you know, and not only this only happened on a big scale. That's why we know about it. But this happens every day in different facets due to the lack of guidance on a multitude of levels. So that's what I look at this situation as. I don't look at it like Tory Laws, Meg one, even if that's a perspective to take. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna delve so deep in it that I lose focus of the point of it all being seek guidance if you don't have a support system that offers you guidance. And if you are a person that's in someone's support system who needs guidance, give them guidance, and that's what I feel about the whole thing. You shouldn't try to his pops shouldn't try to use God as a means of a crutch. I've seen that, and I also see a lot of people that try to use the devil as a crutch. So we shouldn't use these things as crutches and take accountability for actions. Maybe he would have had more respect if he would have been yelling at the same volume or tone, but saying something on the lines of, "This happens when you don't be in in your kid's life, and all fathers should be in their kid's life because, well, if he was saying that in that type of manner, maybe it would have been not viewed as what it is now. You see what I'm saying? So it's just a lesson for everyone
And
who witnessed it.
and Red, how did you feel about him holding his little daughter's hand that he has with his new wife while she's saying, Rock Nation is ruining my brother's reputation? How do you feel
I feel,
about him putting that in her head at such a young age?
but like I don't. Who's to say that? I mean, maybe she's an intelligent girl that's how she
Oh,
perceives the
come,
situation. I'm
come
saying like
on.
maybe maybe she don't know what the fuck they be talking about, and maybe she just see her brother is going
Regurgitating.
away. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like maybe they're not pounding. Hey, say this. Maybe she's watching them talk about this, and this is what she feels like this how she feels. She probably feels like my brother going away, and I feel her emotion was genuine, but maybe the reasoning and what she said, she don't know how she really feel. She just know, I mean, she don't know how to say how she really feel. The emotion was real, but I don't know about the words. Maybe she think that, maybe they taught her that, but I just feel like
How old is
That's
she?
what I'm saying.
I'm
How do you
gonna have
feel
to.
about that? They're actually continuing the cycle with that. Like they
How old was
brought that
she?
little girl there.
She was like young.
She's
Probably.
like 11. She's around 11.
Yeah, she was young.
And she's out here saying, Rock Nation is ruining my brother's reputation, and her daddy is holding her hand and cheering her on. Like he not only did he mess up Tori, he's messing up his younger daughter that he has with his new wife. Like that's fucked up.
I mean, I think it's natural for people to want to defend a family member. It's I mean, that's just a natural response. But in this case, it's we know that little baby don't know what the hell she talking about. She
Yeah,
just
that was like,
repeated what. Yeah, she was
Yeah, it's
repeating
fucked
what she
up.
part because even Tori's stepmother, the new wife, said something like that similar. So she was just regurgitating what she heard. She probably seen a bunch of adults being emotional, passionate. You know, she probably kind of understand that her brother's going to jail. She probably understand
Yeah.
that. But, you know, it's just natural to want to defend. So she just
I
probably got
know.
emotional and caught up in the moment and just screamed it. So I don't
I know
think
that that's not no, I'm not blaming the little girl. I'm blaming the father. I'm
no,
saying that he fucked up Tori and now he's fucking up his younger
But
daughter too.
I wouldn't say that's
Okay.
messing her up though. Like
yeah,
just
I'm gonna
that
say I probably wouldn't say it's messing her up because she was just
she's just being a
repeating.
she's
Just
just being a
being a kid.
kid.
She's literally a mammy at 11 years old.
She
All
don't
right,
even
bro.
she don't
Oh my
even
god.
personally, she don't even have the mental capacity to understand what the fuck that even means.
Yeah,
I
you
remember
gotta be a
somebody.
Exactly,
mammy.
That's what
I
bro.
I'm
remember
You can't be
saying.
a
somebody
mammy
She's
at
called.
being
11.
raised up.
You
I
can't be a
remember
mammy
somebody
at
called
11.
me a dyke. Somebody called me dyke at like 9 years old, and I'm like, I don't like.
That's not the same. That's not
No,
the
I'm
same.
just saying, like, but I mean, they kind of was. I mean, the mentality. I don't know. I didn't even know what the fuck it meant. You get what I'm
No,
saying?
but
Because I
that's
was
all
like a
I'm saying is that
tomboy,
they're
and
putting all of this in her head while she's 11. She hasn't even grown up to discover herself,
But
and they
that's why she
already
can't be
got
but
a
her
I
being
kind
a
mammy.
of,
mammy. It's
That's
but
why
I
she
so
was,
can't be a mammy at
messed
11 because she
up.
don't understand. Like, I feel
I
like a
know she
mammy
does
is
not
somebody that's a
understand.
grown woman that have the understanding of what this world is, what patriarchy is, what bias
No,
is, and they still side with
but she will
misogyny.
never ever
But
be
she's
No,
able.
11.
no shade.
That's what I'm
No
saying. She
shade.
will never able be able to discover that because she hasn't discovered herself yet, and they've already put that in her head. Is
But
what I'm
I
saying.
think I'm not gonna lie. I understand what Presley is saying, even though I'm laughing at the word choices or whatever. But because it's like this. Yes, as a young child, you understand that something's bad is happening to your brother. You understand that your brother's possibly going to go to jail for an extremely long time, and then not only that, he's more than likely going to leave the United States of America, even if that's where they live currently. But it's just the fact that you're a little girl. How do you know anything about Rock Nation? What is the Rock Nation to you? Do you
Right.
understand who Rock Nation is? It's the fact that that information, whether it's true or not, was given and was talked about in front of the young child. So now that your brother is quote unquote being fuck it, your brother's being held accountable for something that he did. Now all of a sudden you regurgitating lies that's coming up from the higher ups, aka the adults in the family, and you regurgitate information that's not even accurate. So I understand what both of y'all saying. I
what?
get it.
Okay,
Yeah,
no, but
but
I got a
he's
question. Then hold on,
continuing
I
the
got a question.
cycle.
Personally, then
Mhm.
I got a question. So if that
Yeah.
little girl was a little boy and did the same thing, would she be a mammy? I mean, would he be a mammy if that was a little boy saying that?
He'll
What
be
The
about
little
Rock
supporting the
boy
Nation?
saying that
patriarchy.
Yeah, if it was.
that was a little. Can I answer? Can I answer? If that was a little,
Wait. Okay, so
I
Neil, you
want to
asking
answer.
if there was a little boy doing the exact same thing, would he be a mammy?
Yeah, like according to Presley's not Logicc, because we're saying that the baby don't know what the fuck she's saying. She just regurgitate what she's heard her
Right.
daddy saying in the stepmama. She's following in the examples of the adults. She's not consciously making a decision. Like she doesn't know
I
that
know.
defending her brother in this situation is not cool. She's doing what's natural. You
No,
know, like so
it
if
is
that would
that
have been
was.
a little boy, would that because you remember Presley, you tried to explain to me what a mammy was on my channel. You remember you had I'm a
Yeah,
little older than y'all. I was a little confused.
exactly. If
So
that was a little boy, I would call him a Dusty.
a what?
A
What
Dusty.
No,
what
man.
a
They
No.
dusty?
11. At 11,
Ancient
Yes.
you
ass
can't.
nigga. No shade.
You would
No.
That's basically what it is, essentially. You ain't
No.
so you would have called
Not
a little
ancient.
11-year-old boy a dusty?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they're being indoctrinated into that. I'm not
Yes.
insulting the children. I'm insulting the adults because I'm saying that Tori's dad gave him that put put that mental into him when he was young, the same way he's putting into his younger daughter while she's young, the same way Tori is putting into his younger son while he's young. Because if you remember, the reporter said that when Tory's son's grandpa start going off, he started crying, and Tory patted him on the chest to reassure him. So they are continuing the cycle. That's what I'm saying, is that Tori's dad was a horrible dad to him. Tori's dad is being a horrible dad to his younger sister. And now Tory is being a horrible dad to his son because his son should have never been in court.
But you
I'm
know
just
what,
saying
Presley?
it's continuing the cycle.
I
but
understand
how
everything
how
you're
is him
saying,
patting him on
but
his
I think
chest?
it's a problem that you're saying it's about kids. It's like Tory is not a Dusty because of what his father taught him. Tory is a Dusty to me because he's a grown man that knows better and he still chooses to act the way that he acts. Same way with mammies. It's like I wouldn't call it an 11-year-old mammy because they don't have the life experience,
No,
the
I'm
emotional
sorry.
maturity to
I'm sorry.
understand certain things. But after a
I'm
certain age and after a
I'm
certain life
not insulting
experience,
the children. I'm just saying that that is the mentality that's
Yeah,
being
because Mio
installed
love
in
the
them.
kids, and I ain't like that.
Yeah, you know what I
Like,
mean? Like
I'm gonna
I'm
be
not
honest. I
insulting,
guess
so
I
I
just
just
have to be
don't.
that person. No shade. I'm gonna have to be that person. I think what Presley is saying is that it's the pussy. It's the pushing of
what's on your
false
mind?
of, of false information. And the thing about it is that
For
yes,
those
you don't have to be
babies.
a conscious, like you don't have to be to make a conscious decision to be a pick me. Because let's be honest. If most pick me's knew if they were actually being a pick me, then I think they will make a better decision. But a lot of times people you don't always have to know something to actually be part of that thing. You get what I'm saying? So I think I get both sides of the spectrum.
no,
It's
but
like
that's
I
why
get
they
what
pick
Presley's saying, but at the
me's.
same time I get what y'all saying, like, girl.
But that's
It's
why
I
they
the
get it.
pick me's
same
because they
way.
know better and they still choose to side with something that is not self-serving. You know what I'm
No,
saying? Like you
it's the
know what it is
same
to be a
way
woman,
that
but
a
you're gonna
racist
side with a man.
it's the same way that a
I,
racist
I don't
parent
get it.
it's the same way that a first grader can call that a white first grader can call a black first grader a nigger because that's what
N
his
word.
daddy taught him.
But
You know
he
what I'm
don't know
Right.
saying?
that why that he's calling him a nigger though. He just knows that
Exactly.
N
that's what his
word,
Yeah,
N
and
dad
word,
that's what
N
I'm
called
They
word,
his
saying
N
what the
or
word,
that.
fuck the
Oh,
dog
N
say.
word, y'all.
oh, well,
I'm
my
saying.
fault. The it.
No, I'm not blaming the children. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that these children don't know. I'm saying that the parents are at fault. That's why I said that Tori's dad failed him. Tori's dad is failing his little sister, and now Tori is failing his son.
But
Yeah,
I
we
would
So
agree
ask,
with
basically,
you.
how
I
is Tory
think
it's
feeling his
down. It's
son
passed
though?
down. But
yeah,
hold on, wait. I do want to get to Bree. She said she wanted to add
Oh
something.
yeah, breathe. My fault.
And can y'all hear me okay? Is it
You
too
sound
loud?
a little low.
Sound a little
Okay.
muffled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You all good? No, she
Hey,
probably.
Reckless, you need to put Ayana. I don't know if you see her comment. You need to put that up so we can.
I'm over here multitasking. Let me do this. Hold on.
Ayana is my spirit animal, like for real, for real. Like me,
I'm
You talking
like,
about Ayana right here?
Ayana is
that little
like
girl don't
right
know
there,
nothing.
man.
No, the one it
There's
used to
one
comment
before
before
that. I
that.
know which one she
Oh,
talking
before
about.
that
There's
one.
the one before that.
Oh yeah, on God, on God, on God.
No, I think I'm gonna be honest. I think I kind of agree with because no shade. It's no for me. It's just the
Well, it be
fact
the
that
way.
actually fuck yeah. My thing is I call it for what it is. Whether you know it or not, it's still rooted in whatever man-me-ish. It's still rooted in homophobia, transphobia, whether you know it or not. And I think that's the reason why Presley said the whole thing about being called the N-word from like a little boy. Like even though they may not understand the impact or they may not understand the severity, but it's still rooted in mamification. It's still rooted in homophobia, transphobia. I don't know, but I just call it for what it is. Now I do get what both sides saying though, so I'm just gonna say that.
I don't get it. I don't
I don't
get
get it
it.
either.
Y'all, I am not attacking
Even
children. I am
even
attacking
our
the
biased court
parents.
court system don't even hold children accountable for their
I
behavior when they go to
That's
No,
why
court
I
no,
as
said
okay,
juvenile.
I'm not
no,
No,
attacking
okay,
children. I'm
wait,
attacking the
no,
parents.
wait, no. The thing is, we're not talking about the children. We're talking about the parents that pass the mindset or pass down information from generation to generation to generation. So the same way that Tory Lanez's father failed Tory, now he's literally having the daughter holding her hand, and instead of actually being the mother, being the father that he's supposed to, and actually address the failures that him as a father made, no, he's decided to push that responsibility, and instead of doing the internal work, he's pushing that responsibility on Roc Nation. He's pushing that responsibility on Kelsey. He's pushing that responsibility on the white men instead of his actual son and actually himself. So now you literally have the daughter who does not know any better, doing the exact same thing. Roc Nation is messing up my brother with messing his reputation, but you forget that your brother was punching people upside their head. You forget that he was over here messing up, hitting up on his ex. You forget that he punched August Alsina inside of his mouth. You forget that he over here beat up on Dax and made him apologize just because he rapped better than him. You forgot that he was over here having diss tracks with Dream Doll.
Y'all know
Yeah,
this
but
is
that's an 11-year-old. That's an 11-year-old
11-year-old.
child.
Right.
Come
It's
on,
still
man.
been
Come on.
passed down.
But what I'm saying is this, though. But what I'm saying is this, though, Logic. To even ask her to even understand his actions on that level.
She does
She can
not
understand Roc
understand. She's a
Nation, but that's the
child.
thing.
That's the point.
That's why we're talking about the parents.
Nothing. She don't understand nothing. And
She
the problem,
does not. I agree with that.
And I think the issue,
Speaking on the parent.
I think the issue at hand, though, is that you called the little girl a mammy.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what
I
I'm
You called the little girl a mammy.
Sir, I'm talking about the parents. I said that the parents are trying to make her a mammy.
Your flag has been planted.
I'm sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to be that person. Y'all are misunderstanding me on purpose.
No,
because
don't worry.
I never address the children. I'm attacking the parents.
Hey, now Presley, you know I rock with you. I love the children, man, and I just don't see how you can call a child a mammy.
I do too. I never called her a mammy.
And no, hold on, y'all, but for real.
Neo. I never called her a mammy. I said that her father.
Yeah, Presley.
No, Presley, no. Do
listen?
not take that back. No, I'm with you on this. I'm sorry.
I said her father is turning her into a mammy. She does not know what's going on.
That little girl to always push the responsibility on other people instead of the person that's actually at fault, which is her brother. That's monification. I don't give a damn.
But Reckless, that's different.
My thing is this: if you do not want your child to be called a mammy, stop teaching her those tendencies. No shade.
Reckless, you're saying something totally different though. I like the way that you're wording it. That she's participating in mammification. I can take that. I can't take someone calling an 11-year-old a mammy. Now,
right.
Yes, she is participating in mammification.
If she participates in it, what the hell is she?
I
could have said
she's an
unconscious mammy is what she is.
Right.
Unconscious mammy is what she is, and I can't believe that y'all are more upset at what the hell she being called like versus what the hell she being taught and demonstrated.
No, we upset what she doing. We just saying this
Presley
is
called a spade a spade. It is what it is.
Yeah,
there's still hope for her.
And just
okay, so to call her mammy would say that her intentions is to be a mammy.
She can be an 11-year-old mammy. Your son can be an 11-year-old homophobe, and your daughter can be a 12-year-old transphobe. And that white 16-year-old or 15-year-old across the street can be a 15-year-old racist. It is what it is.
Yes,
but I think those things are totally different, though.
They're all rooted in bigotry and hate.
No,
okay.
And
they're all a product of indoctrination and
that's something
socialization
different, though.
and conditioning.
That's something different, though. Like racism, bigotry.
It's not.
And homophobia. When a kid says that, like they may not understand.
It's not like when you're being raised to be a black male worshiper, that's a problem. And when you're being raised to be a black male apologist, like that's an issue.
Yeah,
because she's gonna be because who they're raising her to be is not Megan, but they're raising her to be Kelsey.
But that's different than being hateful, though. Like Someone said when someone
She's being taught to hate
when a
herself.
kid uses
She's being taught to
homophobic
hate herself.
slurs, and when a kid uses like racist
She's
slurs,
being taught to hate
they may
herself.
not understand the impact, but they know that they're saying something
She's
hateful.
being taught to hate herself. And
Being
that's
a
the worst
mammy
kind of
is
hate.
something different though, because when someone is being a mammy, they really think they're doing that shit out of love, and they not.
I'm sorry,
They
that
being
mammy
more
word is
harmful
funny to
to
me.
Well,
themselves.
I'm just a little confused because kids are born an empty slate. Like they don't come out the womb in races or
I'm
mammies
not
or
attacking the children.
I did
I'm
Presley. You
attacking
want
the
it,
parents.
Presley? Let me get it out, baby. I'm not saying you're a bad person for saying the mammy. I'm just saying I just disagree with it. I'm not saying it doesn't make you a bad person or nothing
And
like
it's a
that.
good
But
discussion. I like it.
right, yeah, and it's good. It's good. It's good because you remember you just educated me what a mammy was. What 2 days ago? Elijah, I didn't know what the hell she was talking about.
Sorry, that word is so funny to me.
But I'm just saying, like, I guess I'm a little old school. I kind of just seen it as a baby defending her brother. You get what I'm saying? Like, she don't know, she don't really understand what the fuck he really did. She's 11 years old. She's emotional. She see the
That's
adults
literally what I
saying.
said.
So, but okay, we agree to disagree on that. But I'm sure when you watch the playback, you're gonna clearly see you called that baby a mammy.
Yeah,
That's it.
I said
And
that
the
she's
only
being
thing I'm
taught
just saying,
to be a
only thing I
mammy, and if she keeps on going on the same path, she's gonna grow up to be Miss Barbara.
Yes, I agree with that.
okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
With that.
But we got to let that baby grow and learn for herself. Like she's gonna eventually be able to comprehend social norms and educate. Then when she gets older, if she's still
That's
talking
what I'm
like that,
saying.
when she get older, then we can hold her accountable. At 11 years old, they can't comprehend. You remember these kids still eat their boogers and
I'm
fantasize
not
being
holding her
Spider-Man and a
accountable.
witch. Like kids.
I literally attacked Tori's dad and Tori. I said Tori's dad raised him up to be the way he is, and
Well, he didn't
Tori's
raise
Or he
him.
dad.
didn't raise him. That's
He
why he
didn't
is what he
raise him.
is.
He didn't raise him. Okay,
He
yeah,
didn't.
I know that. Okay, I'm saying that Tori's dad was a horrible dad to Tori. Tori's dad is a horrible dad to his little sister, and now Tori's being a horrible dad to his son. That is all I'm saying. I am not attacking children, and I
Yeah,
wish you guys would stop saying that. I am
I
not
did.
attacking children.
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't like it.
Being
Did she
attacked
call
by
the
her
Yeah,
baby
he
a
just
own
said he
man?
didn't like it.
She being actually attacked by her own family. Ain't nobody up here attacking her. She actually being assaulted by the ideologies of her own people. That's who she actually being attacked by.
Well, who's getting attacked?
But let me make this really, really clear
I
though,
feel
because
like
I
Rock
really
Nation
think
could have.
that this is different than saying something racist or homophobic. Because, like I said, a child may not know the impact of what they're
How?
saying, but
It's
they
different to
know
you,
that
see
they're
Woody.
being
It's not
hateful.
different to other people up here. It's different to you.
Yeah, and I'm
How?
explaining why it's
Oh
different
my
to me.
god.
Because when a
You
child
already
says,
explained why it's different to you, and it still ain't changed nobody's mind up here who it ain't different to.
and I'm gonna say
So
it again,
what
because
about?
I feel like I'm gonna get y'all to get this, or the people in the
Yeah, that's
audience.
definitely
Okay,
a
let's
no.
listen. Let's listen.
Y'all gonna get
Let's
this.
listen.
When the child says something like racist, they saying that shit to be mean, period. Like they not saying it to be nice. Now, what Tori's sister said, she
They
said
don't
it defending her
understand the
brother.
same
Like
way
she
Tori's
not
sister doesn't understand.
right.
Okay,
She don't
when a
understand
child
that what she's
Wait, wait,
saying
wait,
is
wait, wait, wait,
against her
wait, wait, wait. Okay,
self-interest.
wait. We're gonna allow see Woody to finish, and then I'm gonna allow you to rebuttal, Presley. Presley, go on mute because I know you like you go crazy. Okay. So see Woody
And Elijah,
continue.
I want to say something right after them. Okay.
And
Okay,
see,
and after
conscious, that's why I
Presley,
keep
I'm gonna
saying
let
what I'm
Mia
saying.
next go.
Because I'm reading like Healing with Breeze comment.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, to us, what Tori's sister is saying is rooted in hatred, but she's not saying it for the reasons that is rooted in hatred. She's saying it because she's defending her brother. She doesn't understand that it is against her own self-interest that her brother hurting a woman and she's taking up for him hurting a woman is against her own self-interest. She's 11 and she's just like, that's my brother. I hear my dad saying his Rock Nation. I hear this person. I'm defending my brother. When the little kid is calling you a homophobic slur or being racist, they saying that shit to be mean. That shit is rooted in hatred. What this 11-year-old is doing, she's doing it out of love. But as she grow older, if she gets around the right people, Yeah, if she end up around some women like Miss Barbara, she definitely a lost cause. But if she get around the white women that can show her, hey, your brother did this, you defending him is really against your own self-interest, and that shit is rooted in hatred, then she'll understand. She not gonna understand that at 11 because she's defending her brother. She really think, well, she is. She's doing it out of love. She's not doing it out of hatred. Now, when the little kid call you the N-word, he's saying that shit to be mean. Point blank, period. He is not doing that out of love. He not saying it out of love. Now go ahead, Presley.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and go ahead. Okay, when when a child is saying the N word, it's literally all the same thing. I'm not understanding why you're separating them, because children of all races get along. But then when a child, or when a white child, or any other child, when a child calls someone a derogatory term that they got from their parents, they're doing it because they got it from their parents. And so when you say, "Oh, um, this this child is doing it to be mean, and this child is doing it to defend her brother," no, they're all doing it
But
because
she
they
didn't
got
say
it
anything
from their
derogatory.
parents.
She didn't say anything derogatory. She just said Rock Nation set him up, whatever. Like that's not.
She's
That's not.
How is
inadvertently
that
calling a
not
hoe.
derogatory towards Rock Nation? And on top of that, the the father said that God will not lose. He will not lose. And they were all up in there hugging up on everybody. And I just saw this video on freaking white media, which I hate to say white media. I genuinely hate that, but black people need white media to be widespread. But I just saw on white media when they were showing the I guess the outpour of what Tory did, Armand all up in the video. eh, Nothing to do with that. Anyways, what I'm saying
Right.
is that it doesn't matter if it's bigotry, it doesn't matter if it's misogyny, racism, colorism. If they're children, they got it from their parents, they got it from their mama, they got it from their daddy. It's not because they're being hateful. That is just what they are being taught.
Right.
I'm not attacking children. I did not call that little girl a mammy. I'm saying that her father
Yes,
is
you
putting that in her
did.
head.
You did say that she's an 11-year-old mammy, and it's actually okay.
Okay, okay, okay. All right,
The
calm
word mammy is
business.
That did
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I mean, it's okay.
For
If
the
that's how you
weak
feel, it's
toys,
okay.
man.
Yeah,
It's
if that's
For
how you
okay.
feel, it's
mammy. That's
okay.
picking me out.
What
It's
I
okay.
meant,
the weak
but
toys.
I was not trying to attack the little girl. I'm
No,
attacking the parents because that's what he put in her head.
Okay.
Now, Neil,
Can you guys hear me okay?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you
hear you.
now.
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
all
So
right.
actually, wait,
So
actually, I'm gonna let Breeze go first because she supposed to talk first. Then Neo X, and I'm gonna get Red Clark in here, and then
okay,
Yellow.
cool.
so everyone is right, essentially. It's just the confusion is at the
What makes
semantics. The children don't, this is how hatred works. This is how religion works. People are taught things without having any information at all, the blank slate. So it might be a watered down version of ignorance, the mammification, her calling her an 11-year-old mammy. It might seem like a watered down version compared to, the N word coming from a white child, but both are blank slates that are just reenacting what they saw someone older than them do or say. So
Mm-hmm.
it's literally semantics here. Like I can understand like, oh, don't call a kid that, but that's how it starts. And then when that child becomes old enough to, and that's another thing I wanted to say too, is like that child, I would even argue to say even fully grown mammies, Miss Barbara's and that lady on Neil's channel, I don't
I
even
done
think they
really got
fully
y'all started
understand.
on this word mammy.
I don't even think the
I
mammies
like mule
understand. They don't.
better,
They
I don't
don't.
but
They
even know
don't
what it
fully.
means.
In my
Fully.
defense, I just learned 2 days ago from Presley what it meant.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna let Breeze continue. Mammy essentially means pick me. So the same
Yes.
way we have pick me's that's like for gay people or queer people that always try straight apologists. They're black men in the context of black community. They are black male apologists. No matter what they do, it doesn't matter if it's sexual assault. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's the woman's fault. Essentially,
Mammies are the
I
black
disagree with you on that,
females who also
Logicc.
uphold toxic masculinity and patriarchy. They
can't
reinforce
get
it
the
and they hold it down and they pass it
right
down
Logicc gotta work. Come on,
generationally.
man. How,
Just like, excuse me,
Yeah,
just like
Conscious, can you repeat that? We can't hear you, please.
Mammies are black male worshippers. They are employed to reinforce patriarchy. They are employed to stop active feminism. They are here to get all woke women in check and to give them 50 lashes across their back and to pull them back into the stable. Mammies are here to raise your daughters to be validated by other men and being chosen by men and to protect men at all costs and to put themselves on the sacrificial altar. And this mammification starts at the time of inception, baby. That's where y'all get those baby dolls and those easy bake ovens and helping fold the clothes and helping to wash dishes at 5 and cook full meals at 6. They're getting y'all groomed and ready up for the system of patriarchy to come, baby. Y'all are the first top tier line mammies, baby. Ready, set, go. So the mammies actively, they are anti-woman. They are anti-woman's right. They do believe that women belong in the kitchen. They do believe that women should be seen and not spoken, not heard. They literally are just black male identifiers in the patriarchy and female form.
I completely agree with you, Conscious. And then to add on to that, you know how little boys are brought up playing video games and doing all of this stuff? They go into adulthood. They root for football teams. They're able to be like, oh, our team won, our team missed. But and they were taught from that from little, okay? Can you imagine a grown ass woman being excited, being like, oh yeah, when I was little, I washed dishes and vacuumed. And can you imagine grown ass women being like, oh yeah, we got the vacuuming competition, we got the washing dishes competition.
They honestly do.
But you
They
get to see
do.
grown ass women who played dress up when they was little kids grow up to play dress up too. So it's the same thing.
It transfers.
Oh my God, Jesus, y'all are killing me. Y'all are killing me with this mammy. Okay,
It is
so
not the same thing. Everybody plays
wait,
dress up.
wait.
This is what I'm saying.
It literally is because you just tried. Hold on, because you just might.
Okay, wait, hold up. Oh Lord Jesus, because I had to catch y'all before y'all start going crazy. Allow Breeze to finish. Wait, Breeze, did you finish before I let them go crazy?
No, I do want to finish the thought. So, thank you, everyone. And I'll, fall away because I'm at the gym and I'm sure it's loud. But
yes, ma'am.
No, but yeah. So all children are blank slates, and whatever they're fed, they're sponges, right? So they don't. And I was gonna say, even those fully grown, quote unquote mammies, everything CTV just said. Hopefully, we can all surmise that into the word mammy now. Or pick me. And so I don't even think they fully understand the world because of they were taught a certain way to think, so that prohibited them from even expanding their knowledge. So even those fully grown people, like, they've obviously continued to make the choice to remain in ignorance. And then in regards to the gender roles that you were speaking on, Presley, just the way that little boys grow up playing video games and that competitive nature and how that's transferred into professional football teams and all that good stuff. It's the gender roles for women are that transference also happens. We're taught to play with Barbie dolls, to learn how to, enact relationships and all that stuff, and cleaning and cooking. And then as that starts to move from plastic, it turns into, full blood beating adults. So that transference of gender roles absolutely happens throughout the
That's
phases.
exactly what I was saying, though. Can you imagine us sitting down in front of a TV being like, girl, vacuum that floor, girl,
Oh my
wash
God.
them dishes,
Let me
girl?
finish.
Like,
I mean, that's what happens when people go to other people's houses, like,
It's dirty over
Yep.
here. I don't know if she taking, when we judge other people based off of what they're doing
But
in their
that's what I'm saying. It's not accepted. There's a whole billion-dollar industry on what little boys grew up learning. But there's not
That's
a
what
whole billion-dollar
commercialism is for
industry.
women. That's commercialism and retail for
No.
women.
The WNBA, bro.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Bruh,
Okay,
if
wait,
there's a bunch of women
okay.
sitting
I
around
do.
watching.
Wait. I do want a yellow pill because I did cut you off so I can get back to Breeze. Were you done?
Yes,
done with
I'm
all
done
of
for
this.
now. But sorry.
No, you're all good. Wait, so you were done, yellow pill?
I don't understand how everybody understands every other system. They understand the anti-black system. They understand the colorism system. They understand the sexism system. But everybody is speaking about the mammy
I would
system.
only say to this. It make the
Just
mammy system
obtuse.
make sense. The mammy system makes sense, but a lot of this all is based on intent. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that a mammy who's sitting out here black male worshiping, whose intent is to black male worship and do all of this, equates to 11-year-old who's upset that her brother's going.
Unconscious
That
mammy.
is not what I said.
They
I
don't know
literally
that
was
yet.
attacking the parents,
Unconscious
not the
mammy.
children. How many times do I have to say that? I'm
Can we say
attacking the parents,
pre-mammy?
not the children. Attacking the parents, not the children.
Somebody
And I
said
didn't even say that. I
I'm
Like,
didn't
can we
say
say
again.
pre-mammy
We
or
are
something?
actually just identifying the actual
all of
system
that.
of mammy
We get
on
all of
children.
that.
It's the
Right.
identification
Exactly.
of
Thank
the
you,
system. It's not a
Charlie.
target.
Finally
It's
came
not a
around.
target of the. It's not a target of the child. It's identifying the
The
mammy
behavior.
system on the child.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you, Conscious. Because you know what? I was losing hope in you for a little while. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's not the actual child, it's the behavior. If you
Absolutely.
call it,
Right.
I'd rather
That's
you
what we're
call it
saying.
I'd rather you call it pre-mammying. I'd rather you call it mammification.
Yeah,
Oh
I'd
my
rather you
God, I
call it
Woody,
literally
unconscious
explained
with
myself
mammying.
like
all due
1,000
I'd rather
respect,
all
times. Why
that
are
than
y'all
to call
still?
that little
Woody,
girl a mammy.
with all due respect, that's a personal issue, but it's all the same.
How is that a personal issue? Because I don't want you to call
You're
a
saying,
child a mammy.
look at your
I
statement.
didn't. I
You just
said
used
that
an
the
I
parent.
statement.
Oh
That I
Lord.
Yeah, I
statement.
get it though. I get it.
That I statement identifies it belongs to
Oh
you.
yeah. Now what I'm saying, yes, that is a personal statement. That I definitely agree.
Oh my
But
God.
when I
And
say
I'm not mad at
I
you
would
about
rather
that.
hear, yes.
I'm not mad
I
at you
would
about
rather
that.
hear, yes. Because I don't want, man, I just feel like, especially now, I would say this: if someone has ever set that 11-year-old down and explained what mammying was to her, and she still decided to do it, yes, call her a mammy all day
She
long.
wouldn't
Because
even
at that point,
understand. She wouldn't even understand because she's a child, and that's where
No.
we meet at. Yes,
That's
The
that's where
whole
we
That's
point
what
of
meet.
I
using the word
said. Why
system
are
is
How do you
y'all
because
call
Wait.
the whole point.
misunderstanding me?
Wait. We're gonna let Conscious, Yellow Pill, and I saw somebody else. Actually, I lucky want to get Neo in here.
Hold
Okay,
on.
I go after conscious.
I just want to say this part. The whole point of calling, of it being a system, is because it doesn't matter if you are conscious or unconsciously aware. It's a system. Just like when we was growing up calling dark-skinned people darker than midnight and saying that they were as black as coal, and these were like insults used. They were anti-black. It didn't matter if we were 11 years old. If we were
Yes.
10 or 9 saying those statements, they were anti-black in nature. Like we were being anti-black. We were being a colorist. Those statements came from that system. It doesn't have anything to do with the children. Children are a part of this system. They're indoctrinated into this system, and they participate in this system, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. So whether she's aware of her mammifying behavior is here nor there. It still is what it is. And if she grows up and she decides to be Erykah Badu and she wakes up from the system, then it was only a mammy phase, and hallelujah to her.
Yeah.
Oh God, the mammy is taking me out. Oh my gosh. Actually, I'm gonna get Neo in here because you've been quiet for a little bit. Then after that, I'm gonna get Yellow, and then IG.
I was just sitting up here wondering if I had any mammy tendencies because y'all just I never heard this stuff because like when I grew up, mammy was usually somebody who always catered to like white people and try to.
I'm gonna do a whole breakdown on the mammy. I had introduced it during the Megan Thee Stallion commentary last week, and it kind of spread like wildfire. But I'm gonna do a whole dissertation on Uncle Clyde and being a mammy.
Yeah, please, because as much as I love women, I'm trying to wonder if I got some of the tendencies. But anyway, so I wish C Wood was still on here because what my comment was more about what she said. I'm sorry for the personal anecdotes. I know y'all don't really like those, but I have to talk. This the best way I can express things is out of experience. And I was just sitting up here wondering, like, when I remember when I was 10 years old, and I was riding my bike with my older brother down the neighborhood, and we seen some light-skinned people come out the door. And I don't know why I said this when I was a child, but I called them the C word. Like, I didn't say it to them in their face. I looked over to my brother and I pointed over to them and I was like, hey, there's some C words over there. And my brother looked at me and he was like, ooh, I'm gonna go tell mama what you said. And I'm looking at him like, well, did I say something wrong? Like, I heard that word all the time where I was from. Like, my mama said it, my daddy said it, uncle, granddad, even my older brother, the one who's running to go tell that I said it. And he ran home and told my mom, and my mama beat the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, for saying that.
Derogatory.
No. No, the C, y'all, you know, I'm trying not to say it because I don't want it to get flagged.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what I mean by the
Saltine.
No, it's what you call white. The
It's
word that you call white people.
It's for the whip.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you know,
it could be considered a snack too. You're
right. So when I said that's why I would see when what I was trying to, you know, get Presley to understand, like, I mean, not Presley, but with C Woods, when she was like, when a child might say something racial or, you know, racist, something, like, they really don't even know it, because I did not even know what I was fucking saying. I was just regurgitating what I heard, because when my mom, when she was beating the shit out of me, she kept asking me, why did I say that? And then finally she stopped hitting me when I said, I heard you say it, I heard dad say it, I heard bro say it. I didn't know. I know y'all call people who are not black, y'all call them this word. So I seen light-skinned people and I connected the dots and was like, okay, maybe they see words too. But I remember she finally stopped beating me because I think she understood that I didn't know what the fuck I was saying. I was just regurgitating what I heard. I didn't know that was hurtful.
But the thing, cracker is not hurtful.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You can't call it.
No, it's not.
No. If you
listen, can I please finish real quick?
And please, do me a favor. Wait, do me a favor before you proceed. Please substitute that word, because girl, realize what platform we're on. This is not.
I'm say, yeah, I ain't trying to get on flag.
I'm
out of here.
I'm so sorry. The C word is not. It is not derogatory, because the C word is something that the slaves called the people who were beating them.
Yeah, the evil people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's also a restaurant to this day that's called
I can't stand you, Reckless.
There's also a restaurant to this day that's called the C word barrel. I believe. Can I say the C word if I'm talking about the restaurant, Reckless?
Nah, just don't do it.
Okay. The C word barrel, and literally, and literally, their logo is of a whip. That's their logo. And black people still go to eat there. I don't understand why.
I'd have been there. No shade.
Like, it's a time and a place.
I think the issue
the C word is not derogatory.
She didn't say saltines to some saltine people though.
Yes.
No.
That's the point.
No, listen to what he's saying.
Right.
Listen to what he's saying.
She didn't say saltines to some saltine people. She said it to some light
skin, exactly,
because she assumed that they was rich people.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you said
right. But you see how but that's the point I'm trying to say. And as a child, I was regurgitating something I heard, and I didn't even use the word properly. You get what I'm saying? Like me trying to comprehend why they call lighter skinned people. Because remember, I'm a child, 10 years old. I don't really see color like racism, like dark skin, white, but you know, whatever. But when I seen light skinned people, I just said it. it wasn't being hateful or nothing like that. I just told my brother, hey, there goes some such and such. And he was like, ooh, I'm gonna tell mom. And he told my mama beat the shit out of me. Cause I'm number one, cause she was like, first of all, those are not even such and such. But then she wanted to know why I said it. She was trying to teach him not to be racist.
But the
Right.
thing is, like, even though you were saying it against light skinned people and not white people, the C word is not derogatory because the C word is literally saying you have power over me. You are whipping me. That's like saying, oh, master. That's like calling somebody a master because that's what the C word is. It's literally a different word for master. It's calling
Well, when
It's
I
still
met
a derogatory oppression term. It may not,
a
the severity,
a
the
Presley,
severity may not be, the same as the N word in regards to how it plays into society when it's referred to us, but
Would
it is
y'all
still
listen to
a
me?
word that derives from the racist system.
Right.
a Presley, I just call them clouds at work so I don't get written up for racial discrimination. So I
Okay,
say
okay,
clouds.
so I'll just say clouds, okay? Clouds clouds is equal to master. Okay? So if you call
Nah.
it literally is because clouds is literally that is what slaves called people who whipped them. Their
But the difference,
masters.
they didn't say it in front of their face. They
That's
called
what I
them
was gonna
masters to
say.
their face, but they didn't call them clouds to their face.
What
Yeah.
does cloud mean? Cloud means you beat me. That's what that means. That is not derogatory. That means you beat me. That means you are my abuser. That is not a derogatory term. So I will say the C word in its full entirety, the way I'm without censorship in the world, because that is not a derogatory term. That literally equals master.
So would you say it to somebody that
It
didn't
still
classify as
is.
that?
I'm
Because that's
confused.
the story.
Well,
That's the story. Is
Wait,
that she said it to somebody who's not a cloud, who's not a
exactly.
saltine, who's not a rich cracker,
No, 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 no. I
who's
got that part.
wait,
I
But that's
got
right.
what she
that
said.
part,
That's
and
the
So
I
point.
so this
apologize
is
for
so
that
this is
part.
where your point and the
But
circumstance is different. Same way calling an
Yes.
11-year-old a mammy
Right.
is your point
Yes.
and the circumstance
but
being
guess what?
completely different.
no, she
Because
isn't.
But
I'm
no,
but
sorry.
no,
but guess
because
but
then
guess what?
because
But guess
then
but guess what?
that would in turn make
Calling
neo
someone.
racist then.
Oh my gosh! But
Would you call
calling
neo
someone.
racist in that case? Hold on. Would you call
Hmm,
neo racist?
would I call neo racist for calling someone a cloud?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question.
No, I would not.
A
Oh
light
my
skinned
god.
Why
person
not?
that wasn't a
Why
cloud.
not?
I'm a light skinned person, and if she called me a cloud, I would not consider
You
her
capping. All
racist.
right, you capping. We
We
good. You
literally can't
capping.
be
I'm not
racist. It's
capping.
impossible
I'm
for
finna
us to
say
You
be
black
capping.
racist.
people
You
We
can
can
be
be
capping.
racist
You
and
Yeah,
be
black
capping.
prejudiced. We
prejudiced.
can
I'm
be
good.
You can
black
be
people
prejudiced.
don't
We
say
can
prejudiced.
to
be
be racist.
prejudiced.
You
Oh
can
We
be.
can
my God.
prejudice,
No,
but we
y'all
don't
do
have the
just that.
power to be
That
racist.
don't make
I
Racism
sense.
is
agree.
And
power.
we hardly ever raised to be prejudiced toward them
We
motherfuckers.
can
Okay,
be
so would you
bigoted.
call her? So would you call her prejudice since the goalpost and just went the hell out the arena? Would you
The
call her? Would
goalpost,
you
the
call her prejudice
goalpost.
Black people
then?
can't be
What?
racist, man.
Okay, black people can't be racist, but we can be prejudiced. Would you call
Yes.
neo being
Yes.
okay? So would you call
That's
neo
the
prejudice for
Yes.
calling the?
Yes.
It's a
I'm
yes,
talking to
yes.
Presley.
It
I'm
was
talking to
rooted.
Presley. I'm
If
talking
it's
to
rooted
Presley.
in bias and
I'm talking
it's
to Presley.
prejudice.
I'm talking to Presley. Would
Sorry.
you
Okay.
call Neo prejudice for calling some light-skinned black people a saltine?
Come on, saltine crack. Saltine.
If they were half saltine,
I can't.
yes.
I can't.
If
I'm
they
not.
weren't, no.
Answer the question, Presley.
I'm not
I
saying
did
that.
Yes
answer
or
the
no?
question.
Don't
I'm not
tap dance,
saying
Presley.
No,
Yes
I'm
or
not
no?
tap dancing.
Beating
I'm
around the
not.
bush.
that. No, she
I'm
ain't tap
not.
dancing. She river dancing. That's what she's doing.
No,
She's
I'm not.
moonwalking. She is
I'm not.
percolating. It's tap
I'm
No,
gonna
I'm.
dancing.
say
Can
this.
I?
I don't
Can I answer
think.
the question? I'm not tap dancing, okay? Because there are light skinned people who are biracial mixed with saltine,
Oh my
and there
god.
are light skinned people who are who are mostly black who got their light skin from their ancestors. Okay, and I'm one of those people. Okay, and so if she called somebody who was mixed with saltine a cloud, then yeah, she's being prejudiced. But if she calls someone who is mostly black, but is light skinned mixed, who is light skinned a cloud, then no, she's not.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to just say it. It's rooted in prejudice, whether we like
Yes.
it or not. It's rooted in memification. It's rooted because that's the thing. It's like you don't have to know all of these things for it to be rooted. Like it's kind of like what people say. I have an opinion. Yes, you can have an opinion, but that does not mean your opinion is still not rooted in a set system. You get what I'm saying? So yes, it's rooted in memification. Now, is she considered a mammy? I'm gonna let y'all have that topic, but yes, it's rooted in
That's not a
memification.
mammy.
Let's
I
go back to
kind of
this
It's rooted in
delusional
bigotry.
statement. Let's go back to this delusional
but
statement that was made that black people can't be racist. Can we talk about that?
It's
wait.
not delusional.
No,
It's not
It's
delusional. That's
literally,
fact.
that's
Racism
how
What do
is
you mean?
that's how
Before we
oppression
because
works.
before
racism is a system, so it's not
Racism is
delusional.
not.
Black people do not have the social or political, economic, or anything power to create a
Stop
system
it.
that
Thank
actually
you.
emphatically and objectively
Stop.
oppresses white people. That's why black people
Stop.
can
If
be
you are
prejudiced,
prejudiced
but they
against
cannot
somebody
be
based off their
racist.
race, you are racist.
Do you
no,
hate
It's
It's only
yourself?
prejudice.
two
Why
races
would
That's
you
what
anyway.
it is. It's
oppose
Actually,
prejudice.
something that offends
wait.
you?
Okay, so what we're gonna do right here, because I can already see this going crazy. I'm gonna get IG in here because he hasn't said anything at all. Then I'm gonna get Red Clark. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get those two. Nobody don't say nothing. I'm gonna let them two go. So I'm gonna go
it
IG
was
and Red Clark.
it was hitting everybody. My voice is kind of out of that because I'm dealing with a
Mhm.
cold and everything. How y'all doing this evening? When I
Yeah.
came in, I heard y'all talking about, mammies. Now, I've heard that term like 6 or 7 years ago, like from different places from the South. And it's like, yeah, like you need somebody to be your mammy. You want someone to mammy you. And that reference really also comes from, it kind of ties in what we were talking about with the C word, right? I don't know if y'all remember this movie that they indoctrinated a lot of us with, like Coming to a Nation in Color Purple. Now, Color Purple not Color Purple, Gone with the Wind, you heard me. Now, remember, who won the lady, the actress who won the first Hattie McDay, I think she won the first Oscar as a black woman. Her character, oftentimes heavier set, dark skinned women, were used as portraying a mammy servant slave to their female masters, and meaning even throughout adulthoods, the mammies in those times were females who often older women who catered to the needs of white people. Well, yeah, I can say white people. White people full in their adult life. So I think also that kind of comes with that. It also comes with when we say it in the black community towards people who are over coddled in a sense, or who are way overcompensated into being coddled in such a way beyond the point of childhood. Because see, it's okay for you to be mammied to a certain degree while you're an infant into a stage. It's the part where the detachment, like you didn't see in that movie Color Purple, where Scarlett was walking around here calling her literally mammy. Everything she needed, her bath water, everything she needed done, she was considered to be her mammy. Now, you know what I'm saying? So when we have, that conversation, I think that it's kind of something that kind of leans over to it. I don't have anything wrong with the reference personally, but it does come. I'm gonna go back to say what I've always said earlier. It is a very dangerous thing when you let male children think that everything should be done for them. From the time that when they're children, it is very dangerous when they watch their mothers, their sisters provide everything for them, because this conditions them to be mammified. They grow up thinking that because I watch my mother, my sisters, and my cousins, females, do everything for me, therefore, that should be the way when they leave here. That's why a lot of you ladies, y'all talk about, I feel like I have a son instead of a husband, because that pathology of being mammified, and it also does come from that, black male worshiping pathology. Now, when it comes to the C word, also in the reference of those movies and during those times, it's from the crackling of the whip is where the reference comes from. So yes, I do agree with Presley in that aspect. Is that when you're calling someone the saltine or the Ritz, well, Ritz got a little bit too much butter on there, but you know what I'm saying. When you're calling someone a snack or an hors d'oeuvre, it does come from the reference of the crackling of the whip hitting your back, the crackling of your skin peeling off as it tears into your flesh. So I do see the reference of when people do use the C word as it's something, it is a sort of authoritative type of thing, but it's not something you would say to people's faces. It's not something you would actually literally say during that time. That's probably what you thought, but I think the reference of what we're using it in now is different context. It's in the sense of just referring to how someone looks versus the actions of the authority of what they have over you. But mammy and muling, like what that's another reference to it, is it is something that I think is unfortunate because what y'all were talking about earlier is that those roles they set the female species up to be used to being conditioned of providing, you know, like providing everything. And while us men, we're procreating with everything, but we're not held to the same standard to cultivate nothing. So I'm gonna go
Reck-
ahead and put that over there.
All
Reckless.
righty. So Red Clark. No.
Okay.
Red Clark.
What I'm talking about? I'm talking about man or I'm talking about black people can be racist.
That's up to you, Red. What you talking
That's up
about?
to you.
What you talking
Oh, well, I want to talk
That
about
word
black
takes me
people
out every
can't be
single
racist.
time. I'm sorry.
Black people can't be racist. I want to talk about that because
Okay.
I know about man and I believe man is a thing and man is a problem. I get it, man. I get it,
Oh my God.
but I don't think black people can be racist. Well, I know black people can be racist. And how I know that is because racism is a wealth, it's more so of a wealth power based competition relationship between blacks and whites. We got to know the history of racism because the race is only between, it's only two races, black and white. The other ones are ethnic groups and sub-ethnic groups. So we got to understand that. But
Wow.
have the enough black people don't have enough power and or authority to be racist or to hold or oppress another group. That's why we can be bigoted and be like, oh, that's a saltine, but that that's not going to impede their means of life. Whereas a saltine can stop you from getting a job or getting it could impede your way of living in a as we see in the system today. You see what I'm saying? So that is what racism is. And I feel like we will continue what the biggest implements of that we can see that is a mild distribution of wealth, resource, and power. We don't have that. We are struggling with inappropriate behaviors within our community that what we're talking about, which is like mammification, that would be a inappropriate behavior within the community. And I feel like a lack of a plan of empowerment. So this is why we are racist, and this would be like this is why we can't. Well, this is why we can't be racist.
Okay, so first there's supposedly three races. The last one is debatable. It's Asian, right? They say Asian can be a
Oh
race,
yeah,
but
like
that's
now well,
I
Muggle,
agree with you
muggle,
that
muggle.
I agree that there's two races, black and white. But racism, if you look up the definition, it also encompasses somebody said a word for me. Ethnicity. There we go. My tongue got it. Ethnicity.
You got it in there.
It could be based, you could be prejudiced or biased against someone based off of race and ethnicity. Now, is it, and I will say this, I have anecdotal experience. I'll say that later because I want everyone's opinion on this. But yes, black people can be racist. Do I think that ours is more justifiable, yes, because of what we've been through. We give it because we've received it so much. Like, I don't think we've started it going back way before slavery. Like, the transatlantic slave trade wasn't the first slave trade in existence. Like, dark people been getting it since the beginning of time. But yes, black people can be racist because it's not based merely off of race, meaning black and white. It's also based off of ethnicity. And I feel like when we impose prejudice and bias onto other ethnic groups, we just see it as a prejudice or a type of bigotry, but it's also considered a racism. And yes, there's systemic racism, or systematic, however you want to say it, racism, but that doesn't mean that racism is systemic racism. You know what
I
I'm
feel
saying?
like they tell us
Systemic
that to water it
racism is
down.
racism, but racism doesn't necessarily have to be all encompassing systemic racism. Like, it's two different things, and we kind of get hit with them both. But yes, black people could be fucking racist.
Here's the thing, but
Can
just
I?
with it, I just want to speak to that just a little bit. But it just
Mhm.
depends on what context, because the
Right.
way that science and Darwinism breaks down, there are actually 3 to 4 different humanoid groups. There's Caucasoid, there's Negroid, there's Mongoloid, which you might call from the Asian region. Now, it depends on what part of, if they live in a first world country that
Fuck
has a color
Mexicans.
codex or a color of law, then what can happen is, most time when you deal with color of law, the lighter skin, regard, and this is in every faction, it's with the Caucasoids, it's with the Mongoloids, it's with the Negroids, regardless of their national origin. You can have prejudice against people because of their national origin. You can have prejudice against people because of their religious belief. A system of racism, there is no his, like when the Dahomey enslaved other Africans, that wasn't a system of racism. That was a system of conquest that had nothing to do with how
Right.
your physical characteristics looks, as much
Yeah.
as it had something to do
And
with nationalism. Same thing with the
it was
Holocaust.
capitalism.
That's the same example. When you had Caucasoid genophenotype, which you might be labeled as white here in the United States, that would be their classification. They were both still quote unquote white people, but the prejudice that came in from the Germans of not wanting to deal with the Ashkenazis, there wasn't a system of your features of what you look like, but was there an extreme prejudice based off of your nationalism? Yes.
Yep.
So often with us, we can't, yes, we can have our prejudices based off of a person's national origin. Absolutely. But
Mhm.
we here in the States, or in any of the first world European colonist countries and territories, we do not have a actual system where we can control all of the resources based off of, okay, based off of your physical characteristics, you're going to be classified as this within society. So nowhere in history does any Negroid genophenotype or black nations of people have a system, not even in fucking Africa, not nowhere in the Caribbean. We do not have a system anywhere where we uphold people who you call white or Caucasoid genophenotype, regardless of their national origin. We do not have a system where we can put them in place. It's never existed. So yes, prejudice and bigotry is things that are more socializations. That's more your socialism. There isn't, that's not the same as an institutionalized system based off of what you look like or how you present as in race.
But you know what? You're also looking at that from a macrocosm and not a microcosm. Because I
No,
was
no, no, but no, I know I am, because, but it doesn't matter
yeah,
if it's a macro or microcosm. Your microcosm, I'm saying that's socialism. You're talking about the socialization part, the way that society runs. So yes, you can have the system of colorism, sexism, and all those things are prejudice. Well, hold on. Well, the thing when it comes to sexism, that's an institutionalized. We don't call that necessarily racism. We call that sexism because, yes, there is a system in place according to patriarchy, regardless of the genophenotypes across the world, based off of a woman having, being born a female and being put in a subservient position. Yes, that is a ism. That is a
Yeah, that's
system.
two totally different isms. But like I was saying before, yes, systemic racism can be racist or race or be a form of racism, but that's not the only form of racism that there is. It's systemic racism. Like
Point to me. Can you explain to me anywhere in the country that we have a system here in the United States that is not
and
overseen
you keep
by?
saying the system, and I'm trying to get you to take the word system
But
out of
that's
it.
what
No,
Like
you
racism
can't.
That's
is.
the
You can't.
point, Marie. That's
you
the
can
point,
have
You
Marie.
can't.
That's the
an
You
point.
can't.
individual prejudice against someone. Like that doesn't have anything to do with a system. Like, yes, I totally agree and have been a part of systemic racism or systematic racism, however you want to pronounce it. But that doesn't mean you as an individual can't have a prejudice or a bias
That's
against someone
Right,
But
that's
you
what
on
that
but
the
you
would
just
be.
changed the
yes, that's the
like
but you
that
point.
just
doesn't even make sense.
but you
Marie,
just
But that's
Marie,
what
but you
I'm
just
trying to.
changed the language. Well, hold
Can
on.
I ask?
And
But
I've seen
go ahead.
systems where black people were a majority and they mistreated white people in a way that
that's
even I was like, damn, I really didn't care because
But that still wouldn't be
the
that's
system
micro,
racism.
favored
Marie.
me, but it still was an unfair system to someone else based on their race or their ethnic group. So like I
Can
said,
I ask you
individual
why you're
racism is a
going
thing. Like
so
it's
hard?
not only systemic.
It
And
I
let
can
me
think
I
I
put it
you
can.
another
so
way
I
here's
where
think I
he's
can get
and
it
to
though
me
can
that's
because
I
another
most
way
of the
where our
while
community
y'all right
lacks
though, I kind of get
accountability.
where Marie coming from because we actually I get it, like I get it on the micro scale, but we really experience life on the micro scale. You know what I'm saying? We experience life in the groups that we are in. I get the you know what I'm saying, how the system is set up. I think we all can kind of agree that systemically, no, black people can't be racist, but
yes.
in small groups, socially, in
Yeah,
the macro
yeah.
level, in our
We can be
individual
prejudiced.
lives, yes,
We can be prejudiced.
we can be racist because
That
Racism
wouldn't be
is a
racist though,
prejudice.
bro.
That's not racist. So
Yes,
look,
yes,
no,
yes,
racism is a
yes, it
prejudice.
would,
may I
yes,
Like
it,
can I
systematic
Yellow
yes,
and
it
Marie,
would.
Okay,
Yellow
wait,
Marie,
wait, wait, wait,
can I
wait, wait,
please
wait.
just
Okay,
give the
wait, 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 wait.
definitions?
Okay, so right now what we're gonna do, because it seemed like when IG and C Marie had the exchange, I like that. So we're gonna have Breeze and we're gonna have Yellow have their exchange.
So I mine is going to be really quick, and everyone is really on the right track. But what we're again, it's semantics here. So prejudice is the belief. Prejudice is the internal thought of I don't like black people or I don't like white people, etc. Right? Everyone can have that. Discrimination is acting on that prejudicial thought, right? And then when you have prejudice, discrimination, and the power to enact that on a group of people, preventing them from having access to resources, that is the dynamic of racism. So black people, we absolutely can be prejudiced. We can be biased. We can be discriminatory, right? When we have all black clubs and white people come in, make them feel bad because they can't dance, all that stuff. Yes, we can be prejudiced and discriminatory, but we don't have the systemic power to enact racism to prevent white people on a systemic level. Racism is the systemic level of prejudice and discrimination.
Now it can't get no more hooked on phonics than that. It just
Thank
can't.
you.
100.
So
And
do y'all agree? Wait, okay, so right now, because it seems like it's only two
Court
people that kind
adjourned.
of believe that
I
prejudice
agree
and
with
racism.
Breeze.
Court of
Okay,
fucking
I
so
agree with Bree totally.
I mean, right?
Me
So,
too.
like, I can't respond. Wait, how y'all just gonna declare me and my whole argument dead? I was like,
You're right, though,
I'm just
Yellow.
going
You're
wait,
right.
wait.
It's not
I'm
dead.
just-
They just
I hadn't
expressing
even
their
get to
okay,
own
respond.
beliefs. It's not
okay,
dead.
so
They're
She
expressing
just
their
put
own
a hot
beliefs.
ass iron. That thing ain't even a wrinkle left. It's just ironed out.
Yeah, she picked up, bro.
so we're gonna let Yellow Pill respond if he has any thoughts.
All right. So I don't even think it's really a debate on if anybody's right or wrong. Because what I will say is Breeze makes a lot of points. Everybody makes a lot of good points. But what I'm saying is this: if we looking at how it's defined, It includes prejudice, discrimination, antagonism. It includes all of that. Is under racism. So if you're being prejudiced, you're being racist.
Right.
That's the
No.
whole. It's
Hell
all
no.
under. It's all under.
There's not a synonym for that.
I'm just dropped it in the back. That is the Googleable definition of the shit. That's the definition of it. It's all of it. It's and my thing is this. We get the system. But we have to understand, and I say it a lot like this too. When you hear certain black people speak about the change they want and what they want to enact, it really just sounds like they want to be the new racist. So they understand that power dynamic. They understand that power dynamic.
That goes for straight black men while you at it.
Yes.
I said black people.
Yeah, I know, and that's exactly why I cleared it up for you. Black cis hetero men.
Ain't no need to wipe it. It's black people. Throw that blanket on everybody. Black people.
Nope.
Throw the blanket on everybody.
Yeah,
No,
throw that blanket on everybody. That's a smooth blanket statement.
No.
No,
I can put that on everybody because don't nobody want balance. Everybody just want to shift the power.
Everybody
no, that's not everybody. No, nobody in the community who does have more than cis hetero black men, and they talking points.
But I'm gonna go here and say this too. Are the people that is thinking that, because here's the thing, because I don't know what I see everybody's picture and stuff like that. I'm wondering, people, and it's no shade, but are people who are lighter skinned that deals with certain issues or being teased by the black community for that? Are we conflating that colorism and those experiences with being racist? Because that is not racism. Because I wonder, because I know I don't normally, and I'm just gonna say this, I normally don't hear darker skinned black people conflating that. Whenever I hear this argument, it often comes from a lighter skinned black person that does say that.
What is the point of that point?
Yeah, he just talking.
What is the point of that point?
I'm saying.
What is the point of that point?
The point is that I'm saying is that I think sometimes is that lighter skinned, sometimes black people conflate. They confuse that. They confuse the experience of seeing that.
Lighter skin.
Hold on. Let me
conflating the black experience because we lack the melanin.
No,
makes us qualified to be able to understand black dynamics from all.
I'm saying, whenever we have these when I'm just saying from my perspective, whenever I hear these type of conversations, it went from that argument that it's the same. No, it's not the same, because most black people who deal with a certain level of prejudice from all of the spectrums, including with the colorism, they will see it kind of compartmentalized a little different. That's all I'm getting at. Most of the time when most people do deal with prejudice within the black community, you might break that down a little bit differently. You might see that, especially if you deal with that, just like, for example, I'm a darker skinned person. Now, I have had certain things that happen with lighter skinned people, not that might have said things to me, but I never conflated that to racism.
Yeah,
because I understood that their prejudice or their bias of colorism, they don't have the ability to oppress me.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is light-skinned black people they don't have the ability. They don't and racism. They don't. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. I need you to wrap this point up. I need you to wrap this point up.
No, light-skinned black people do not have the ability.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna let him wrap it up, and then we're gonna let Yellow. We're gonna let you fire off because our guard is already loaded. Okay, so IG.
Let me just finish it off. I'm just saying, whenever I experience colorism and I experience these different things as a black, same gender loving man, even from prejudices and discriminations from other black people, I understand, regardless of the ism, that it is not because they have a racial or institutionalized authority to overall oppress me because of my skin color. That's not the reason why they can. But at the end, I'm gonna just finish that. It's more of the prejudice. I think sometimes it becomes more of a prejudice bias, how we compartmentalize. And yes, depend on what different social constructs you're going to deal with. Yeah, I'm just pointing it out that you might look at that a little different. You're going to compartmentalize that a little different, and I'm going to leave that alone.
All right, Yellow.
I
All
agree
right,
with
Roc.
you,
I know you coming.
but that
Oh
was a
man,
I don't
oh
think
my
that
god,
Man,
man.
wait.
I mean,
We're gonna let Yellow go.
Hold on. Because
okay.
all I basically heard is that lighter skinned black people can't make the difference between prejudice and racism.
Right.
That's not what
Because
he said,
that's
yo. That's
exactly
not what
what
he
he
said.
No, I
said.
didn't say that. I said that
Man,
it's
come
viewed
on, man.
differently.
You said a lot of words that tried to sound like it made a whole bunch of sense on something that we was not even talking about. Because all you said was, well, I'm gonna look at everybody's avatar and assume that y'all experience as black people don't really equate to anybody who's darker than you, because if you understand how it was to live as somebody darker than you, then maybe you would understand the type of oppression that we deal with, and you wouldn't see it as prejudice, or you wouldn't see it as racism, but we can understand it's prejudice. It's bullshit. That's what you just tried to explain to me. Because at the same time, I can understand that I've seen as people in living in situations and understanding that a majority of black people can alienate different people from different groups out of that ecosystem. If it's somebody white that lives in a black neighborhood, that white person can get excluded out of that ecosystem. That's the idea that we're talking about. Anything you talking about is just trying to make it where anything that anybody light-skinned doesn't, anything that somebody light-skinned say don't count as the experience.
Right.
So don't discount my experience as a light-skinned person because you feel that you can over marginalize my marginalization. Because if you understand what I'm talking about in prejudice and light skin and colorism, I call bullshit on colorism anyway, because don't nobody understand how that works. When I say that everybody just want the power shift instead of understanding the balance. Light skinned people deal with colorism from dark skinned black people. Dark skinned black people deal with colorism from light skinned black people. But everybody wants to pick a side on the line and be like, no, I deal with it more because you don't understand. Fuck out of here, bro. Like for real,
but here's the
like
thing.
respectfully, fuck out of here.
I agree with
Because
both
that
of
makes
y'all. I hate
no
that.
I'm gonna give you some pushback because here's the difference. Because I have a lot of friends that are racially ambiguous. Here's the thing about it though, right? It still undergoes a certain thing of how racism is systematically playing. But see, here's the thing. The only thing darker skinned people can do to lighter skinned people is, yes, in the sense of alienate them amongst the community. Now, me calling you a derogatory light skinned term, yes, that can hurt you. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, but the difference is if you call me a burnt piece of bacon, guess what? Outside of society, the one who's going to be able to wear that more, because see, I can make all those derogatory terms about light-skinned people, but because of racism and colorism, it's going to play different. I'm not saying that the words can't hurt you when you're within your same community, but the way that it's going to systematically play out, the way that I might be saying that about you within the community, when we step outside of the community, those terms that I'm saying to you, other people outside of the community are not going to see that as being as derogatory. They're not going to see you in the same way. So whereas if you say that, oh, you are burnt to a crisp, a burnt piece of bacon, if I call you a mulatto or a cow, the one that's going to resonate mostly with the institutionalized racism that set up colorism is the latter, the other way around.
No,
So I'm not
saying
that lighter skin. This is where it get weird. I'm not saying that. And this is where it gets weird because it's like
I'm not saying that.
Like
no,
only the colorism. No, this is what I'm saying. Like only the colorism can affect the darker skinned black.
No, I didn't say.
Hold on. Because hear me out. Because I'm gonna get this and I'm gonna back out of it.
I said
it is. That is what he's saying, and that's what he's saying in the chat. And I'm gonna give y'all one thing, and I'm gonna let it go. The fact that I know
colorism actually it benefits light-skinned people. Colorism benefits the light-skinned.
Yeah, it's different.
It benefits light-skinned people, not hurt them.
That's what I'm saying.
People on the bottom can only hurt you on a personal level.
Okay. You know
Yeah,
how many
it's
times I done
different.
had
I'm
to
not
hear?
trying to
I
say.
ain't trying to hear all that,
Yeah,
man. Look,
but
because at the same time,
Okay, wait,
That's the
because right
problem,
now
man.
when everybody's screaming and talking over each other, the people in the chat won't be able to hear this. So Yellow, we're gonna let you finish. Then I want Conscious to jump in. After Conscious, I'm gonna get IG back in here.
Presley too, right? Yeah.
Come too, please.
I'm
So Yellow,
just gonna say
Conscious,
this. I'm
C
just gonna
Marie,
say
then
this.
IG.
I'm just gonna say this. The fact that you trying to out oppress or like that's you just basically keeping the whole shit going.
Yep.
If you can't understand that it's an equal balance, then all you want is a power shift in. That would be the only thing to make you feel better, because for you, it's okay to tell me something that's derogatory to me because I'm light-skinned, because you feel a certain type of way about it. But damn how I feel. Wait, hold on. Damn how I feel about it as a light-skinned man who's had to hear a lot of that shit, and that has affected my dynamic in how I feel in the black community and a lot of other people, especially light-skinned black men. Because that's a mark on us sometimes. You light skinned, you emotional. That actually lowers our chances with dating.
Within the black community
have
only.
privilege in the black
Within the black
Oh wait,
community.
hold up. Okay, hold up. Wait, because I already gave the order. If you're not registered to go next, please keep muted, please. Continue, Yellow.
And that's what I'm saying. To hear that to hear that it's like, oh, because light-skinned people benefit from colorism and all this other, it's crazy. It's what world are y'all living in, bro? Like this is why I be like, do y'all even hear out of both sides of y'all ears? It's like we only gonna take in the light-skinned colorism, but we're not gonna take in the dark-skinned colorism.
Right.
Because it's a response. And that's why I be like, you gotta know better. If everything gonna be a response, then you ain't doing nothing but playing into the system that you trying to say is so horrible.
Right.
Because I'm pointing it out that I'm not, it's not even though. It's not equal. No, it's not. Like I said, yes, I didn't. I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry. Let me be quiet because.
Okay, so we're gonna let Conscious go. Conscious step in.
I'm done with the content. You can move on from me.
Okay.
And
C
Conscious-
Marie.
All right, look, Yellow is right. And to IG, it's not saying that one side doesn't get it worse than the other side, but what he's saying is true. It's becoming a power struggle, a power dynamic, a power play. Like, oh, I'm oppressed over here more. Oh no, we oppressed over here more. And there's no resolution, there's no middle ground. One side can't see that the other side is hurting the other side. It's like no one is empathetic or sympathetic on this matter at all, because everybody wants to win the oppression Olympics, and that shit is just crazy to me. But it all goes back to what I was saying earlier. Our community has a huge history lacking self accountability, so we throw everything on the damn system. If it's not systemic, forget the individual that's hurting, that you're oppressing, that you're prejudiced against. Forget them, because they're not a part of the bigger system. Like, yes, you are still individually racist to that person. Like, we get it. Me and y'all keep saying we understand systemic racism. Yes, it is very real, but there is also individual racism. Like, yes, darker skinned people get it worse than lighter skinned people, but that don't mean that lighter skinned people don't sometimes suffer colorism at the hands of darker skinned people, or even white people. Like, to only see one side of the coin is delusional to me. It's like we only have heads on this quarter. Like, we don't have tails on a quarter.
I'm gonna have to provide some pushback. No shade.
What?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to provide some pushback. Okay, so I think the thing is when we get into the conversations about racism, colorism, etc., is that yes, you must have a power dynamic to be able to reinforce it through a system-wide based issue. Yes, Black people can be prejudiced. Yes, they can show discrimination through behavior. But I think in terms of when it comes down to colorism, within the context of the Black community, I think that's where light-skinned people may actually experience colorism, as they may get the jokes or they may get certain this, that, whatever. But I think in the wide scheme, the global aspect, that is when colorism, when it comes down to discrimination against darker tone people, actually enters the chat. Because it was something that a man said on Bigo that actually stuck with me. Like, now he says, now, even though we call it a privilege, he says light skinned people, like he doesn't consider them to have a privilege. He considers them have a consensus. And what that means is that if you are in the room as a light skinned person in the room with 4 other dark skinned people, then yes, you will have a privilege. But let a white man come in that room, your privilege disappears. So I think the thing is understanding things on a micro and at a macro level. But what IG was basically doing.
And understand, darker skin, look, everyone has some type of privilege. Some people have way more privilege than others. And I can say lighter skinned people may have way more privilege than darker skinned people, but that doesn't mean that dark skinned people don't have some type of privilege, especially in certain settings. Like, we want to look at things, like I keep saying, from the macro, from the systemic level, from the whole society as a whole. But what about in individual settings? What about in smaller communities? Like I said, I was in the military and I was in this unit where it was all black people. When I say it was like 3 white people, they treated them white people like trash to the point where I felt bad for them. And I don't have a habit of feeling bad for white people.
But okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I think that one of the worst things we ever did as a community is, I think, I'm not gonna lie, I think through the socialization of religion, etc., it made us really docile. And the thing about it is that we're literally sitting up here giving empathy for a group of motherfuckers that don't give empathy to black people. That is just no shade. Because the thing about it, when the shoe is on the other foot, they don't give us none of that. And that's just no shade.
It's a difference in and yes, I give empathy and sympathy to all, because I'm not gonna put none of this bullshit above my morals and my ethics. Like, I have morals and ethics, so I'm not gonna go around treating any type of human being like trash unless they want that shit. Then I will meet their energy. But I'm not gonna just walk up to somebody that I don't know, never done anything to me, and just automatically assume that is a trash ass person. Because honestly, I got to where I am at in my life. It wasn't even a majority of black people that helped me get here. It was a mixture of races of people. So I could never just look at a white person and be like, oh, I know they racist. Yes, I'm gonna run into some racist ass white people and I'm gonna treat them accordingly. But if they don't display that to me or no one around me, and it's not just how they're treating me, I watch their actions overall. Are they treating that black man over there like that? Are they treating that black woman over there like that? I really gauge their temperament. What I'm trying to say is, we're playing this power struggle that makes no sense. It's like, yes, I understand in society, black people have gotten it the worst. And let's just take white people off the table, period. That doesn't mean that black people can't treat another ethnic group a certain way. And now we are prejudiced and biased towards them because, and I understand it, because we've been treated a certain way for so long, we become overprotective of our own. And that's where man comes from. And that's why these black men running around here protecting each other at all costs, because we've been beaten down so much that we are to the point where we will protect anything black.
So I'm
if it's good, bad, immoral, unethical, whatever. It's just, if it's black, it's right, and we gotta covet it, and that shit is just not right.
So
there is
okay, so I'm confused on why y'all are saying that, because especially after Breeze just most definitely laid it out perfectly. I'm confused on why you guys are saying that black people can be racist when we already made it clear that it is the power dynamic. Like she said, you can be prejudiced, which is the thought process, which is your thought, but then you can actually showcase that through behavior. But yet what makes a distinction between the prejudice and discrimination aspect and also the system is that you have the power to reinforce those things.
And look, let's be clear. I love this, and I really do love this discussion, by the way. But just because Breeze said it, don't make it true to me. Like, it could be true to Breeze.
It should be.
But that's the reality of the word and the nature of it.
And look, let's be clear. There's different realities.
I just want to
reality is not my reality. Just because Breeze said
it's
something,
just
because everybody on this panel said something doesn't make it true to me. Like, you can have your truth, I respect it, We can have this great ass conversation every night if you want to. It's not going to change my perspective.
There
Now,
ain't no
some
point in
things
having
that
it
you
every night.
guys, it's,
And
it's
I'm
certain things
I
saying,
that
just
you
like,
want to.
guys
what's
have
the
said in
point
here that I
if
can
you're
sit back
stuck
and
in
So
the?
There ain't no
listen.
point in having it every night then.
so if
That
I may,
go ahead.
if I may, C. Marie, I appreciate you. You are definitely a very intelligent woman. Everyone here is very intelligent. We all have education and experiential experience to speak to this convo. But the definitions and the things in which I reference are not of my own, doing. I didn't just contrive this. I'm a psych major. I study social and individual mental issues, and the where I learned these dynamics and privileges and the intersectionality of how oppression works as a system on a micro and macro level was through a course called community psychology. So if anyone wants to understand the intricacies of oppression, how it resonates in racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, all the other obias, these are all social issues. Social issues aren't just individual experiences. They are all of the covert and the overt behaviors that you all were describing. And so if anyone wants to understand the terminologies and how they pertain to the lived experiences, community psychology is the course for you. And you can buy any kind of community psych textbook from any website. That will give you the terminology as it pertains to the lived experience.
And you know what? I definitely respect that, Breeze. I love this conversation. I love that you're involved. Um,
But
but I'm still not. Yeah, you're right. But I'm still not gonna take those textbook terminologies as like it's written in stone, because what, just 10 years ago we had the psychology book said this about gender, and um and
it always said the same thing.
That's why we keep educating ourselves. We
exactly,
keep educating ourselves.
and that's
But
why these
that is the
textbooks
Let's.
change. That's why discussions like this among educated people like yourself. I'm not educated on this. I'm educated on a lot of other things, but that's why your community of people, as time goes on, your conversation is going to change and grow. The
Why
textbook
you
is going
bring
to
up
change.
gender though? That didn't go together.
I'm
But
sorry.
what's the point of it changing if you actively resisting changing with it?
I'm not actively resisting changing with it. I just have my beliefs. Now, if she
Oh,
if she was
semantics.
to present some information that was like, that makes sense. What she's saying just
Y'all
don't
are
make sense
funny.
to me. Just like what I'm saying don't make sense to her. That doesn't make me wrong just because you all agree with one another. Come on now.
You
But
brought up
I'm
gender
looking
with
at
no
the
point. It
history
does
of
make
the
you
word.
wrong.
The history of the word
It makes me wrong
race
to you.
and racism. That's all I'm
That's
saying.
funny. Okay. Red Clark, step right on in, and after that, I want to get I'm gonna see some people that's actually been quiet. Red Clark, Neo X, and then Presley.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like it goes down to the okay,
Huh?
where did that come from? You go look back. Race. What is the word race? What is a race? A race is a competition. Okay, that's a race. Okay, looking back in Black history, you won't see that word used into the 1600s when the white Europeans raced over here to America to is land and Black slaves over there. What is land and Black people over there? The first ones there get, so they're racing to that. That's the race between the Black and that's when the race began. Once the resources, the wealth and everything was distributed, that's when they added the ism. Ism is to maintain the current like to maintain the wealth distribution in which they did. The system. That's when we get Jim Crow. That's when we get Freddie Lynch doing what he's doing to this. This is all racism. So when we say Black people can be racist, I mean true racism only exists when a group holds, a disproportionate share of the wealth, resources, and power, and the other groups, don't, and they get to exploit exclude and subordinate, the weaker group. And in America, whites have that. Whites can deny black people from employment, education opportunities, business, land, resources. We can't. So but this how they manipulate us too. By we should have pride into that versus just using it loosely and to to refer to me being bigoted as an Asian person. No, that's not racism. That's bigotry. That's prejudice. But they tell us no, that's racism to water it down so we don't think of it as serious as it is. That's how I view it. That's why I'm conscious of the words that I use, because if you look at the history of things, we'll see where all this began. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna use racism when it's appropriate, and I'm gonna use bigotry or prejudice when it's appropriate. Not me being, that way towards an Asian person or another ethnic group. That's not me being racist, because I can't be racist due to the meaning of the word, the meaning in which the word started.
Yeah, look up the meaning. Prejudice and bigotry is in the definition. And by the way, racism is an adjective. Like, you're really describing
But
things.
but where are you getting this? That's part of it too. Where are you getting this definition from?
The dictionary?
Which was, I'm just saying, which was, like, they're not gonna put that just like they don't put our history in the history books. They're not gonna put it in the dictionary. They're gonna tell you that. Like, I'm just saying, do outside of Google, outside of that, like, there's this book called there's this guy called Dr. Claude Anderson. He's a scholar. He dedicated his whole life to things like this, to black folk. And he has a book. He has data. He's a scholar. He gives you his citations, where he get it from, charts and everything.
And I love Dr. Clark Anderson, right? But that doesn't mean it's not bias in his work. Like, I'm gonna say this about any book. It's man written. Even a dictionary, it's all man written. So bias and prejudice is gonna come into play. So you could, just like you said it about, hey, where did you get your definition? It came out of a book. I can say that about any book you bring up.
But would you think the white man who made the dictionary or Dr. Claude Anderson would have your best interest when writing this piece of work?
But look, just because, I'm gonna say this, what's the phrase? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like, I don't think that any of the narratives that circulate the black community, like, we're really doing it to harm one another. That's what I was trying to say earlier. We do a lot of things to protect one another, but in protecting one another, we end up hurting the community. That's why you have all these motherfuckers cheering on Tory right now. They really think they're protecting him, but they're really hurting the community as a whole. Like, two things are true to them at the same time. Like, they really feel like they fighting for this dude's life, right? Even though he's wrong in the situation. Like, they don't have, well, they do. They kind of have good intentions and bad intentions, but it's still hurting the community. Same with Dr. Claude Anderson. Like, I will say this, even with Martin Luther King, like, he was fighting for our freedom, right? But in him fighting for our freedom, he ended up putting a lot of black businesses out of business because he wanted to integrate us and not keep us segregated. But when he did that, a lot of the black-owned bus companies went out. A lot of black restaurants went out of business because now black people had access to go over to the white communities and shop, and a lot of the black businesses closed. That was not Dr. Martin Luther King's intention. He had great intentions, but it still affected our community negatively. So,
But I'm saying, when did Dr. Claude Anderson do that, though?
It's to say, even what I'm saying right now, the older I get, the more life experience I have, my view and perception on this topic is going to change. Same with these books. Same with the books that Breeze is studying from. Like I was saying, about 10, 20 years ago, gender and sexuality was written in stone in the books. Now that we have trans people and people on the spectrum of the sexuality spectrum, I guess, coming out, explaining to us more. We see like, oh, these textbooks were wrong. Like, I don't think they wrote these. Well, maybe they did write the textbooks to, because I think they were just trying to indoctrinate us. But we just learned that even textbooks can be wrong, and sometimes they're not written with ill will. They just end up being wrong, and we have to change the way we think about things.
The community psych topic that I'm speaking about, I think it's actually super beneficial in terms of white people actually learning about how they affect our lives. So this literature is, educating everyone to know their privileges and their place in society. And the more aware we are of the systemic levels that exist, or the sociological levels and all that stuff, the better we can, one, change what's been happening, and just create an overall better experience for everyone. So the highlighting of these things and these terminologies and the semantics of this is to change the direction in which this country has been going in.
And you know what, Breeze? I totally agree with that, because we got to start somewhere. Like, we're not going to hop out the womb knowing everything. Like, the world is still, society is still pretty new. Like, it's still in its infancy. You see, we learning so much stuff. Like, now we learning aspirin may not be as beneficial as we thought it was. Certain medicines that we thought was helpful, that shit is really killing people. Certain foods we thought was good really ain't that good for us. Like, society is still in its infancy, and our community has gotten the short end of the stick. So we are really learning when it comes like to our place in society, how things affect us long term, the kids in our community long term, or whatever. I'm just saying, I think it's very dangerous for us to feel like we can't do harm to other ethnic groups. And I
We
understand what you
can.
guys are saying, because y'all been saying from the beginning that we can be
Yes.
biased and bigot,
Yes.
have bigotries. I think that's the way you put it. Stuff like that. I'm just saying that, to me, it's one thing. Like, if you have a bias towards another group based on their race or ethnic group, then you racist. Like, and I understand. I think that is totally separate from systemic racism.
It's, and you're absolutely right in your context, but it's literally the semantics, and I unfortunately think that's more dangerous, because if we don't know how to properly identify what's happening, we pass on this, that's coming from a place of not knowing. And so, you're absolutely not incorrect in what you're describing, as in the dynamics of how things happen. Like, when non-black people come into our communities, can we make them feel bad and make them feel ostracized? Absolutely. And kind of touching on, we don't have to dive back into the colorism, but as someone who has a white mom and a black dad, and who comes from that dichotomy of life, it took me a long time to understand my privileges. And we do, and that's again why sociology and psychology, community psych, and these things can better help us understand ourselves. We need to understand our privileges and when they come into play. So what you're speaking about in terms of like black people and dark skinned black people not being able to enact or put biases or discrimination on other people, yeah, we absolutely, they can, but depending on your individual privileges determines how severe that can really play out in someone else's life. So, yes, we can absolutely be super prejudiced and make someone feel like the smallest of the smallest thing makes them feel terrible, but that's a feeling. There's no black, group of black people who can keep it. I can hate a white person so much with all my heart, but that hate won't prevent them from going to get that 6-figure job, from going to get that loan on that house in a neighborhood that I could probably never move into. That is the difference. That's how the power comes into play to separate prejudice from racism.
And you know what? I'm gonna say this. I totally agree with, and you kind of enlighten me on some things. But here's another reason why I feel the way I feel. I don't. When I hear people talk about, especially this subject, it's like Black people don't have as much power as we actually do. Like, I done lived all over the world, lived all over the United States. Man, we have way more power. I didn't work for the military, for local government, state government. We have way more power than we let on. And I feel like we keep ourselves in a certain place because we want the power, but we don't want the
So you
power.
might as well just
And
say it. Hold
that's
on,
your
baby. Hold
American
on, baby.
privilege.
You might as well
Yes,
just say it.
yes, that
You
is
might
my
as well
American
just say it, C. Marie. You might as well just go ahead and say it. Black people, why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, baby? Just
Here
go
you
ahead
go.
and, just go ahead and say it, C. Marie, because you want to say it so bad. Black folk,
Here
just
you go.
pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
But
Why
Breeze, I
don't
will
you?
say this: that is my American privilege, because as Americans, we are extremely privileged and entitled, and we don't even know it.
America, a Black American citizen has, you know, and I hope no one takes this the wrong way, but understands, has more power than a Black person in a different country. Our American, and that's again understanding how intersectionality works and understand privileges, you know, heterosexual privilege, Christianity privilege, all of these privileges speak to, you know, the power dynamics. And so, yeah, Black Americans, we do have more power than we realize, but compared to a white American, no, ma'am.
Oh no, of
No.
course not. Come on now. Honestly, it will never. No one who has the power is trying to hand over even an ounce of their power. So if we want it, we're gonna have to take it by force. Like it's they're just not gonna give it to us. So don't take
But
my
how is
word.
it that these conversations always get hijacked with that, even though that be the context? The context has been talking about Black folk not having any systemic power to oppress anybody, and yet the conversation still go a hard right off the exit ramp when that's the whole context is systemic power, not your individual power to go be Oprah and to have your own network, not your own individual power to go travel the world seas, but talking about systemic power and those who have and those who don't have it.
And that's been my whole point. I understand the systemic side of it. My whole point has been that there is an individual side of it too. That's why I was saying, like, I feel like we only looking at one side of the coin. Like, yes, I understand the macrocosm of it all. I understand the systemic part of it, but we also have that individual power to have a prejudice and bias against someone based off of their race or ethnic group.
But you
And I
never
just
had to
feel
make
like
that
that
point because
part of it,
everybody established that Black people can do all of that. We just cannot do it systemically. Everybody here collectively and unanimously agreed 2 hours ago that Black folk can be prejudiced, Black people can be mean spirited, Black people can have their preferences, Black folk can da 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 da. Like it was a moot point.
but no, this is the thing. Y'all have a problem with me calling it racism. That's the whole point. That's why this conversation has went on as long.
Yeah, for the same reason that every time the queer folk get off in non-queer people's ass, that they pull a reverse Uno, that now there's a such thing as heterophobia because homophobia is being checked, or there's a reverse sexism, or there's a reverse racism, and we know that there's no such thing as these things. People, it seems that people want to be oppressed so bad by those who they're actually oppressing, and the
Yeah.
scapegoat is, well, no, y'all can be racist too. No, but we cannot, and that's why we need language to control and to establish context. And nobody even we haven't even spoke about that. The most loving people happen to always be the people at the bottom, and the so-called ugly shit that the people at the bottom do is a response to the power over them. It's not because they
Yes.
are inherently racist or inherently sexist or inherently whatever. It's a response to the system. The
Yeah.
And I
context
said that
matters.
Black
earlier.
people respond to racism.
I said that it was a response, and actually, I don't even think it's a response. I think it's an overcorrection. man, I thought I hit this nail in the head when I expressed I know the reason why gay people act the way they do towards some straight people, black people act the way they do towards some black people. It's a sense of protection, protecting ourselves, our loved ones, our community, and it's because of all the BS. It's like if you've been bitten by 10,000 damn snakes, when you see a snake, you're gonna be like, that bitch is gonna bite me. It's just a natural response. But there's also a thing of overcorrection, and sometimes as human beings we overcorrect, right? So it's like I've been bit by 10,000 snakes. Next time I see a snake, I'm just gonna chop that motherfucker head off, instead of like some other form of correction. That was a horrible
Yeah,
analogy, but
it's
isn't the
biological.
but isn't the
it is
system
biological.
but the system of racism isn't a rational or sensory institution. It didn't come in from, oh, I'm only going to oppress you to this point. It did come with the full wheels and the barrels. You know what I'm saying? Like the reason why we have like certain conversations, and even to my point, bringing up what I brought up earlier, it wasn't about an oppression Olympics, but because of how racism decide all of these. I'm sorry, how it broke off into all of these different disaggregated prejudices, and based off of the system of racism and stuff like that. Yes, what I was even trying to say earlier, because of how it is broke off and these experiences, the vantage point from people who have certain privileges, I'm not gonna go into it, right? But all of these other different privileges that falls through the institution of racism, it will vary the vantage point of what you're calling racism. It's going to vary the vantage point of how you see it as racism versus, I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying one group could be oppressed over the other, but within a certain context, it can be. Depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about within the community or worldview, so it's not that we're saying that the prejudice it's not, it's humane. We're not justifying or glorifying it. It's just the system that gave us the ideal, and all of these other prejudices that fall underneath that as a result of how it's systematically placed. You know what I'm saying? Just like I can't, with all of the females, the women that are on here, there's no way in the world that I'm ever going to say that patriarchy and sexism doesn't exist based off your vantage point. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with colorism. I'm not going to say that a person, just because they're lighter skinned, they don't deal with a prejudice or racism. Because yes, if you are Negroid phenotype, baby, despite how light your skin is, if you look like a Negroid or a Negro, you're going to experience similar of the same things. Now, will I say will it vary? Depends on the degree. And I'm not saying this because this is my opinion. It's just how they set it up. They set it up for colorism to work to where, like, we had the paper brown test and everything else. That's not something that dark skinned people put into place. You know what I'm saying? It's something that white people put into place to divide us. But that doesn't mean that it's going to function, or the vantage point of every black person is going to have that similar view, because there's a nuance to the prejudices that falls underneath the institutionalism of racism.
Beautiful.
All righty, Neo X. You still?
Mm.
Oh, you
Yes,
still?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm
All
still
right,
here.
I've been trying to get to you for a little minute now. So what are your thoughts on everything that's going on? What's your opinion? What's your viewpoint? What's some things that you agree, disagree? What you learned, didn't know? What you already knew?
Okay, well, I'm gonna actually keep mine real simple and short. Everybody know I'm pro-black. Y'all know how I feel about it, But when it comes down to racism and the system and us educating ourselves on, how this shit works, I kind of stick to the rivers and the lakes like I used to, and I leave those debates to people who are what I feel are more qualified to have those conversations. I know we have our own personal deep rooted issues, but I feel like after listening to everybody talk, I still feel like Breeze had the stronger argument. And you know, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I mean, y'all remember I called light skinned people the C word, so I'm still trying. So it's like I'm really just gonna stay out of this because I kind of have a different philosophy about racism. So for those why y'all get to know me, I kind of see things a little different, but I kind of think my philosophy is not fitting for this discussion. But you know, everybody did a good job, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Presley. Oh, actually, no,
Don't
Yellow.
start Yellow. I was 10 years old. I was 10. I changed my ways.
Okay, so I'm gonna get Presley. I'm gonna get Presley. Then I'm gonna get Yellow.
I would love to hear your thoughts on racism.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
It's like, but I'm gonna save it for another day. Actually, you know what? Did you see my message I sent to Breeze? My email? I put it again in the private chat. Just email me, sis. I like to invite you to my show. I really like how you and Breeze kind of hold down the panel tonight.
Yeah, I love hearing perspectives too. I really do.
I'm sorry.
I just say I love hearing different perspectives. I mean,
Yeah, I actually kind of, yeah. So like I said, it's too much. It's really because it's late. Number one, I'm gonna go to bed. But number two, it's just yeah. But the philosophy behind racism and all that, can someone be racist and all that stuff, I just have a deeper meaning to it. You know, I kind of see it more esoterical and the mentality of evil. But I don't, you know, it's too much to go into today.
All right.
But please, please email me. I already invited Breeze, but please, I'd love for you to come on the show because even though I know most people disagree with you, I really like how you stand on your beliefs 10 toes down. So you did it. You brought a strong argument.
Let me see.
I see the email too. I got it.
Let me see.
All right, peace, y'all. Peace. Peace to my goddess, Conscious. Love you, boo.
Love you too,
Peace, Reckless. Love you. Thank you for letting me on the panel.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. And I will be checking out your platform. I'm gonna be, in the bushes, and I'm gonna come up and stuff.
I really want to invite you in Conscious. I really want to invite you in Conscious to really come on there and discuss the topic of consciousness. I don't know if you viewed my channel, but I've been trying to find someone who can really give a very solid argument of what consciousness is. I'm still trying to get through the video Conscious did, I think the day before yesterday when he talked about hell. Yeah, I've been trying to watch the playback on that, and I'm I think he brought up a good point of how our consciousness work. So please, if y'all have some free time, y'all can really just sit down and schedule a show with me. I would really appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good
video. Post ideas. I'm down for that.
All right, peace. All right, y'all.
You already know I love coming over there and just kind of, just causing an uproar on your panel. So
yeah. All right, y'all. Well, peace, bomb, black love, and love the light. Have a good night.
Alrighty.
Night.
Alrighty. So Presley. She still with me? Presley. Ooh, she's asleep. Alrighty. Presley going once. Going twice. Hell no. Alrighty. Good. Let me see. I don't want to ban her now. I'm about to made a mistake and almost banned her. Alrighty, girl. We done did a whole 360 in this topic. Lord have mercy. Wait, someone said it was coming up. Did they hit the pedal? No, they haven't hit the thing yet. Alrighty. Oh shit. I fucking forgot. Let me cam up real quick. All hearts and minds clear. There we go. All hearts and minds clear.
Yeah, that was a good chat though. I'm still trying to get over that nightmare food. I know Neo was talking about consciousness with conscious, and I'm like, I'll be prepared for that nightmare food. You came over there and traumatized my chat.
Let go Breeze. Oh, hey XB. So what are your thoughts? What's going on?
Ooh, what am I getting myself into now? Okay, so here's my thing, okay?
Mhm.
So my thoughts on, the topic of racism, I mean, I would consider it to be rather broad, in my
Mhm.
opinion. Um, to me, let me just tell you, okay, let me cut to the chase. Racism is a state of mind. This is why I say this, okay? Yes, I mean, if we're looking at the whole definition of racism, long story short, it's about basically, a group that believes that they're superior, that they're better than any other groups, and I believe that anybody could, have access to that belief system. But my question comes in where I ask the question why that's the case. Well, here's my thing. So, I mean, if we're looking at the history of it, okay, yes, it started off as a whole thing of, dealing with eugenics, right? Like that's literally the whole backbone of racism. Before that really was not a thing. You just simply had feudalism, actually, right? And then when racism, made its way in, through, the eugenics movement, then that's when, that sort of way of thinking actually appealed to the way in which capitalism worked, where basically you had to create a capital in order to, you know, gain a sense of power, right? So, you know, we had to talk about, the period in which racism made its way in and basically how people navigated at the time. Because this is the crazy part about it, and I'm talking about because I believe I saw something about, a person who was born a slave who was basically given all their master's inheritance and basically they were considered white, you know. So when we're talking about race nowadays, like are we just talking about skin color and more so the genetic ends? Like some people to this day are still trying to make it out to be, or are we talking about a socio political class that, you know, a form of legalism somehow favors systematically just because, they get more benefits off of a certain group of people. So to me, I say racism is a state of mind. And why do I say it's a state of mind? Well, because anybody can literally disassociate from, group, for example, they can just disassociate from being black and say, okay, well, we were here first, or well, I mean, I'm not the skin color, whatever. I'm American first. I'm me first. Like, basically, they can believe that okay, because they have gotten past that barrier. Well, then, basically, they have reached a level of ascension where they are floating above water, and subsequently, they're floating, above the creatures that swim beneath the waters. If we're being honest here, and
Yep.
I believe that's just the whole gist of it to me, honestly, because here's my thing, right? And this is why my whole beliefs on racism are a bit lucid right now, is because, okay, well, I'm just going to ask this question like very, straightforward. Like, if black people cannot be racist, then okay, well, why are there black people right now who are talking about some they're indigenous to this land when in fact they have African DNA? you know that those are questions that I have to ask myself. And then, if you have a white person who, let's say, okay, yes, they have microaggressions, but then they actually hate the group, or they really, it's things that I just don't really understand. That, now that this conversation is being had, it's giving me more things to think about along the ways. So we just have really had to understand, I think, when talking about the topic, we really have to understand like how it fits into the framework now, because I said this in the comments, and I'll say this, again, on the panel, but it's not just systematic; it's a tradition as well. It's it's a part of it. It is a part of what people believe gives them a sense of, quite frankly, class and intelligence, and really a sense of merit. And that's just the reality of it, in my opinion.
Okay. All righty. So
I really like.
you said what, C. Marie?
I just really like his points.
Oh, okay. Okay. So who wants to respond to that? Does someone wants to respond? You push back, or you got, or does everybody agree?
I mean, I of course want to find a way. Of course, again, the tradition is a part of the system. The system is the all encompassing, where it all meets. So again, everyone contextually is right. We all have a good idea on what prejudice is. Um, and no one is wrong in any way, shape, or form. It's just and again, race is a construct, right? White and black were just invented recently. Like, we didn't call ourselves white and black thousands of years ago. Um, the the way our race is expressed, or the way we all look, is just based on where our ancestors come from geographically, right? So honestly, it's all one. It's not even, it shouldn't be a separation. But when you have a people who are trying to exploit another group of people, then they created all these things and convoluted us with these terms, and so it really is annoying that we're even going back and forth over the semantics. But again, with knowing how to identify what the problems are, so we can change it, that's why it's going to be good for us to get on the same page in what we're calling it, right? So we can know how to undo it. If we can't get on the same page with that, we can't. I mean, we're going to be stuck here having these conversations over and over. So it's not, I hope no one thinks that I'm trying to, force any kind of belief on anyone. It's just, this is the whole reason why language was created, so we can communicate and understand and move forward. So, these terminologies are not just here to make anyone feel bad. It's just to help clarify the aspects and how things are moving and the nuts and bolts.
But you know what, Breeze? I think I love these conversations because I don't think we should be on the same page. Like, I don't think the way I see life should be the same way that you see life. I do think that there should be language in place to give us a broad understanding, and then we derive our own understanding from that, that broader language. But I feel like that's why we are in the position that we are in now in society, because someone came up, a room full of scholars. Let's say if it was a room of 100 scholars got together, created a concept, and now we all have to follow it, no matter how it makes us feel, no matter how much it doesn't align with who we are. That's how we get sexuality and gender. Like, it was some educated people that came up with those terms. Like, they weren't just some dimwits off the street. I feel like we have those dictionary um phrases and stuff for the broadness of it all, and then we derive our own understanding from it, and then we can have great conversations like this. Like, I love talking to you. We don't have to have the same beliefs for me to be like, you know what, Bree's pretty cool. Like, we don't have the same understanding in life, but like, she's very articulate. She brings something different to the table. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I don't want to just be around people that only think the way I think. Like, that's why I got the hell up out of, my hometown as soon as I graduated high school, because
For
I
sure.
love my hometown, but I just wanted to see what else was out there. Like, what do other people think about this? Like, how do you feel about this? Like, I like these kind of conversations.
And one thing I kind of wanted
Absolutely.
to.
And
Oh, go ahead.
oh, I was just sorry, IG, but I want to say, Maria, I appreciate you too. Like, again, we do need these convos, but when it comes to, like, policy making and, actually, like, getting resources when we do need access to the resources in our communities, I don't want to be in some town hall, debating about what black and white is, or what race or prejudice is or not. I'm hungry, or I want access to housing, I want education, I, it's just in the sense so we can move forward and actually have a productive society and get things done. And then, we can go on the back end, just like with the Tory and Meg thing. The we had the fun, conversations of the social court of law, but the actual verdict has to come in. So at some point we have to lay down the facts, agree on the facts, present them, and make a decision from there. So if you don't want to subscribe to like racism is a system, and you want to call prejudice and bias and discrimination racism in all its form, that's fine. But and that's a belief you want to take, and that's fine. But just understand, like when it comes to policies and how race is actually enacted in the systemic world, this is probably the terms they're going to use, just so everyone is on the same page, because that's what pale people like to do. They like to conflict and what's cherry pick. So we have to get clear, not just amongst us, but with them, because this is what they try to do to us. They try to play on our ignorance, and we have to.
And one thing
I agree.
I just want to get in right quick, and I totally agree with you, Breeze. And one thing, because I've heard people, say definitions, but really what people should get into is etymology, because see, etymology is
Yes.
going to tell you where the word comes from, what region it comes from, what language it derives from, and
Hmm.
the definition. Like, for example, I hate being called gay as it refers to my sexuality. Why, you might ask that? Because the original etymology in the word of the context when it was created means to be carefree and lighthearted. So let's ask an educated question right quick. How can a Negroid genophenotype classified black person equivocate the sexuality that is the most frowned upon with being carefree and lighthearted? It's fucking impossible. So that's why I agree with Breeze is saying that's something that the pale community will often do is play off your ignorance. And then if you don't know the research about the Lavender Act and Stonewall, which was mostly geared for white male homosexuals to have acceptance in society, it had nothing to do with intersectionality. So yes, white male homosexuals can indeed be carefree and lighthearted in that context, because the only thing they needed to be accepted within society was their sexuality. So that's why me as a same, you'll hear me say same gender loving Black American man, because I understand within the historical context and how history played out that it is impossible. Hell, even for a heterosexual outside of just the privilege, hell, heterosexuals aren't carefree and lighthearted with their sexuality. They're not even straight. And y'all might not like what I'm saying. You're not straight because you're heterosexual. Your sexuality is not without curve or bend. It has nothing to do with your preference. It doesn't mean that just because you're a heterosexual, that your heterosexuality is only going to function in one directional path. It has nothing to do with you stepping outside of heterosexuality. So that's why for us, a lot of people in the Black community, we do suffer from not understanding that, yes, that etymology matters, because it will break down where you're getting that word and that information in the context of what it was created for.
Yeah. And you know what, to respond to, I definitely agree. And that's something that I need to do better with. But to respond to Breeze, I feel like, yes, I definitely agree. First, let me say, I definitely believe in systemic racism. Like, it's a real thing. To me, that's not a debatable topic. Like, no one can come up to me and be like, systemic racism ain't real. I'm going to just walk away from that dumbass conversation, because, yeah, that's just not a conversation I'm going to have, because it is real. But I think where we go wrong is that, and we say this all the time, but I just feel like we don't exude it. Black people are not a monolith. So it will never be one concise concept that can apply to us all. It's just not going to happen. It's the same for any race of people, any group of people, ethnic group, sexual. It's not one concept will not apply to us all, because we're not all the same. Even as women, it's not gonna. That's why there's some women that's pro-life, some women that's pro-choice. Like, it's just, you can't create one concept that's going to apply to us all, unless you just create like some type of free form. That's why the government should be set up to best reflect utilitarianism, right? It's supposed to be what is the good for the majority. But it's, even with doing what's good for the majority, you still gonna have a group of people that's that's they're going to be upset by whatever decision is made. That's where when I was talking about the power that we have, this is where our power really comes into play. We have the power to speak up. Now, because of systemic racism, there is an overarching power that is always going to veto our power, trump our power, exclude our power, ignore our power, right? But we still have to push and fight for it. Because, like I said, say some council comes together and try to define what racism is. We need all types of Black people to come to the table and come up with a concept that will be, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be a big ass debate, but we have to try to work together to come up with some type of concept that will closely benefit us all, but we're all not going to get everything that we want. That's why I said I definitely agree that these words and these concepts and these philosophers and educators need to come together and create these broader concepts, but everyone's going to break off and take what they want from it because we're just not all the same. And we're not supposed to be all the same. I feel like that's what makes life great, is that we're not all the same. We all have different experiences. We all bring our experiences to the table, talk about it, agree to disagree, but as long as we're communicating with one another and not taking those conversations and dividing, like, oh man, forget Breeze, I don't like what she said, I'm not going to talk to her. No. Now me and you can talk about other stuff. So what do you think about this? Oh, girl, let me tell you what I think about it. And we just keep conversation going like that. And I think that's the way we build community and we gain more familiarity with one another. Because now we have an understanding like, oh, Breeze ain't like me, but she cool. Like, she don't have to be like me. Like, yes, IG is gay, but he's still cool. He don't have to be straight for me to accept him. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. I feel like I'm just rambling now.
You're good. No, I appreciate you a lot. I do. And I know Reckless wants us to move on.
Hold on, Reckless. I do have a question. Just
What's
has
up?
anybody seen this hot ass mess about? I don't know, because I just got on a panel. Have y'all seen this hot ass mess, baby, about them talking about a motherfucking petition and it's got over 40,000 signatures?
Oh yeah, I talked about that earlier.
Okay.
I seen the hot ass man. I don't know what they thought they was gonna do.
I'm gonna have to go back and get that tea later. I'm gonna be quiet.
No. I talked about it later. It's just like earlier. I don't know what they thought that was gonna, like. My thing is, I've always heard about petitions actually working, but I don't believe in this case is going to work because he has a track record. And then not only that, he was found guilty. And then not only that, like, you actually think about it, this is somebody that has a track record of crime, a track record of harming other people, and the last thing I could really think of is someone coming in or a lawyer coming in with a petition that has a lot of signatures and a judge looking at it like, you don't get out my face. So I don't know.
And I mean, because it's interesting that y'all were talking about mammies, because when I saw who started it, it was unfortunately a dark-skinned Black woman. And I was like, oh no. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, oh no, girl. Oh no. Oh no.
It says the mammies and the dusties are in full effect. Oh, that's the key. Yeah, it's hilarious. Oh, that's the key, girl. Okay. So we're gonna do this last topic and we're gonna get the hell up off here. All right. So I actually wanted to talk about, because I did talk about earlier in the commentary, that I showed a clip where Amber Rose was like on this podcast. And I kind of played the clip where she actually was debating with a guy, or got into a heated argument with the guy about using the word hoe. Now, the context of the conversation was this. Basically, the guy was criticizing women for using their looks to be able to earn money. Now, I'm going to play this clip right here if you guys did not hear it, so you guys get more of a better context of what I'm saying.
Why is it disgusting? Because you're a hater. Men are haters that women make money and go get booked for 2,000 because they're fucking pretty. No. Don't hate the bitch, hate the consumer. Am I wrong?
But he's saying it from an observatory.
Yeah,
But you're
angle.
observing a bitch making money
All right,
because
so you
she's
ready for
pretty
this?
and
Hold on.
twerking.
Wait. Hold on.
Let
hold
the
on, Amber.
bitch twerk and
Hold on,
make her
Amber,
fucking
hold on. Check this out,
money.
though. Check this out. Look.
Am I tripping?
Check this out.
Where's the bitch
Now, what
at?
about what
Where's the
about
women?
when you did that? What about the girl when she did that, right?
So
and got the
what?
2,000,
So?
right? For 3 months, right?
So?
But then she was gonna get 10 million from this company, but then seen her do that shit and said, nah, it's over now.
Why is that your
What about that?
business? Why is that your business? Stay out of women's business.
That's hurting. No.
Hurting who?
Herself.
It ain't you. Mind your business.
It's hurting herself, though.
But
You get it?
stop policing women's
No,
bodies.
think about that.
Stop.
It would. So,
Listen
look,
to me.
It's not about no body.
No,
It's not about policing a
stop
body.
policing
You throwing
women's
these terms
bodies.
at me
If she
and I
wants to
don't know all of them.
twerk and make $2,000,
So
worry
would you
about
not? What if you
yourself.
giving her advice? What if you know she can make 10 million? She about to, right?
There ain't no shit, man.
No,
Who
look.
cares?
Look. All right, I got a question. If you knew a woman was gonna make 10 million 3 months from then, if
Who
she
the
didn't
fuck
do
knows
this,
that? Who knows the future? A fortune teller?
Women
But
just-
why?
There we go. So I'm gonna be honest. I only had two things to say. One is just very convenient. About a lot of times when men actually take this stance of the whole, the stance that they usually take. It's like you demonize hoes and sluts and whores, etc. But you give all of your money to the hoes and sluts and whore. Like it's a contradiction. And literally, as this guy is literally, first off, he literally tried to do a hypothetical inside of his conversation, because he was talking about, she's over here shaking her body and twerking and stuff, and only making $2,000. Keep in mind, women who do OnlyFans make more than $2,000. This is no shade, but they only make $2,000, but they're gonna make 10 million. And I'm glad that Amber Rose actually clocked him on it. She was like, first and foremost, how do you know that? No one really knows that. Are you a fortune teller? And then not only that, sir, your podcast, because it's pretty safe to say that the podcast and the people within that podcast are part of that organization, etc. Your podcast is in the center of a strip club, sir. And it's like, it's the hypocrisy. It's like, for conversation purposes, you're saying these things, but however, I'll also see by your actions, you don't really believe in the shit that you talk about. And that's all I have to say. IG, Conscious, what you got to say about this? I'm gonna go in chronological order. I'm gonna do it like that. But let's see if he's still up, girl. Cause he probably out of here too.
I'm here.
Okay.
Man, for the billionth time, clinging to the last chapter of patriarchy. It's the walls are crumbling. I think toxic men are particularly triggered by women who can make their own money, because women in a patriarchal gaze is synonymous to power, and women have empowerment when they have money, because money gives them access to resources. And I just think that it's hilarious watching men try to convince women to jump into a time machine and to become their great grandmothers, and to go back to the old world. There might also be some subconscious envy there, because the way that patriarchy designed the dynamics of sexism, which once upon a time only men benefited from from the monetization on women's body. Now women are directly benefiting from their own sexual algorithm, which is really fucking amazing. And men are kicking and screaming because a woman can sit from her bedroom and webcam for 2 hours and make $20,000, or can drop a 15-second video on OnlyFans and make 10 grand. And I mean, it's unnerving, I'm sure, but men just need to ultimately shut the fuck up, figure out why they sons out here shooting women in the goddamn feet. Get a job, get into some fucking therapy, and mind the business that actually pays them, which is not the checks that they're not signing on behalf of these women who are making 6 figures without a Kevin Samuels next to them. And it has been it is very fascinating to watch the divine feminine kind of apocalypse patriarchy, and just watching the way that men are attempting to defend themselves or resist against this age is really, really, really hilarious. But I agree ultimately with Amber Rose in this context. Like, a woman is committing a non-violent offense, and she is making her money, and women are hustling in this culture and getting to what they need to get to, and it is what it is. It's no longer just a man's world.
But baby, IG.
Yes, I mean, totally agree with my brother, and it's so interesting because I always hear these stronger arguments about when it comes to women making more money. I always hear this coming mostly from straight black men that want, like Conscious said, you want to go back to that time machine. Okay, if we go back to that time machine, my nigga, your black ass wouldn't have the right. See those good old days that you're talking about now? And I think that black straight male has bought into the trap of maleness. And they really can't, they confuse maleness from patriarchy. And they think that just because they share maleness with white men, that somehow they're on the same solidarity level with them socially, and they're not. I just it's really interesting because it's like the oldest professions. Matter of fact, that ideal, because it's so funny because people don't understand. We live in a Greco-Roman Hellenistic society. These are the descendants of the Greeks and the Romans who control your government today. The oldest professions in Greek and Roman times was brothels. And baby, it wasn't just women in them brothels. I'm going to just put that over there for another discussion. But it's really so interesting. And I think because mostly black men cannot benefit from pimp culture anymore. Because see, if we went back maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when pimp culture was more popular, you wouldn't hear these type of discussions. But because pimp and hoe culture is not what it is, and women are able to, hold on, I'm the one with the pocketbook, I'm the one with the money. Why am I going out here and doing what I'm doing, and just to come back for you to sit back? You know, the end of the black male worship. And I also sense a bit of, he wants to pick and choose when he wants to see this society as an Abrahamic belief, because I believe that stems from that too. That whole ideal of a woman is supposed to be of the property or subservient to a man. And because men are no longer able to hold that and a financial status, because, and that's another thing people keep doing too. What I hear men doing is really weird. Is like, you do realize that those days existed because men institutionalized where women couldn't work, right? You realize that females were taken out of their nature and forced to depend on you. So that's not something, that's not a true need. It's like that Resident Evil type shit. You know the motherfuckers making the shit, but I'm gonna come with you with the antidote. I'm gonna put the disease out there and the virus out there, so you could come to me looking for the antidote. So I really think it's just really interesting that these men who praise that, you glorify them in your music videos. The same people that's on this podcast, you pride yourself for having the money, and you say in your songs and your culture that it's your money is why the women are with you. So if you weren't so attracted to women through your money, then these women wouldn't have no market. The reason why they have a market, because a lot of y'all are suckers just waiting to be licked. And then when you're licked, your feelings is hurt. But that's what it was though from the beginning. That's the way that men have always decided it to be. It's almost like a reverse incel. You're mad that you're attracted to women sexually, but then when women are sexual with you, you now find her disgusting. So I'm gonna just put that over there, and I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
All righty, he said what he said. Breeze.
Yeah, no, CTV and IG, of course, always hit the nail on the head, always. So, no need to really kind of reiterate, but just to expound, it's so funny. So I grew up in Oakland, California, and now I live in Las Vegas. So if anybody knows anything, those are just the top cities where pimping and hoeing happens. And one thing I will say, it's not going anywhere. It is live in full effect, and it will always be. But unfortunately, but yeah, it's men are just, I mean, the cis, and I won't even say cis men because it's not even just men. It's madams. It's hoes that grow up that start to create their own brothels. So, just like this all derives, from sexism, misogyny, all that stuff. Just again, wanting to police women's bodies and control and all that stuff we've been reiterating over and over. And I'm so glad Amber, did that on that platform. And more of that needs to happen. More of these feminine women who are the perceived hoes, need to speak up and start checking these guys. And I'm glad that's happening on social media for people to see, because it's dangerous for sex workers. It's dangerous for women, I mean, everyone knows already. And I'm just glad that these conversations are happening, because like I was saying a couple of days ago, CTV and Reckless, I don't know if you guys remember, but sometimes as a feminine woman, it feels like you could be talking to a man and it goes in one ear and out the other. Like it feels like they biologically just can't hear me. So, one, I'm glad it happened. I'm glad she stood her ground and was able to go verbally toe to toe with him. And yeah, that's all for me.
All righty. Well, don't get me wrong. I most definitely know how it feels to be talking to motherfuckers, and it seems like it goes in one ear and out the other. Especially being on these
Yes.
panels, it goes in one ear and out the other. XB, if you still here, I don't know if you still okay. You
Yeah,
still
I'm
here.
still here.
So, what's your perspective when it comes down to the dynamic between Amber Rose and Murda Mook?
Okay, so this is actually what I believe. So, just in a few short words, it's almost as though men are saying, with what you're doing actually devalues us as men. Not, but this is what I actually believe. Not because this is where my thought is starting to be swayed here. Not necessarily because women are putting men beneath them, more so women are putting men on the same level as they are. Because once, women, get a sense of empowerment, right? And basically they would, their mannerisms and everything else will basically put men on the same level as them. You don't see one. I mean, at least from my experience, I never really saw a lot of women, trying to act too much like a man or anything like that. Stereotypically speaking, trying to play football or whatever. No, like they act in their, just their girly ways or whatever, right?
I have a question though, because I would actually like for you to expound on that. Okay, so you said to act like a man. Now do you think that's been like a socialization, or do you think that's like a natural thing of women acting like women, or do you think it's a natural thing as they naturally don't want to quote unquote act like a man?
I mean, yeah, I would say this. Yeah, I believe it's actually a socialization. I mean, with that being said, I mean this form of socialization actually was on the onslaught of the feminist movement. Before you didn't really see too much of that, to be honest with you. But then once femininity was put more so towards the forefront, right, and as well as sexuality, well then that's actually what made one feel still feel comfortable to basically be themselves, while at the same time being in a man's world, even if there's so many voices, a whole flood of voices saying, okay, well, this is still a man's world. So I believe, and here's where I'm getting it from, because the woman you see now, they are now, they're actually getting, not only are they very comfortable in their femininity, but they're actually gaining more popularity by being, stereotypically feminine. We haven't really seen, I don't believe in any part, of modern history have you really seen a woman who is very comfortable with just who they are. And if you do, well, then you barely even hear about them, like a Toni Morrison, if you're being honest here. But just as from my perspective here, like in terms of what was said in that clip, all the things that were said in that clip, basically, is now they have to, now men have to actually be in the same conversation as women are, when in fact, as before, men did not really have to worry about that. All they had to do was basically, to worry about, about expounding upon their own merits. Now, here's where my question actually comes in. So therefore, if your masculinity is based off of how much money you make, how many women find you to be eligible, and how well you secure a wife, how many children you produce, what, so on and so forth, all of it, right? If your masculinity is based off of, the strength in which the physical strength in which you have, are you really what you would consider to be a man, or are you what is to be considered a thing, or like a workhorse? You know what I'm saying? An object, right? Because basically, it's not just. I mean, that whole clip. It's not just a conversation of, okay, well, what women do with their bodies. It's basically a conversation about objectification in itself. So when we're talking about objectification, well, then men are not necessarily out of the equation, but it's oftentimes centered on woman. You really, because just for this context, really, because women are the ones who are, at least to many people's eyes, like women are the ones that are known to not only lean into objectification, but being able to capitalize off of it in a very visible way. It's very much a form of alchemy in which many people are really not prudent. Many people don't really think about, because the nuances have not been sorted out, if we're being honest here. But it's something that it's something to which we have to think about, because it's just a lot. Because from that clip, I just see it as just shadow projection, if we're being honest here. Jealousy, I'm not really too sure about that, but definitely shadow projection because it's similar things, similar dynamics could actually exist in a man's world if we really read between the lines. And that's where I'll leave it for now.
Ooh, okay. See Marie.
Yeah, I ain't got too much to add. The whole time that he was talking, I guess his Murda Mook, I was just thinking like, man, he don't. That woman makes $10 million on another job opportunity. For some reason, it just seemed like the male species is they just taught to gaslight us and manipulate us in any way possible. Like no matter whether it makes sense or not. Like the woman is like, if we say we want to go left, they'll be like, no, you really need it. Like they're just gonna disagree and try to, manipulate us to do whatever they want us to do. I don't know. I'm happy Amber Rose spoke up. I wish she stopped using the B word so much, but I guess that's just the way she talks. But yeah, I'm glad that uh, women like her are speaking up, and since she is such a public figure, like she's given the fuel to younger girls to speak up for themselves and say, okay, well, let me try it this way. Yeah, this $2,000 opportunity may stop this $10 million opportunity, but that's my battle to fight. You know what I'm saying? That's my life lesson to learn. Let me go do it and you go do you instead, because these like he don't give a damn whether whoever, like the fact that he tried to, and he was real sincere about it, right? Did you hear it in his voice? Like he really cared. Like, but what if you just got a $10
He
million?
really doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. He really doesn't care.
He don't care at all. He just
like
was
like like the podcast was literally in the center of a strip club. If that's the case, if you really care, you probably have that podcast probably inside of a church, and then,
I believe you fucking
or a
lying.
sacred building. He really didn't give a fuck. No shade. And I'm like, and that's the reason why I was looking at him crazy. I'm like, Kisa, because it's like, sir, you're saying this, but yet you're literally trashing you're literally trashing the employees that are employed by. I'm assuming you, but if not, but if they're not employed by you, you're literally talking to strippers that the establishment that you're inside right now. You're insulting them. Like, what sense does that make? That make no sense to me. I was like so thrown off. Oh my gosh.
his favorite place to be. Yeah, either way, like that's not his life lesson to learn. Like, yeah, it's some opportunities out there or something, especially in the social media age. It's just certain things you can't do if you want to be in a certain career field. But if you're not in that certain career field, hey, do what you want to do. And even still, my whole response is people got to learn their own life lessons. Like you got to let people do them. Yeah, and this is all really moot points because he don't give a damn what them girls doing. He don't care if they go $2,000 opportunity or $10 million opportunity. He just wanted to argue with her. That's it.
And the crazy thing I've always, and after this I'm gonna go straight to Red Clark and then in this panel. But the thing that's crazy to me is like, it's the weirdest. It's like men love hoes, but they hate hoes at the same time. Like you shame quote unquote hoes, but yet you cheat on your wife with hoes. You go to strip clubs with people that you deem as hoes, or or you go and quote unquote buy sex workers that you look at as, I'm using quotation mark, asshole. Like it's the weirdest shit ever. I'm like, how can you demonize it, but then yet you literally put your whole paycheck in your finances into that business? It doesn't make any sense.
That's because for some reason heterosexual men, and I never understood this, they love vagina but hate women. Like they love sex, but they just hate women. Like I swear, if they could detach our vaginas from us, they would take the vagina, just throw the body away. Like they hate.
Not pocket pussy.
And that's what that's why I be saying a lot of times when I have these conversations. I say, yeah, girl, your man is heterosexual, but he don't like women. You can be very much heterosexual and not be opposite gender loving.
Right.
Could be, you know what I'm saying? You can be homosexual, but you're not same gender loving. And I think with most of these men, they're heterosexual, but they're really not opposite sex loving. And there's a difference, because if you're opposite sex loving, that includes everything, not just there's so many reasons why I can name why I love women that has nothing to do with their genitalia and stuff like that. There are things about women's intelligence and stuff like that. I can name a lot of things I genuinely was attracted and love about women that has nothing to do with her being just a mother or her vagina. You know what I'm saying? But most of these heterosexual men, they're heterosexual, but they're definitely not opposite gender loving. And I just want to say that.
I wish there was a word for like emotional homosexuality, because they're like emotionally homosexual.
No, it's called homoerotic. Eroticism.
Okay.
Yeah.
it's called homoeroticism. Red Clark,
what's up with it?
What's your perspective on? Do you agree, disagree? What people have said? What's your thought process?
My whole thought process is like, I'll speak on like the objectification thing. You know, I feel like both, because I think about a personal thing. Like I don't really like strip clubs because and I ask myself why. It's because it's the negotiated desire. But some men in which that go to these places are the men that are married and give their money to, and I feel like it's because they embody the objective the feminine objectification of women is basis in the strip club, and they don't care if it's the natural desire, they just want that. And I feel like that's why they'll spend money on a stripper but have a wife at home and not and talk as if they hate strippers, but they really don't hate strippers. They love strippers. And I would ask, like, what is a hoe? Is she a hoe because she's dancing? Is she a hoe because she's, because I know what comes with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's indulging in what comes with that. So is she a hoe then? And like speaking on the pimps, I know some women who take pride in the word hoe and would get offended if you refer to something else as a hoe. Like a woman that is promiscuous versus a woman that was, they'll say a woman of leisure would get mad for saying, that a woman that just has free sex, quote unquote, versus a woman who gets paid for it. The one that gets paid for it would be like, that's a real hoe versus, like the latter. So I don't know. I don't really I don't really have a say so of like what's a hoe, what's not a hoe, like, all right, is what it is. And for dudes, I feel like some dudes will try to save save strippers, let's say, because of because they don't want to see them. That's why he was like, well, maybe like you can get 10 million or whatever the fuck he said, is because like he trying to, as if he's trying to save her, and you can get a bigger bag, and that kind of what would be deemed as that pimp mentality. And a pimp would argue and be like, well, it's just me giving her guidance on how to, or whatever the fuck. So honestly, I don't know. Niggas be actually hating women. Me, I love women, but I do see.
Okay, wait. So because I have a question for you then. Because you say you love women. So on a non-sexual, because now we're gonna put you to the test. So on a sexual way. List the reasons why you love women.
Ooh.
Well, I love women because they bring a certain. I love women because they bring a certain like watery feel to me. They help me feel like when I'm with a woman. That's I love feminine women. So women that are nurturing in nature, not just the coddle, but just asking me how my day was and genuinely, you know, I like that aspect versus a bro. I like women for that. You see what I'm saying? I feel if it's a woman that I really enjoy, I value that. So that part of it. You said 5?
No, no.
Oh, I, I love women because as a being a sense of peace, a, a woman can be peaceful. Believe it or not, a woman can be very peaceful, in or a place of peace for a person that's everywhere. I love women also because.
Ooh.
Oh, you finna say something?
Can I be honest with you, Red Clark?
What's up?
No shade. Whenever I hear someone say something along the lines of, I want my woman to be my peace. Now, for me personally, this is just a personal. When I hear that, I hear stuff. I hear things along the lines of this. I feel like personally, you should be your own peace. Reason being, 9 times out of 10, people are gonna ask for something, ask something from someone else that they do not have access to. So a lot of times when men say something along the lines of, I want her to be my peace, essentially that means you probably have a lot of chaos in your life.
Okay. Well, would it be safe to say I want her? I would like my woman to be a piece of my peace. If I'm peaceful, I don't want a disruptive person. I would like for it to be harmonic and peaceful. That's just what I'm saying on that aspect. And I also like the fact that women have women have a certain innate power in which they if a woman really tapped into it, she can invoke it. Like a woman that really is tapped into her femininity can really make a man do anything. You even see it in the sense of, we talking about the strip club. Like niggas will give their whole paycheck to that. So if it's a woman that knows how to, communicate in a way, I appreciate that aspect because that's very powerful. We've seen that in society and media. It's powerful, and I admire that about a woman. I admire the softness that a woman brings, even on a physical standpoint, the roundness of a woman, the like just all of that, just the idea of the feminine woman and the womb giving birth, like the fact that that is the part, the part of life that without the womb, there would be no birth. So it's just all of that about the woman. Like we can't take that for granted as a man because without you can't have the one without the other. So I just value all of it and try to understand it all, and I try to learn from women. That's another reason I try to learn from them, and I've learned a lot from them. In which why I would say I love them, and I would make it a purpose of mine to try to understand them more.
Okay. Alrighty. So not gonna hold up.
Good job, Clark.
Hold on. Just so you know, you did receive a tad bit of pushback in the comments. Just so you know, I'm gonna put the comment up here. Now it says this. It says all those things benefited him, like most men think. I'm just saying. So to give you like a more another chance or whatever, or try to clear some things up. What are some things that you could think of about a woman that doesn't quote unquote benefit you?
Like
qualities, like something that does not benefit you, but it's something about a woman that like, okay, I like that.
just women in general, or women that I
Yeah,
like
in
date.
general, the ones, but of course, for you personally, you okay, I mean women in general, but of course, for you personally, you're gonna use certain characteristics that attracted you to her, or certain things that you noticed.
It's
Mm,
basically something about a woman that you may not necessarily like, but yet you respect.
okay. Because like I'm trying to wrap my head around like the question, because it's
Mm-hmm.
like yeah, like I'm trying to wrap my head around the question, like because something that doesn't be because but I respect. Let's just say like a woman that's able to like give life to the earth. I respect that. The fact that she
Mm-hmm.
has the ability to do that, the pain in which that she has to go through for that. I respect that. She's a woman. I respect that. I respect the fact I respect the woman that has the wherewithal to get her own bag, her own goal. I respect a woman that has autonomy as well. Like the sense of having a mind. I don't want to be right all the time. I like a woman that will challenge me. So like I value that, like I value like and these things don't only benefit me, but these things I feel like would benefit her in her life as well. So I don't know because I would want
What?
someone to benefit. I want to benefit somebody else, and I would want them to benefit me. If we're together, we're like a team, a partnership. So we should benefit each other, make each other better.
Yeah, I
You see
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
it's a fair question to ask him because I'm sitting here trying to think of what could I say about a man that wouldn't be beneficial to me.
No, okay. So the reason I asked that is because someone had mentioned in the comments, and after that, I kind of noticed it is that a lot of the things that he mentioned was like, yeah, she's gonna bring me peace, and I like the energy that she brings, and it brings like a watery feeling for me, and it's like, and so that's why I wanted to ask that question, and then plus I wanted to see how far was he gonna go and stuff. The one thing I can't say about Red Clark, he's trying, so I
Hey,
live for it.
And the
He
one thing
trying.
I
He
can
gonna
say,
answer
He's
the question.
amazing.
Yeah, I think he did good.
He did
and the
really
one thing
good.
I can say about Red Clark is that what he wants in a woman is what the fuck anybody would want in a relationship. Ain't nobody looking for the opposite when it comes to a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Even in friends, every single one of y'all want people who ain't gonna get on y'all nerve, who gonna compliment who you are,
Mm-hmm.
who are going to be an asset to your life, who are going to benefit you because relationships are transactional, or
Right.
whether they are
Mm-hmm.
friendships, whether they're interpersonal relationships, whether they're romantic, etc. But I do like that the question was kind of prompt Red um, to probe deeper. But I
Go
feel like that'd be an interesting question for everybody, for
yeah, I
women,
Mm-hmm.
love it.
men, etc. Like outside of the qualities that directly benefit you, like what else is there that you value about the person?
Yeah, that's a hard question because I feel like no matter what you answer with, it's a benefit to you because men and women are supposed to be beneficial to one another, right? Like that's what community is.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
you
for sure.
benefit to your partner, to your community, not just a take type of situation. Or is it just me? Am I selfish? No, absolutely not.
No, not
Not
at
at
No,
all.
all.
I think the question is hard. Like for me personally, I think one of the things like a quality or or something that I would love for my partner to have that doesn't really, at least for me first thinking about it, that does not benefit me is confidence. It's confidence. I would say leadership qualities. And the reason why I would say that is because for that person, I don't want them to have people try to run all over them. They'll be able to speak up for themselves. They'll be able to stand their ground, have the confidence to do so, to go against the grain. Those are the only really few I can really think of on the top of my head. But I'm gonna ask that question again. What'd you say? Later
All
on.
three of those things gonna benefit you. What you mean?
They don't.
For real.
They said you said they are gonna benefit me.
Yeah, him being confident,
are.
him being assertive, him being and whatever else you said. All those things are gonna benefit you too.
Well, I guess. Well, I guess you know what? I'm gonna get off live and then I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna write some things down. I'm gonna see.
Because you don't want nobody running up on you.
Huh?
And he like I said, you don't want nobody running up on you and he not confident enough to like protect himself and you as well.
Exactly. Like
Wait, hold up. First and foremost, I gets down. I can protect myself. Okay. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. I can protect myself. Okay.
I believe you.
It's gonna benefit you as soon as his mama don't like you, and you're gonna need him to have the confidence to not give a fuck about the fact that she don't like you.
True.
Oh, you see, the thing difference between me, I don't deal with that bullshit. At least not now. So, but I guess. All right, so we're gonna do this because I'm about to end this, child. All righty, we're gonna start from the bottom and work our way all the way to the top. So, Red Clark, let the people know with 30 seconds or less where they can find you at.
Hey, you can find me on Instagram at red__CLARK. You can find me if you have Facebook at red_Clark. You can also find me on TikTok. I don't really make them, but at Ready Clark.
Me neither.
You know, and yeah, man, I'm a cool guy. Tap in.
All righty. All righty. Talk to you later. See you later. Be safe now.
You too now.
All righty. All righty. Girl, I done got grown people up. Hold on.
Okay, you can leave me up. I can head out. It's the baddest bitch. You already know who it is. Good night. This was amazing. Keep the good work up. Peace.
All righty. Girl, this is the key. Let me take this shit out of exit solo. Bam, there we go. XB. Let the people know where they can find you.
Really, you guys can find me whenever I appear. And that's just the way I'm going to roll for now. But I'll drop my links later down the line. But for now,
okay,
it's good. But I'll definitely be back up here sometimes.
Period. And most definitely hit the link because I think I know what your name is in the comment section, but I'm not gonna put it out there because I don't know if you want it out there yet. So, but I did clock your name though in the comment section.
Okay.
All righty then. All righty, baby. Let me get this bad boy out of here, girl. All righty, Breeze. I'm gonna go Breeze. Let the people know where they can find you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. It was awesome chatting with you guys again. My Instagram name is Healing with Breeze. YouTube Healing with Breeze, and I'm pretty sure everything is Healing with Breeze or Healing Breeze, whatever. I'm gonna try to get more active on there. I appreciate the compliments. I think from someone said, they're like, you should get a channel, and I've been thinking about it. So I can do like yoga therapy talks and things like that. So that's definitely something I want to do, and thank you for confirming that for me. So everything is kind of barren right now when you go to find me, but you guys are helping me want to build that up. So thank you all.
Period. Thank you. Bye. All righty. Bye. Now, see Marie. Where you at, baby?
I don't really do social media. I'm on YouTube, so you could catch me on here on Conscious Channel. But I do want to say thank you for having me. It was a great conversation. Happy New Year, happy holidays to everyone.
Period.
Y'all have a good night/morning, and God bless. Y'all be easy.
All righty. Bye. Now we got the last, but certainly not least, IG. Let them have it.
What's happening, baby? What's happening? Appreciate you, Reckless, of course, with all the work you be putting on here, baby. And you can find me on. I have a YouTube channel. It's IG Green 85. My TikTok is IG Green 85. My Instagram is IG Green 85.
Yeah.
And I have a Facebook. It's YSAK space FO. That's YSAK space FO. You definitely can find me on you can definitely find me in the Reckless Bureau panel and the Conscious Crew Bureau panel. So you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I appreciate this, man. Definitely gonna be up here. Enjoyed the chat, enjoyed the interaction, and that's all I got for y'all. You heard me?
You heard me. All righty, man. Take care. Alrighty. So now, Lord, this panel was only this panel. First, it wasn't supposed to be a panel. This live was only supposed to be like an hour or two. 6 or 7 hours later. Okay, so with that being said, thank you guys so very much. I really did appreciate the conversations that really transpired on the panel. As you guys can most definitely see, me actually being part of a panel versus me actually hosting the panel, two different things. Because for me, I understand that when I'm actually hosting a panel, I want the people on the panel to have more of an opportunity to speak. Of course, when I'm part of the panel, I like to get all my thoughts out. But I really did enjoy the different conversations. I felt like the panel was actually perfect because we had people who thought certain ways with people that thought a whole completely different way. So we were able to actually get conversations out. I really did love the conversation about the prejudice and racism, and the distinction between the two, and then got into colorism. And one of the things that I really do love and I always encourage, I always love the passion. So I'm not gonna lie, I love the passion and the spiciness between the moment where IG and Yellow Pill kind of got into it. I love those moments because those are the moments that lets you know that people are actually passionate about what they're talking about. So I really did love the panel today, guys. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, y'all make sure y'all thumbs up this video. Thumbs up. If you guys do your job inside of here, if we do our jobs inside of here, YouTube gonna do their jobs out there. So which means that it really does help with YouTube's algorithm. Please thumbs up. It really does help out. What's something else I was gonna say, girl? My mind just went blank. Just so you guys, I do want to say thank you. I'm gonna do this again because I don't know if I actually did it. I want to say thank you to all my Cash App contributors. Where that bad boy at? Because I know I did this last time, but I'm gonna do it again. Thank you. Now I'm gonna try to say y'all names differently because I don't want to put y'all information out there. Girl, sometimes I'll be wishing y'all put y'all nicknames in the little notes so I can know what to say for real, because I don't know what to put out there. So Dominique, thank you so very much. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Morton, for your contribution, and thank you, Jean, for your contribution. And this actually happened on Christmas. I was knocked out. Okay, but I want to say thank you guys so very much. Thank you. And with all of that being said, that is it for my YouTube video for today, guys. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from me. Till next time, guys, I will see you guys later. Deuces!